Oh, now
we're clean.
rocking, rolling. Did we turn monitor volume off here? I can't remember.
Well, let's just pump it, Jeff. Let's just pump it.
Welcome into Cyprus and the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino, where a $1.4 million prize awaits our champion today. This is Super High Roller Series Europe. Its final table coverage of event number 6, a $100,000 buy-in Texas Hold'em tournament. Thanks so much for being here. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks here in our broadcast studios in Las Vegas. Brent, it's a tournament prize pool of $3.5 million and quite the bubble we will be on. These 7 are left, 5 are paid as you look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker.
Yeah, you nailed it. 2 are going to go home empty-handed. Crosshairs on David Peters, our short stack. Can Disco Dave get it done and find a cash here today? Let's do it.
Michael Zhang to Peters' left. The chip leader, Artur Martirosyan, to Peters' right. $15K small blind, $25K big blind with the $25K big blind ante. There's Johan Guibert and Selahattin Badir. They're familiar with each other. That was the heads-up match in event number 2. That's Vyacheslav Boldigin. Chris Brewer, we've seen him in a couple final tables.
Brewer has been on fire throughout this entire series, as well as fellow final tableist Selahattin Badir, the local legend.
Martirosyan just rips it out of the small blind.
Слав, ты же знаешь, что карты нужно класть?
Finished in
Ты
eighth
клал
place in
вообще?
event number 4.
Я просто видел, что
Да.
That one good for 104.
you don't know that cards.
$1,000. He is our ship leader.
He told me that
Just
I
a
was
massive pile, having nearly 40% of all the
With
chips.
7 people
nobody
left.
Wow.
knows how nitty I am. So I'm fine.
Blue chips worth 5K, brown chips worth 25,000 apiece. The white chips are 100Ks.
Yo, Viral. Already getting that massage.
Надеюсь.
Same masseuse, I believe.
I believe it is,
Number
Jeff.
2.
Yeah.
That's research.
Must be a lucky masseuse. Last time this happened, he won the tournament, event number 2.
And that win was good for more than $500,000. David Peters with ace queen in the small blind. Off about 15 bigs. Look at Michael Zhang's new haircut since we've seen him last.
All in?
375, right?
I think we're good here.
I like the frosted tips.
Yeah, bringing it back.
Yeah.
David Peters would pass the $35 million mark in career live tournament earnings with the cash today. He is 7th on the all-time money list. 15th on the PokerGo Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. 3 wins and 7 cashes this year. One of the best players in the world. The 2019 and 2021 U.S. Poker Open champion.
I just realized the Viral's wearing 2 pairs of
He
glasses.
is indeed.
You don't see that often.
There is him with ace 10. Yo, Viral. Johan Guibert. Twitch streamer. Poker player, poker coach. Out of France. Martirosian can really run the show here, huh?
Oh, just destroying. Yeah, going to be able to open so many spots. The variety of hands. What a spot to be in. $1.4 million.
7 or left, 5 spots paid, $245,000 to 5th. Quite the bubble in store.
It's amazing. 2 are going to go home with $0. First place, a 7-figure score. Just chop it up, Jeff.
Why would you chop?
Just chop it up. Everybody
does that
goes home
even mean?
happy. You know?
You're saying pay
Let's
out
chop
all
up the
7
prize
bucks?
pool.
No,
It's all just
no, we need to see the
No.
pain.
yeah, you're right.
Martirosian
You're
opens
right. The
here.
pain, the glory. It's what we're here for.
Zhang with ace queen on the button. A little more than 30 bigs.
We talked about Martirosian is likely going to be opening quite wide, quite frequently. Zhang realizes that right around 30 big blinds. Would he ever consider just open ripping? There it is. I mean, this is fireworks early. I think Martirosian might have a hand where he has to call.
How much?
780.
Ask for a
So
count.
pretty tough. Would he do it with 9s, 8s, 7s, smaller pairs? I think so, Jeff. For that reason, he may be considering a call. You hate to put in such a portion of your stack. There it
He
is.
feels like he has to do it, and we have a massive flip to kick things off in this 100K. Zhang the one all in and at risk with ace queen. Artur Martirosian with 2 10s. Saw that Peters folded an ace. Martirosian the favorite to extend his already sizable chip lead. Comes king 7-6. So far so good for the Russian. Zhang on the ropes. Looking for an ace, a queen, or backdoor cards to make a straight. Turn is a 9. No help to Zhang. To stay alive, ace or queen needed and not found. It's a good game to Michael Zhang. Class act, always a smile on his face. He's out in 7th, and that brings us to the bubble of event number 6, the $100,000 buy-in. A $245,000 bubble.
And both short stacks coming in, Vyacheslav and David Peters. My goodness.
Look at the payouts presented by Luxon Pay. There it is, $245K for 5th. 6th will receive a grand total of $0. Up top, $1.4 million. What a bubble this is. What a chip lead this is for Artur Martirosyan.
I'm just going to feel bad, Jeff. Somebody's going to go home with 0. It's not right.
With at least $100,000 invested, some in for multiple blinds.
Oh.
He's just trying to get coaching, man.
No, I'm trying to coach me.
This is the Sean Wintle.
I'm just trying.
You start naming random hands. Like, so what'd you do in 9s? 8s? Ace Queen?
Yeah, I'm trying to coach myself in final table. It's nice. There is no bad moment to coach yourself.
What a life for Yo Viral. Just getting the rub down, having a little salad.
In Florida, Sean Paley played some hand.
Up for the
he told
week.
4 different people he had a different hand, so that way you could find
Living
out
the
what people
dream.
would do with different
Yeah,
hands.
it's just not folding.
Sean Paley.
Ah, yeah.
It was super funny.
Sometimes it's funny.
Oh no, he was just literally trying to get advice on what to do in this
Ah,
spot.
yeah.
But he was trying to be cool, like sharp
Jack
about
here.
it.
Why not?
18-ish bigs behind, a little more. Oh no, I'm sorry, about 23 bigs behind. 6 deuce deuce, 2 clubs. Slava does have the queen of clubs.
Vyacheslav probably knows that Badir doesn't have any of this, but oftentimes you're a little defenseless. Maybe we peel for the overcard, the club equity.
There is a club on the turn. That club delivers Badir, an open-ender.
Perhaps picked up enough equity now to fire 2 shells if Badir elected to, and he's just going to pass in hopes of maybe getting to the river for free. Does just that.
River's a 4. Fold against queen high is best. 125K in the pot, as you see on the bottom right corner of your screen.
It's lost.
Awkward situation now presenting itself. If Badir, the local legend, goes for some sort of bluff here on the river, could Vyacheslav consider calling with queen high? You'd have to imagine that a hand like ace high or king high would just be happy to get the showdown. Here it comes, Jeff.
Yeah, there is that overbet that you mentioned to the tune of 225,000. Not much consideration.
That's a big bet, Seller.
So
Strong.
Ivan Badir finished 2nd place in event number 2 for $364,500. Won event
That's
number
a big
4,
bet, huh?
beating Phil Ivey heads up for
Wow.
832K.
Yeah.
Those two, his best career scores, all coming in the course.
That I won all in.
But
He's
no,
lost 5
but
games.
maybe not this time. Maybe not good idea.
Yeah.
You would have a good video for your Facebook then. You would have a good souvenir, yeah.
Jeff, you and I had a chance to talk before the show began, and if Selahattin Badir won this tournament today, he would jump into the top 10 of the Poker Go Tour
How about
leaderboard.
that?
Remarkable.
1.19 to salt the hand.
And Brenton, if he makes the money, just makes the money, he passes Daniel Negreanu
Yeah.
for 17th on the Poker Go Tour
in the top
leaderboard.
20 just by cashing ahead of Negreanu. I mean, that is one hell of a heater.
Poker Go Tour is presented by Guaranteed Rate.
I have to imagine Badir would do whatever it takes, try and find a way to come to the United States to play the
Been his
Poker
dream.
Masters, Super High Roller Bowl, maybe even some of the World Series of Poker. Yeah, he said it's his dream. He's living the dream right now, defeating Phil Ivey for his first ever career title.
Lost to that man, Johan Guibert, in event number 2. We are live and we are free on YouTube. Also on Merit Poker's YouTube channel, where we see the love in the chat once again for Yo Viral.
They love Yo Viral.
Martirosian pouncing with the 9 deuce. Getting it done. Brewer's going to be a little bit handcuffed. Chip leader behind him.
Ace king?
I threw ace queen in the muck.
Yeah.
I put him on ace king too.
Chris Brewer has final tabled every single short deck event of this series.
Well, he's in luck because another short deck event is starting today.
The 100K, that's event number 7. King Jack on the button for Brewer. Tens for Martirosian.
I would expect Martirosian not only to 3-bet a hand as good as tens, but also having plenty of bluffs to apply a ton of pressure to Chris Brewer. That being said, I also think that Brewer's going to pass on a variety of buttons. As you see, quickly folding King Jack. It's good enough to raise, but he's not just going to raise any 2. He's not going to raise, you know, Queen 6. He's going to have a very reasonable opening, tighter range, considering the ICM implications.
You like the smirk that Martirosian delivered to his fellow countryman Boldigan.
Oh,
2
yeah.
Russians still alive with 6 left.
There you go. King 3 of diamonds in the muck. Just not even going to open that spot.
Your fault.
Martirosian, one of his very few folds with the 7 deuce off on the button.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, yeah.
Peter's the Jack 7 of hearts. This is our shortest
All in.
stack. Goes with it. Guibert has the ace 9 of diamonds.
Yeah, there we go.
380.
Well, this is certainly a call.
It's for 15 bigs.
Yeah.
On the stone cold bubble of the 100K.
Oh, no way.
And lays
Nice.
it down.
Oh, that can't be good.
I have king 4. I don't know if I should call.
He didn't even. He said he had King 4. His ace 9 suited.
I have no clue. Really, no clue.
I don't know what to say. That
A little perplexed by that one.
oh my goodness. Wow. That just happened?
Yeah, that did indeed. Laid down the ace-9 of diamonds.
How good does David Peters run?
Maybe he knows Peters would have just gotten there with any two.
Yeah. I mean, you're such a big favorite so often. If Peters has a worse ace, ace-9 suited is a monster. I have to imagine it's just more of the not allowing to fall underneath any of the other short stacks, you know, just sort of hover, stay alive, let one of them bust, but wow.
Back to work for Murderosian.
Sometimes I don't want to see hands.
Murderosian has more than half the chips in play, six-handed.
Just ridiculous, yeah.
Boldigan now the shortest stack.
Check.
Dawaj, dawaj.
Well, I would ask the chat where everybody's from, but I think that's pretty clear. We've got the entire country of France here with us.
They're back. We love it.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. Very much appreciated. Super High Roller Series Europe presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. Accumulate, accumulate, and accumulate. Murderosian with 2 career wins, both coming in 2021. Won EPT Sochi this year. With the 9-6 of clubs, limp in out of the small blind.
Just hoping, you know,
Yes.
you just hope to go check, check. It does happen.
3 deuce, 1 club, 1 spade. Murderosian with backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Same can be said for Brewer. Murderosian able to apply that pressure time and time again. Vyacheslav Boldigan looking for his first live cash since 2017. When he finished second place at a Monte Carlo 100K for $1.4 million.
Oh, so Vyacheslav's kind of an animal.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be on a cold streak, at
Right.
least have your last cash be for 1.4.
Well, he can do that again here today.
Oh,
And here comes that
Yeah.
max pressure being applied by our chip leader. Murderosian's just going to completely
Can I have chance, please?
try and decimate this bubble. Stay as active as possible.
David
You
Peters Peters in fifth.
Yeah, Disco Dave is nodded off. He's
I don't think
he's fallen asleep at the table.
Don't think that's what's happening. Peters looking for his first cash of Super High Roller Series 0. Badir with fives. Is it down?
Maybe good enough to just unleash.
All in.
There it is, Jack 4 suited. Especially if he knows that Yo Viral is folding essential premiums when he's got the other guy covered. Might not even call it off there with ace queen, Jeff.
Ah, that's how you want to win, huh? I'm just kidding. I have already one eye left. I'm just kidding. You didn't hit me. Touch.
Italia in the chat, Yo Viral is the reason I want to discover Merit Hotels. They're crazy. I saw it on his Instagram stories. Yeah, this is a gorgeous hotel, resort, casino, and spa in Cyprus.
The dude's his Instagram and his social media is fantastic.
It really is.
Yeah. I understand why he's got such
And his Twitch stream.
a loyal following.
Decent holding for Martirosian, I would say.
Yeah.
All faults. He'll show.
Jesus.
Ah.
So I'm only raising with aces there, fellas.
Sometimes.
You want to shove?
Jack 3 off.
Kings. Felt it.
56% of the chips in play with 6 left.
And will continue to open at a high clip. Will continue to accumulate until we lose our bubble.
He's fine with the bubble lasting a while.
He sure is. That benefits the chip leader. He's getting some great hands as well.
That's true.
All in.
And is now in the position to just, as you would say, grip and rip.
Vasil Laramenko says, is it a 100K buy-in? It is. $100,000 to play this.
35 entries, creating a prize pool of $3.5 million.
I don't
That's
know.
a decent stack. Oh.
Martirosian bested David Stam and Kerry Katz to end the night yesterday. Also eliminated Mikita Badziakuski
Bro, if you make second place, you're gonna be tilted. Huh?
and Danny Tang. Just took everybody
You're
out.
gonna sleep. Huh? Okay.
Gonna be interesting.
I need to message.
Yeah.
Ace deuce of hearts for D. Peters. Pass. I'm a high draw.
Pass.
Peters, Guibert, bold again the short stacks. Slava is the shortest. Folds the 3 deuce.
Ah,
Oh,
good.
Brewer had a good one.
10-10 was waiting for you. Whoa! Dawaj, dawaj.
Good fold. Good
You knew
fold.
it.
Sinking.
Thinking fold.
And not. Poker, it's smart game.
Yeah, you are thinking.
That's the
Olivier.
second place stack, 14% of the chips in play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Olivia in the chat says, why don't you guys only stream the final tables and not
It was close.
Very
the early
close, huh?
part of the tournament? Well, we have
Just
been
last
bringing
one.
you typically day one coverage after the final table concludes, and you're in luck because we're going to have day 2 of the Super High Roller Bowl 300K, or excuse me, 250K, as well as that final table. Meanwhile, Peters, ace deuce suited wasn't good enough. I guarantee this hand is.
Just min raise off the short stack with the birds. jack of clubs. Finds the fold.
Yeah, I have to recognize that Peters is just highly unlikely to be opening light. That is a premium all day.
Tomorrow it will be final table coverage of the 100K short deck event. And as Brent mentioned, we move into super high roller bowl Europe coverage, multi-day coverage for that one. $250,000 buy-in. And you're expecting quite the field.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very large. This 100K should be pretty indicative of that. If you're getting 35 in this, I would expect something similar in a 250K. Some players came out specifically for the 100K plus buy-ins, Bryn Kenny being one of those, perhaps even David Peters. I believe this is his first event. And I do apologize, I can't read French
Oh, what do you need me to
in the chat, but
translate?
I think there's a lot of ICM discussion about that ace-9 of diamonds hand that Yo Viral folded earlier. Yeah, I'm not an ICM expert. Perhaps it could have been correct. I don't think it is, considering you had the other guy covered, but
And the other guy was the shortest stack at the table.
right, yeah, I think it's a call for that reason, but yeah, it's an interesting one. And I'll tell you what, the last thing I want to do is disrupt this wonderful chat. I think it's a great discussion. Viva la France.
All in.
We are here enjoying all of you guys in the chat.
Love the community that surrounds Yo Viral. Trying to deliver some run good as Guibert looks down at the ace-10 and just snap mucks it. Boldigan is the shortest stack. I think Guibert has like 100K
Ace
more
king
or
every time,
so.
huh?
You have a lot of asking, eh? I think sometimes you are bluffing, but I'm not sure. I think I won't believe you.
I mean, ace-10's pretty good
Yeah,
there.
I give you one more
against
hour
the
credit.
chip leader
Okay?
shoving range, which is so
Then I
wide.
start to become.
And it's not like Boldigan has
stationy.
too big.
I'm
You
trying
guys
to
are just
tell
going
you.
to
He's
play
got
very
12.
tight on the bubble. Yeah.
I think that needs to be
50-50.
called
Thank
as
you.
well.
And viva Turkey. We are Mediterranean. We like to call.
Bravo.
Yes, yes. We don't fold. They fold. You fold, huh, sometimes.
We had Black Sea at
Yeah, but you fold in poker. You fold a lot in poker. Yeah,
Martirosyan
we don't
is going
fold.
to continue to
no,
pounce.
we
Yeah,
don't.
it's, Brewer.
not
It's
in
frustrating
our,
for Brewer. He's
sure,
opening hands.
mentality.
He needs to be opening, and again, this is just a raise and fold pre. D. Peters never considering the 10-8 offsuit. I have no idea what we're doing here. Maybe just trying to look like he's got a tough spot for whatever reason, part of the metagame.
Yeah, there's got to be something behind this.
This doesn't seem at all. Okay, there we go.
Guibert folded queens. Just kidding.
Jeff, you're going to upset this chat.
No, I like needling Yo Viral. He's a great dude. We got to know him a little bit over US
Most thing
Poker
in the
Open,
world
and
open.
Poker Go Cup.
I'm all in.
He actually likes our commentary. It was a huge shock.
Well, that can't be right.
Yeah, maybe he just thought we were Ollie and Nick. As we take a look at the leaderboard presented by GG
Oh
Poker.
my gosh.
Harder Martirosyan at more than 4 million. Nobody else has 1 million in chips.
A stranglehold from Martirosyan.
Wow. Brewer in second, Badir in third, Guibert, Peters, Boldigan our short stacks. Wow. 5 spots pay. 6 are left. $245,000 bubble. Brewer now with 10s. Mario Rossi going to give the guy a
Of
break.
course, yeah, thinking now. Why not?
In the short stack, the smirk, the fold. Line's going up, 15K, 30K.
What is the next?
If we register now, but decide to cancel,
Show that?
that'd be okay.
Show that? Yeah.
I don't know. What is the next tournament? What is the next tournament? Ah, okay. I don't know how to play that.
Yeah,
Yo,
register
check 'em
me,
out.
yeah.
Some combinations,
chance.
little different.
It's a bit different.
Stand.
Take your photo.
Nah, just the short deck tournament. For the lower vake.
Brewer's now the short deck expert
I don't
here.
know if I'm gonna play it or not. I haven't
3 for
decided,
3.
but since I can cancel, it makes sense to just do it.
Brewer, you got to play. I mean,
Yeah,
Jeff
you gotta
just
go
said
4 for 4.
you have 100% ROI in short deck.
How do you not final table? Erosian with a good one.
But the air looks interested.
Here. King Queen.
Yeah.
Shows you the power that Martirosian has over
What
this
is
table.
King,
Jesus. That's unfair.
Martirosian's like, hey, I'm only playing Jacks and Aces. I've showed
And
you guys.
yeah, and I love that he is showing them because they're just going to give him a little bit more credit every time he opens. Like, wow, all right, you're just running hot. We know you should be opening a ton of hands. But if at all you were doubting, well, here's the evidence.
Olivier is the 250K buy in a short deck tournament. It is not. Super High Roller Bowl Europe, No Limit, Texas Hold'em. A 3-day tournament. Will most likely pick up coverage on day 2. We could start with day 1 coverage tomorrow. Ace-9 of spades for Badir.
He just knows what's coming, right? You're opening right into Martirosian.
65.
Ready to fight. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
wow.
Just always has it.
Looks down at Ace-King. I mean, we do call him No Fear Badir.
Yeah, no, this for his tournament life, you just
Yeah,
can't do it
right.
with these short stacks at the table.
Whoa.
Shows it.
Ace King.
Playing well and running well, pretty good combo, huh?
How do you have ace king?
Ace-9 suited.
Call.
Not good enough.
Call, what do you have?
Appreciate you guys tuning in on YouTube and of course our Poker Go viewers. Please like,
How much do you have now?
subscribe
You have, like,
to this
850?
merit
Yeah, give our
Poker
friends
channel.
some love.
Yeah, we're going to be on here
Thank
every
you.
single day. Occasionally, we're also on the Poker Go YouTube page.
Now Brewer has a good one.
Maybe considering attacking again with just 9-3 suited. Try and punish Brewer. Again, Brewer's just not opening wide, and oh boy.
Wow!
This is an outrageous spot.
Whoa. Okay.
Brewer makes the call with Ace-King, and here we
some
go.
Outrageous spot.
An outrageous spot indeed. I mean, there are very few hands that Brewer is going to put chips in with. This is one of them. And our short
That was an
stacks
open
become
shove.
very interested observers. Brewer
game,
only
though.
about a 2-to-1 favorite.
Wish I didn't consider just open
It
shoving
doesn't feel
button.
great.
Probably wishes he would have done that now rather than running into
be a
this
mistake, but-
awkward scenario. Here we go.
Ace in the window, ace 9-4, all clubs. Sweat it out a little more.
Oh, it's never easy.
Rosian looking for an even bigger stranglehold on this tournament. Needs a 9 or a 3. Ooh, it's
Oh,
the
boy.
deuce on the turn.
Oh, boy.
Brewer is pained. 9 outs for Martirosian, which you see on the top of your screen. Looking for a 9, a 5, or a 3 to bust Brewer on the bubble.
This is the wolf sweat right now. I just need this call to come.
River card.
Oh, my gosh.
It is a 3.
Oh,
And Brewer's day is done. The bubble is burst.
Good game,
oh,
guys.
just disgusting.
Good game, please. Sick.
It's
Very sick.
Oh, my goodness. Martirosian delivers a sick and twisted beat to Chris Brewer.
That's a $245,000 bubble.
Спасибо большое.
You at least feel bad.
steak.
Sick indeed.
Oh, my gosh.
Boldigan, Peters, Guibert find a way to make the money as we look at our payouts presented by Lux on Pay.
The short stacks survive. The middle of the pack has left the arena. First, Michael Zhang at the hands of Martirosian, and now Chris Brewer, who was second in chips. He goes home with nothing.
You got a feel for the American there. Wow.
Oh, it's not a bad money, huh?
Oh,
Now I have to somehow.
Just
Now you got that.
Almost call, huh?
Sick and
I was very
twisted.
close, huh? Because I know you do that with 9-3.
Yeah.
So now I am like Jack High, maybe good. You know?
the other 4 players share 1.6 million in chips. Martirosian has 5.4.
I mean, I
I
think
mean, that's, oh,
I need to take something because I'm nauseous.
you look sick.
I'm. Oh.
A 6 for Guibert in the small blind. Show the goods.
Might earn him one next time, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Johan Guibert works his way into the money.
All right, nothing to
All the
lose
two
now.
good ones.
Yeah, you're guaranteed cash. It's gonna be fast and furious, I think, with Peters, the viral.
You go slowly like ice, you know.
The Akaslav is very short.
Guys,
Okay, but
I had starting stack.
Yeah, you have starting stack.
Not bad.
No, plus the blind. It's okay, you grind.
you run good.
You run good. Don't cry. You
Yeah,
come on,
yeah,
Oh,
no
the
problem.
short
Ah,
stacks are
I'm just kidding. I'm
fantastic.
just kidding. I'm trolling you. I like to troll you.
Brewer and
I'm fine
Zhang
with
entered the
10
day
chips as
second
well.
and fourth in chips, respectively.
Like,
Yo, Viral says, let's go.
This is my favorite hand when it's suited spade. 6, 7 spade, my favorite hand.
Gotta be spades.
Just in general.
You win
But
so
more in cash game. Not too much in tournament.
Jim says commentators, that's why
I will what?
to give him
You
some
win so
respect.
much with this hand?
Yeah, cash game I like. I like this
Say call,
because
but
it makes
fair.
little straights
Yeah.
in big pots, you know. Little flush, little trips.
3-bet pot, huh?
Yeah, I like. 500 deep, stuff like that. You know?
Состоянием
Что-то I
сейчас
like.
будет.
okay.
У нас где-то минут через 5.
What in the world is this leaderboard? We know it's presented by GG Poker, but I mean,
Holy cow.
what do you even say at this point?
Oh man, I mean this is like game set match. Anything can happen. You've got a lot of volatility in final tables.
It's true.
2 through 5, someone's going to go on a heater and accumulate. Seems inevitable. Martirosyan's just walking away with it.
Could that someone be David Peters, who looks down at 2 kings?
Maybe a min race coming.
You're right.
Badir just snap folds ace-10 correctly. Martirosyan.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think he recognizes Peters has to be quite strong here.
Yeah, so he'll just flick into
I'm
defense. Queen 9-8, 2 clubs. Martirosyan does have the king of clubs, 165K in the pot. Peters is 230K behind.
Sort of texture that maybe you suspect your opponent is collided with. Expect Peters to induce some way, shape, or form. You ever come with another just 60,000 or just stuff it all? Yeah, I think he's feeling pretty good that Martirosyan has a piece. Obviously incorrect.
Too many chips.
Too many.
Too many, bro.
Gotta color up a little bit.
You can you believe that someone of us can do second place?
Yeah, I saw that. It's nice, huh? 1 million.
Oh, not me.
Not too bad,
Still
huh?
not me, I think.
Maybe we should deal all split now.
Between us four,
Yes,
not
yes.
Artur.
No, between with him also is.
Without him.
Yeah, of course.
How about a 5-way chop, Artur? How do you feel about that?
Pass.
Here with ace king. 22 bigs. Next pay jump is worth $140,000. Kadir just says, let's rock and roll.
So scary, Arthur. Can I have one also?
Now the time. About 6 bigs.
Race.
Well, we're committed now,
Make it
Jeff.
125K.
Yeah.
Ace 3.
You can continue talk at this final table. It's like a week, maybe.
Time bank use, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act.
Yeah, it is again, it's a strange spot considering that the money ladder's now in play.
It's just on the break.
Just
And
pretty
all of the
inevitable
short
that
stacks, but
Boldagin is going to be getting it in.
Você deixa break, да? Okay. I'm not sure. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All time complicated.
it's super complicated. With
I
four
think
short
that one,
stacks
I
in
mean,
it.
yeah, I'm fine with a fold there.
Same.
I'm still pretty adamant the ace-9 suited was a call earlier,
Okay,
but
we
hey,
can.
listen,
I think the ace-10
you know
also.
what? You're
Yeah,
printing
still
money
alive.
regardless.
5 left. 245K guaranteed to 5th. The Frenchman, Yo Viral, still in it to win it. It's going to be difficult, though. As we look at our leaderboard presented by GG Poker before we go to break, Artem Martirosyan with almost 5.3 million in chips. In second place is Salahaddin Badir with 745K. Johan Guibert, David Peters, Vyacheslav Boldigan round out our final table. Can Martirosyan hold on? Can he just go ahead and win this thing? Find out when we come back. You're watching Super High Roller Series Europe. Stay with us.
For everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Card game in progress. Heads
True.
up for
Thank you, Ollie.
3.6
Appreciate
million
it.
and
See?
change. No, it's
Now you're
between
learning.
hands are okay. Queen deuce offsuit for Alex. Just shy of 4 million to 7 million.
150 declared, yeah. Axum with a nice one, king 6 suited in there fighting, of course.
And unlike three-handed and up, one really doesn't have the luxury of exercising too much patience in heads-up poker.
That's exactly right, Ollie. The expression, the blinds are coming around really
Right.
on full display. Heads up, every hand throwing chips in.
Haxton flops himself a king-high flush draw here.
He certainly does. A nice flop for Ike, to say the least.
Checks the best hand. And looks up at a c-bet.
Locks him with queen high, queen of diamonds. C-betting indeed. Why not? And Haxton, I believe, will call, but let's see. Raising is possible. I think Ike will be sprinkling in probably a little more of the fringe raising in the cash game variety of heads up where we can rebuy when disaster strikes, and that sweet 3 of diamonds will do it for this hand. Does Foxen have a plan, or will a diamond roll off on the end, which would really spell trouble for him?
Well,
let's see.
Really no equity on the flop. He suddenly has what he perceives to be some value to this queen deuce with the prospects of a queen high
It's
diamond.
true, and we do bully the straight draws and some of the 8x no diamonds sometimes, but Ike did come along on the 8-10 ace 2 diamonds facing a c-bet, so we have to be concerned. He does fire again, Ali, and well, a welcome sight for Mr. Haxton, to say the least. Let's see if he goes with the slow play or tries to boost it up and win this thing right now. As we see, the queen Dewey won't
Misses so
be
much hand
cooperating,
heads
but
up.
right.
Nick. I favor the flat, and then maybe we lead the river.
You're a very sneaky player, Ali. You're always favoring the flat and the slow play.
It's just
Haxton agrees with you, though, so
it's
great
my
minds
devious
think alike.
nature, you know
right,
me.
right.
And the 6 on the end.
Fox and stone cold empty, and if Haxton checks it over to him, which would be very standard given the way this one is played, will Alex go for it? We shall see. Just queen high.
Remember, Foxen raised the button, barreled 235 on the flop, and then 515 on the turn after successive checks from Haxton.
He's definitely told a story. He may continue to tell, but
10 seconds.
as we see, it's not going to go his way if he does.
1.4 million.
1.4 million announced and
Incinerated.
Haxton internally salivating. Yes, 1.4 million announced and incinerated. And poor timing for Mr. Foxen happens. A world of hurt coming his way shortly.
There's that burning smell in your living room.
Right. Haxton may balance things and go time bank. But let's see.
All in.
Yeah.
And Alex doesn't get cute. Just
No,
pitches
just
it.
Instamucks. And you're going to have to bluff if you want to play heads up, no limit. Foxen tried, and not this time. Great
By the
run
way,
out
that-
for Haxton, and he's running away with this thing right now, Ollie.
At 1.4 million on the river, almost half of Alex's remaining stack.
Yeah. Finds himself in the spin zone just like that. A pretty quick ascent for Haxton to start things off.
Runaway
Just like
train.
that, primed and ready. With the win, look at that. Moves into 13th on the all-time money list. And we touched on it before, but doesn't even really focus on tournaments. Not to say that he hasn't played tournaments for quite a long time. I've seen him at the World Series over the last 10 some odd years, high rollers, what have you. But he doesn't focus on them as much as some others. Very impressive stuff. I know the high roller community does breed these gigantic prizes, and there's some great players out there not playing these stakes. But 13th all-time is 13th all-time, and he's only 33. Makes no qualms about being a professional poker player. Never announced his retirement. Never moved on. He's here. Does some other things, but, you know, he's Ike Axton. Limps in with the King-3, Foxen with the Queen-6 of diamonds. Asking himself why he didn't have that last hand. Would have been no good, but checks.
And for Foxen, going to be important. Not that it's something he's incapable of, but to just take a breath. It's all right.
I think he is, Ali. And you're absolutely right. You must keep it together emotionally. And I just find it hard-pressed to believe he's had the results he's had without doing that.
Certainly.
Have to take that breath and shrug it off, for sure.
But one wonders, with respect to those results, how many of them have involved a start to heads-up play like the one he's experiencing here and now? How many of them have involved this buy-in, this first-place prize? Fewer
I
and
think
further
none.
between.
Yeah, I think it's his first super high roller bowl. And if he falls to Axton, as we see, turns best hand here with the sixes, sometimes we don't have too much of a chance to discuss it when the play ends because we cut down interviews and that's all she wrote. But what a year for Mr. Alex Foxen, and he just burst onto the scene in a major way. An understatement. But he's really here, Ali. One of the best no-limit tournament players in the world. He announced that this year to everybody who's paying attention, and it's a pretty big community globally.
Check on the flop. Check on the
hunt
turn.
for a little
board
value
pairs.
from Jackson 5s, Jackson 4s, King High that's stubborn, I don't know, a little dicey. This Queen kicker does not play. See what Foxen comes with.
And heads-up play in
Be
particular,
happy to
Nick,
bluff catch with this one.
calls upon the art of thin value.
It does, and Foxen agrees with you, Ali.
130.
And you look at Ike instantly asking
Absolutely,
how much with
a
King High.
heads-up player fully aware of the thin value kind of situation and why those pursuits are justified, because quite hard to make a hand.
Love the
Heads up, Ali.
sizing, by the way.
Yeah.
This is really on the upper boundary of what one might expect gets paid off. But to Ike with the discipline lay down.
Yes. Discipline lay down in a post hand, kind of read pursuit by glaring over at Fox and wondering what's what. A lot of people don't realize with Haxton, good guy, nice guy, integrity, and also just a stone cold killer. Can be a little bit deceptive sometimes. You can sort of come sneakily as we see the year of the Fox and 5 wins, Ali. That's unreal. 24th recorded live tournament cash, 4.4 million in earnings, and #1 on the Global Poker Index. So bravo, salute. Incredible stuff from Foxen. Year of the Foxen indeed.
Yep.
And what a feather in the cap of a tremendous year, this 2018 Super High Roller Bowl. 5 Heads up. Strong.
I don't know if they make a stocking big enough to stuff all that cash in.
Right. Does limp in. Again with that gigantic ante sitting out there. Players will VPip an awful high amount from the button, and Haxton
Rags on
knuckles with
rags.
queen 3.
Flops himself middle pair on the
Yep.
ace high board. Dust for Alex.
Checks. Foxen does the same.
Turn card. Jack. Now Alex drawing dead.
Some stuff we wouldn't mind building a pot against. For an Ike seat with the queens. Checks, though, the ever sneaky Ike Haxton. And will he extract a little drawing dead money from Foxen? See in a second. Ike Haxton is a sneaky player, Ollie.
Checking again. Looking to induce the bet from Foxen and has succeeded in extracting 75,000 in draw
Glass
dead money.
half full approach by me. Wanting to just lead and charge stuff. Haxton not losing sight of the grand scope of things. Beautifully inducing this 75 dimes. And as we see, he has his opponent drawing dead. Something he's very familiar with in heads-up poker. Sometimes on a 9, queen, ace, jack, even just with middle pair, your opponent has no paths to victory in the form of the 6 deuce, 4 5s of the world, etc. Haxton knows it, and see if Foxen goes bombs away on this river. Just waves a white flag. Flicks the button over to Ike and tries to make something happen next hand.
Alex is a guy that wants to contest for every pot when given the opportunity, but perhaps he'll be relieved of that duty.
Not too much to do with the 6 deuce here, yeah. Rough start for him, obviously.
So Haxton, heck of a 2018 he's had, by the way.
We got to watch him win the Super High Roller Bowl, the 1 drop.
And remember the Macau Super High
Pretty
Roller
sure
Bowl as well.
Went out to Asia, won another Super High Roller Bowl. I believe he won the heads up, the 10K heads up at the World Series too. I think he just went ahead and took that one down. It's either this year or last year because they can sort of blend into each other. But yeah, just a kind of,
All in.
as we see, Fox and Jammin with the suited ace will do it. Just a kind of year that you don't really see, but a kind of year we need in poker because it creates that magic that it's possible to be so.
Can Artur Martirosyan hold on to a dominant chip lead? Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Super High Roller Series Europe. We're here in Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. 5 players remain, all 5 in the money. A 5th place payout of $245,000. There's a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth. And Brent, look at that chip lead.
Yeah, to answer your question, yes, Jeff.
Okay.
Martirosyan will hold on to this chip lead. However, will Selahattin Badir be able to maintain sort of this second place position in order to move up a massive pay scale? Obviously, you know, Vyacheslav, Peters, Yelviro, they've got some work to do. One of these 3 is going to make a run. It's pretty inevitable.
Or so we think.
Well, my money's on one of them, Jeff. Someone's going to have to shoot it up.
David Peters, the queen 6 of diamonds. Blind versus blind. Still at 15K, 30K with a 30K big blind ante. It's a walk for Badir. 2nd place finish at event number 2, the 25K. 1st place finish at event number 4, the 50K. So he's final tabled all of the no limit hold'em events here at Super High Roller Series Europe. Beat Phil Ivey heads up to win event number 4 for his first career tournament victory. And moving up the ladder on the PokerGo Tour leaderboard, PokerGo Tour is presented by Guaranteed Rate. Aliyam Shurovich is in first. He is here in Cyprus. He will play Super High Roller Bowl Europe, as will Carrot Katz. Haven't seen Sean Perry, Sam Soverall, or Sean Winter.
Carrot Katz made this trip looking for what we believe to be his first cash.
Yeah.
Sort of a surprise. He was one of the bubble-ish victims in this event, bowing out in, I believe it was 8th place last night.
Badir is now in 17th on the PokerGo Tour leaderboard, passing Daniel Negreanu just with his scores in the last week.
Badir considering all 3 options: limp, jam, or simply fold. He's going to give himself a chance to try and see 3 to win this pot.
All in?
No. Yeah.
Not going to work.
Fold again. Easy one.
Catches that fold again. Hanging around is that short stack.
It's best hand
Yeah,
for Ivey.
yeah, all right.
For this.
The bubble burst in pretty nasty fashion. Chris Brewer getting it in with ace-king against Martirosian's 9-3 at diamonds.
You have to wonder if Brewer's kicking himself for not just open ripping the button, given the ICM situation.
King Jack for Guibert, 13.5 bigs. Sit down. Fold again, King 4. Blind versus blind.
Yeah, I think it's probably very close, but King 4 likely just needs to go in.
Yeah, it's the shortest stack here. Less than 10 bigs.
The pain is real. Uncertain if we should do it or not. You know that Martirosian's just going to call it off correctly. King 4, so often the time just the best hand. You are the short stack. You really don't have anything to lose, so to speak, when you're the short stack. Folding does make money in a way.
Yeah,
In the event that
needs to go in.
I think so, but you know, in the event that someone else can bust here, we can
Of course.
move up the pay scale. But yeah, King 4,
And sure.
we just got to put it in. We have a little bit of fold equity, clearly.
Absolutely. There's a 140K pay jump from 5th to 4th.
Yeah. I'm not sure here. Maybe it's like, I don't know.
It's now the time on the button.
It's got that pain look again.
Yeah.
Not sure what the hand is, but
Peters with a 6. Takes a look at Boldigan's stack. Lays it down.
so there you have it. Just a waiting game. Peter's going to fold the A6.
Yo.
He knows that Boldigan about to get hit with the big blind in the big blind ante. Sort of wonder what the cutoff is there for Peter's calling. Maybe it's ace-8 plus, ace-9.
Queen Jack in the small blind, 8 bigs behind.
A lot easier
All of
to
it.
just simply be the guy that moves it all in rather than calling it off. This is working out well for Peters. Fold the A6 to the chip leader. Get this through.
Back. David Peters, the winner of the U.S. Poker Open in 2019 and in 2021. His 3 wins on the Poker Go Tour this year. Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. This is his 8th Poker Go Tour cash. And that moves him up to at least 11th on the Poker Go Tour leaderboard. Thank you all for joining us at Super High Roller Series Europe, presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay.
How you feeling today, Jeff?
Fantastic.
Chipper.
Some good sleep.
Yeah.
Ready to rock and roll. How are you? You a little tired?
A little bit,
Little
but you
tired.
know, we're getting there. Yeah.
Tomorrow we'll feature final table coverage of the $100,000 short deck event. And then we'll move on to Super High Roller Bowl Europe coverage. That's the $250,000 buy-in. Here's Guy Bear with ace-10. All of it. Gets through. Johan Guibert, the winner of event number 2, the 25K no limit for more than $500,000.
1 black queen, 1 black jack.
Certainly the most popular player as far as our YouTube chat is concerned. Quite the following that he has amassed.
Ace-10, you will see on the stream.
Ace-10.
I have to imagine the masseuse is absolutely pulling for Guibert. The longer he's there, the more money she's going to make. He'll keep her there the entire time, as he did in event number 2.
She was there by his side just about the whole way.
I think you call.
If he posts, red card.
Yeah.
Pulled again down to under 200,000. This is the Russians' first cash of Super High Roller Series Europe, which puts him past the $2 million mark in career tournament earnings. Queen of diamonds for Guibert.
Sort of interesting why we're not open shoving, I guess, just in case chaos occurs, we can find a way to get off of it. Able to perhaps min raise fold if we face any resistance, and gonna chip on up. Yo viral.
Blue chips worth 5K, browns 25K apiece. The white chips are 100Ks. $245K guaranteed to our final 5. 140K pay jump from 5th to 4th. $1.4 million up top.
Pretty hand, Jack-9 suited. However, if we do raise, we are committed to shoves from Vyacheslav, potentially even Peters. I think that's a very good fold.
Peters, the Jack-6 of spades with 8 bigs behind. know this was pre-bubble, but by now he's seen or heard about Johan's ace-9 full. Rips it, and we'll win here.
Dusting in the chat. It's good to see live poker again.
We agree.
Absolutely agree with that. Just a beautiful resort where these guys are all playing. Cyprus, Merit Casino.
Brent and I will be there next year.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Person. Sixes for the chip leader.
Sort of wonder how close of a spot that was for sixes to just simply open shove.
Badir is in second. He's started the hand with about 23 bigs.
Thank you.
8-8. When's the last time we saw a flop?
It's been a while, but the more I let this sort of soak in, I like Martirosian's approach. Just small ball and accumulate. No need to
Badir not going to
relinquish.
get out of line in this spot with
Yeah.
those short stacks and these pay jumps looming. Well, there it is. Almost 80% of the chips in play with 5 players left.
I don't know the last time I've seen this. Trevor Moore in the chat. Yeah, we're live, man.
Live, baby. Olivier,
Slight
do the
delay.
commentators play poker? Yeah, on occasion.
Yeah. Jeff plays more than I do.
Yeah,
I used to play a
more than
lot.
Brent.
Played for a living for 12 years.
Oof. You must be very old.
39, Jeff. I am 39 years.
Young. Still
Very
a young
old.
gun.
Very
Ace
old.
9 for Peters.
Is that 6 blues? 6?
Man, a few words. But one of the best in the world.
$75.
We'll open here to 75K.
That's Badir thinking. Oh, this would be pretty ridiculous if he made a move with 10-8 off.
This would be pretty sick.
If he does it, it has nothing to do with the hand and everything about his sort of gut and intuition. No.
Boldigan flings the 3 high into.
Maybe call? Huh?
Peters doesn't say much. He lets his results and his play do all the talking. One of the best players to ever do it in no limit hold'em tournaments.
With this cash, he passes the $35 million mark in career tournament earnings.
Jesus. Back-to-back
Round
U.S. Poker Open titles.
Yeah, that's all in.
Queen 5 of diamonds.
Oh, all right, well, here we go.
Rosian looks down at the King Jack. Here we go indeed. Boldigan the 1 all in and at risk with the Queen 5 of diamonds against Carter Martirosian's King Jack. King 8-7, 1 diamond.
Gonna need a lot of love
Backdoor
on the
draws.
turn.
Yeah.
6 of diamonds would be a fun one.
Oh,
Thank you.
5. Keep the door open.
6 of diamonds now.
No, 6 of diamonds. 5 is good. GG.
4 on the river. We say good game to Vyacheslav Boldigan. Out in 5th for 245K.
Came in as our short stack. That's a hell of a nice job spinning this thing up. I should say one of our short stacks.
And then there were 4, all guaranteed $385,000 and more chips added to the stack of the chip leader, Artur Martirosyan. Let's take a look at the payouts presented by Luxon Pay.
Finally,
Boldigan
Jeff,
out
someone
fifth.
on the board.
Yeah. 175K pay jump from 4th to 3rd. Up top in this one, $1,400,000. Folds around to Martirosyan in the small blind. It's in here. Peters has ace-3. 11 bigs behind.
Yeah, he opened the door. Peters can move it all in, I think, pretty safely. With ace high. I think he understands Martirosyan is definitely trying to employ a bit of a small ball strategy. Able to accumulate.
I believe that makes Guibert our shortest stack, but it is close between Guibert and Peters. Yo viral in the big blind here.
All in.
Rip City for Martirosyan. And Yo Viral wakes up with a good one. Here we go. And here we go.
Oh, Yo Viral.
And here we go.
What?
That did not happen.
That can't. That's not
That
real.
did not happen.
That's not real.
That did not happen.
That's. I mean, this is ridiculous.
I'll see you later.
What is he thinking?
400, right, David? 400.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think
That's the craziest fold I've
410.
ever seen.
I just witnessed the worst fold of all time.
And also the worst.
You have how much?
We love Yo Viral. We love Johan Guibert, but that's absurd. Jack for Peters.
I don't know if I can do this any longer. Clearly, this is a fold.
Yeah, it is.
Holy cow.
This is... I mean... Huh. I don't know what to say. I don't see my broadcast partner Brent Hanks speechless too often.
I mean, I'm not. I can't.
Moments.
I can't. I don't know what to say. It's not going to be nice.
Then stay speechless.
I'm just going to sit here and watch the remainder of this final table. I can't. I can't do it.
70.
Unless there was like a crazy graphics
but
error.
our graphics don't mess up like that. You
that
know, they
it was
occasionally
just,
mess up in a suit with a certain card, but they don't just spit out completely random cards.
I think I have a migraine.
Yeah, Johan has ruined Brent for the rest of the series.
Oh man.
10-4-4, 2 clubs. Martirosian has the ace of clubs. It's ace jack for Peters.
Is there a chance that he made that fold simply for the reaction to just cause, look at the chat erupting.
It's good content.
Our reaction for content later on. I mean, is that just like a clickbait fold? Is that a thing?
Put it on the YouTube thumbnail,
Right.
like folded ace king in 100K tournament.
I mean, if you call yourself Yo Viral, you probably have to do
Sure.
stuff like that in order to garner the attention. But my God, was that horrific.
And those of you in the chat saying ICM, I'm not trying to be mean, but that just, you don't have an understanding of ICM if you agree with that fold. Rosian knows he can apply pressure here, has some backdoor draws as well. That's well done by our chip leader. Did you like my, I'm not trying to be mean, it's like, no offense, but with all due respect.
No, I mean, it's beyond being able to avoid being offensive. Yeah. Just, that's what it is.
And he was the, it's different if there's a super short stack looming, I guess. I mean,
when you're the short stack, and he is
Yeah.
the short stack, you have ace-king suited, you put the money in. It's a clickbait fold. I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
That's all it is. I think he did it for the clicks.
Okay. Romaine says, commentators, you are so bad and you criticize the best player.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Come on, Romaine.
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста.
I have bad hand. Only H3, 7 deuce. I didn't see any premium hand.
Well, ace king
7
of
deuce,
diamonds,
H3.
probably.
What? And now
Queen
you're straight up
four.
lying.
Yeah.
I didn't see any premium
Ace
hand.
jack also. And ace 9.
It will come, I
blind versus
think.
blind.
It will come at the end of the tournament. I hope.
I think it already came.
Maybe it's not bad.
Maybe.
In your
Maybe.
situation.
Yeah, maybe.
Is there a chance that wearing 2 pairs of glasses has
Now I'm sure I'm
alters
gonna have a
caused
premium hand.
his-
Next, look at now.
a visual sort of?
I was almost sure. Like now, for one time I have a walk, I would have a premium hand. He shove any 2 cards since the beginning. Ah, David. I know, huh? Hey, you think I don't know? You think I don't understand what you are doing? I know what is going on.
I don't know.
It's okay, it's okay.
I don't know if any of that was true.
I don't know what's going on at all. I just do not know. that man is the chip leader. Backdoor straight flush draw for Badir. One more hand at this level.
Yeah, because we did.
But we make some plan.
We did the break when we photo.
They take. We. Yeah.
Premium fan? That's my premium. In my game in Malta, you get paid when you win with that. You get paid. 8-3 also. 200 euro each. It's not bad, huh? So maybe you would have called, I'm short stack, and then boom, if you win, we pay more. But, okay. So we play one more level, no break? Okay.
So 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. Friends at Poker News handling the live updates.
You can't fold 2 jacks here, right?
You really are gone.
I mean, here's the thing. He's been putting it all in when first to act, but he just doesn't call it off. So this is clearly a shove.
10 bigs.
Yeah.
There it goes.
2 premium hands in a row. Yeah.
Gets through. So Will
They
show
come
over,
now, huh?
running
They
the
took time to
updates
come,
for
huh?
us today. He says
I prefer them at the end.
Artur Martirosyan
You know?
shove with 9-8 of diamonds on the
Maybe
button.
you were
Johan
right
Guibert
about
woke
that.
up with ace king of
Better
diamonds
to
in the
not
big
have
blind
too
with
much
12 big
hand and
blinds.
then boom.
Guibert
Rush
folded.
of premiums like you before.
And that's the whole update. Well done.
Like bulldozer. French bulldozer. French tractor. Tractor, not bulldozer. But tractor for now. Diesel. Diesel. Big blind. It's expensive, big blind.
All in.
All of it. Salahaddin Badir. Guibert looks down at kings. Hesitate.
4-4.
I mean, wait a minute.
Queen 6.
We're just quickly folding the ace king suited, then we're going to eye up the guy when we've got queen 6.
Come on.
All right.
I trust you on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
10, 20.
There it is. 20K, 40K, 40K big blind ante. Jack 10 of clubs with 10 bigs behind. After the chip leader opens.
You check your stress. Good job.
We've lost it, haven't we, Jeff?
I believe so.
Yeah. Martirosian decimating this final table. Peters,
sorry.
I'm just going to say Peters is just doing everything he can to stay afloat. Yoviral has accumulated despite some of the most ridiculous play I've ever seen.
In our YouTube chat, he says, if that's him, I don't know, but I think it might be him. He says, imagine taking my trolling in first degree. I don't quite know what that means. Peter's in for most of it. Maybe he means just the talk about not seeing premiums. He's just messing around. I don't know. Raise and take it for D. Peters. $385,000 guaranteed to our final four. 175K
We
pay
played
jump.
so many final
to
tables,
third.
and always forgot
Oh.
to show cards.
Sorry.
Well, the good news is,
Oh,
for my man Yoviral, he's going to get a lot of questions and interviews and comments and clicks about what's happened at this final table. Could be good for the brand overall. That's the good news.
Very good news. And more good news. He's going to win at least $385,000.
At a minimum.
Yeah.
Imagine that laydown and then coming back and somehow winning the tournament. What a storyline. I don't really think it's him in the chat, if that's the case, because we're playing.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Well, he stepped away a few times, maybe. Firing off in the chat. Badir with King Jack and 11 bigs.
All in.
All of it. Peters with ace 10 in the small
440.
blind. About 7 bigs behind. Lays it down. Bear folds the board.
Okay.
Peters now the short stack.
Oh,
We can deal last three. We give all chips David and he will play heads up for us. What do you think?
we stuck him. David, we stuck you. We believe in you. You are the best of us.
Every time.
Sounds good to me.
Or maybe Christina. We put Christina on the table now. We stack her and she will defeat you.
Not sure we'll be welcome in France after this. But like we've said, we like Johan Guibert. We like him a lot.
If
We
I
like
had to,
Yoviral. We love the support.
of course, if I had to guess,
I'm
like
too lucky.
99% of the chat
That's so
would
true.
agree
Yeah.
that that was just beyond.
I'm card dead, David. I'm card dead.
Criticism of somebody's play is never personal. But there is criticism of
Fucking Iceland.
somebody's play. Necessary. Martirosian. And with more than 6 million chips, there's only 7 million in play.
Oh my goodness.
Still 44. Bum bum. Done.
Thank you, guys. I'm big blind.
Ace queen. I mean.
There we go.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah,
there
makes
it
the call
is.
with the ace
Okay.
queen.
Wow.
Up against Martirosian's 10-3.
I don't know what happened.
Good
but
game,
we're
bro.
in there now.
Went last time.
$998 so far, so good for Guibert. Martirosian looking for a 10 or a 3. Doesn't find it on the turn. He'll need it on the river to Bustio viral.
Okay.
King, safe
Okay.
run out for the Frenchman.
All right.
First time in this
I mean, the fact that he just, like ace queen there, no brainer, right? We just call quickly
I hope it's last
what we'd
one.
expect. Is there a chance that the graphics were wrong?
No.
No. I mean, is there?
It just doesn't, they don't randomly mess up like that.
I still can't.
Thank you.
I guess I'll never be able to understand.
Yeah.
But hey, listen, we're back in it. We doubled up with the ace queen. The
Up to
massage
15
must go
bigs,
on.
Yeah.
We're at 15 big blinds.
Wonder who Peters and Badir were rooting for there. With a 175K pay jump on the line.
Well,
Right back to work for the chip leader. Badir with ace-10.
Pass.
Oh. Because how short
I
is
think because
Peters?
Peters has
Oh,
won
If I know you have a
170.
Hold on 1 second.
and he's going to be in the big blind momentarily.
Sparkling water, please. Yeah, I finished it. Can I have a plate of fruit platter? Fruit plate, yes, mixed. And also...
Yeah, you're right. Peter's pretty short, about 4 bigs. Sevens into the muck from Guibert on the button.
Boy.
Peters,
All in.
4 bigs.
my ace
Yeah.
from us.
We play with you online. You remember, Arthur? When you win all the online tournament in party poker.
What's your nickname? Again? Don't understand. Nickname online. You say you play online
with
with him.
real name we play with you.
Real name? Okay.
I have real
David.
name on all sides.
Arthur Marcus, I know. We play with David also in party poker. Aces, king 8, hearts. 10K final.
Taking a look at our leaderboard presented by GG Poker, Art and Martirosian. Just with a massive chip lead, 5.8 million. Guibert, Badir, Peters, they all combined for about 1.2.
10K party poker.
Go
Final
viral
table,
in second.
which one?
Definitely
Like,
going viral today.
Oh,
Out
yeah.
of 100, final table of 10K.
That's an
Yeah,
understatement.
For David, yeah, David, like that.
I know, David.
Some interesting conversation too as we went to
Okay,
that
good luck,
leaderboard.
guys. I also have a free one.
Peter's on
Someone calls
very
me.
short.
Yeah.
Free for the sweat.
Muted.
For the sweat.
Peters all in and at risk
One
with the
yes,
ace
one
9
no. Now, yes.
against Martirosian's
game,
queen
Dave.
3 of clubs.
This doesn't work.
King 6 deuce, so far so good for the back-to-back US Poker Open champion.
Have to go clear.
Oh, the turn is a 3.
Oh boy.
Peters on the ropes, 6 outs. You see him at the top of your screen. Needing an ace or a 9 to stay alive. And finds the 9 on the river. You
Disco.
never know.
GG, David.
Sure, Badir and Yo Viral are thrilled.
The 175K page on Bloomy.
Dave, time check. Just fine. Thank you. I fold 2 kings.
I believe it.
Thank you. Thank you.
83% of the chips in play. 4 players left. These 4 diamonds, 7 bigs.
Raise 180.
All in.
And here we go.
Uh-oh.
Badir wakes up with ace-10 in the big blind. Peter's the one all in and at risk with the ace-4 diamonds.
David, you don't mind if I am for seller for this time?
Forgive me this time.
Forgive me, I'm for him for this time.
How much?
Understandable.
380? 280.
With a win here, Badir notches his 3rd podium finish of the
I feel like I'm gonna
series.
make a straight.
You feel a straight?
I feel straight.
Okay.
Okay, you feel like a straight.
I feel like.
For information,
Let's
I
see.
had Jack 8. Doesn't matter.
King
feel the
7-6.
straight.
He could still get there with the straight.
10 of spade, please.
But for now, looking for a 4.
You want to finish quick, huh?
No. 3 is okay, really.
Another
Okay.
king, so some
Okay.
chop outs in the form
Chop,
of a
it's okay.
7 or a
I
6.
swear.
You like me?
Yeah. No, it's not okay.
Needs a 4 now.
Semi-okay.
Good game, buddy.
River card.
Wow.
It is
Oh
a 4.
my gosh. How does he do it? How does David Peters do it? Oh my goodness, you got to feel for Badir.
Nice hand.
Oh, now he is the ultimate short stack.
How to lose $200,000
What a sick river.
by watching a game.
David Peters will not go quietly into the night.
Found
Found the 4 ball.
This is one of the more ridiculous final tables I think I've ever
I
covered.
like when there is more battle.
100.
Insanity
It's more
all
exciting.
around.
It is pretty absurd. Five of spades, 2.5 bigs behind.
Yeah, it's 100% getting called.
Right.
I'm
Says, let's go. Martirosian has a pair.
Oh, it's just an ideal
Yeah.
situation, really, for the 8-5 suited.
You can pass, maybe.
Padir's still laughing it up, having a good time, a class act.
You never know.
He
Never
should.
be too
He's-
careful. The 120, I fold sound.
He's living the dream.
The 100, no. Arthur, King 3, you fold? Probably.
Jack 7 deuce, 7 of spades, couple backdoor draws,
Okay.
lingering for Padir,
Six
looking
of
for an
spades.
8 or a 5.
Too much. 6 is okay.
Turns down the offer of the 6 of spades. And perhaps rewarded by the poker gods for that.
4, please.
Turns a 5 ball. Careful. Another 4 on the river would eliminate Padir. But any other card, and he's found a double.
Comment on repère 200K en regardant une partie de poker.
Up to
Okay,
7 bigs.
How
Gotta
to
love the
again
local
lose
legend.
200K.
Badir.
I watch. I like. It's like I'm betting on sport. It's funny, David. It's funny, huh? We all play together. It's like we play in a team, you know, like.
Let's take a look at the PokerGo Tour leaderboard. PokerGo Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate on Liam Shurovich. More than 2,600 points, more than $3.3 million in in 2021 PokerGo Tour earnings. Kerry Katz in 5th. He's the only other one out of the top 5 here in Cyprus.
280.
David Peters
Yeah.
will be in at least 11.
Thank you.
After today.
Better here. Arthur, I need to change this.
All guaranteed. $385,000, 175K pay jump from 4th to 3rd. $20K, 40K, 40K big blind ante.
Raise.
All of it.
Pass.
Martirosian's 2 tournament wins of his career have both come in 2021. Won EPT Sochi in March for about 325K. Peters with King Jack of clubs on the button.
All in.
Bear with Ace Jack.
Pass.
Snap folds. Got a pretty similar stack to Badir, who has Ace 6.
I think he understands that Peters never just moving in completely light. Wow, calls it
No
off.
fear, Badir. All in and at risk with that Ace 6.
Good game, Salahuddin. I will go toilet. Thank you so much.
There he goes.
Oh. He just left. He literally left. He's going to the bathroom.
Oh, that's great.
This guy's
results later.
amazing. What a legend.
There are 4 left in a 100K. He's all in and
He
at
just
risk,
left.
and he's gone.
All in for his life.
I say, let's go. Comes Queen 10-3.
Oh my goodness.
It's a sweaty flop, but there's no sweat for him because he's not here. Richard Young here in his place, maybe.
Your opponent. Casper. Le petit fantôme. Ouais.
I feel like you should forfeit his hand.
He's right. I want to pee also.
Turn card.
Bon, ce sera un bad beat
It's a
silencieux.
king.
Au moins, il parle pas, Casper. Il crie pas. Il n'y a pas aucune réaction chez Casper.
Can you
Ah,
some?
on vous joue
The
vraiment
deer
de l'argent,
doesn't
hein, les
know
amis.
it,
On
but
joue-
he's down to just 3 outs.
Là, le gap, c'est 350K et 500K. 500 000 $. Ah, but there is no cards in the air. Quoi, pas de snap?
We know Guibert folded a
Bah.
jack.
Ah, okay. I didn't know. During the, I thought only. No, I'm not streaming. I'm making a story. I'm making
Card.
a story. No problem.
Is a deuce. That'll do it for Salah and Badir. They'll come. Oh boy.
Streaming.
One time.
You lost. GG.
Yeah.
He already said his goodbyes.
GG, c'est là. Ciao, bro. Ciao. GG for the 50K
man.
and.
This has been a wild couple hours.
Yeah, it is.
It's impressive. He made sure
Yeah, he had a good enough week.
Yeah.
Right. The first place finish, the second place finish, and now out in fourth for 385K as we take a look at the payouts presented by Lux on Pay. 560K guaranteed to our final three.
Yo, viral. Podium finish. Guaranteed, Jeff. $500,000 plus for our next finisher. 910,000 per second and 1.4 million for first. Can anybody stop Martirosyan?
Top deal?
This to go along with Guibert's win
no,
in
no
event
chip chop,
number
okay.
2 for more than 500K.
No chip chop.
How much?
Quite the
I
week
tried,
for
huh?
Badir, quite the week for him as
Try
well.
chip chop deal, but no chip chop deal.
920?
No?
920.
Okay, I take 1 million. You take the rest.
Nice deal.
Oh, again, there is only one big blind? Yes. Okay. Pass, Arthur, pass. I let you eliminate it. I'm just kidding. I want to pee so much. 12 minutes. Okay, so.
$110.
Raise 110.
Arthur, change please. I'm okay. Look, I don't want to ask every 2 minutes because it's making the game slower if I ask you every 2 minutes. Make me 300K directly. 300.
Okay.
Just to move because we don't want the game slower. Okay. Let's go.
Oh, 2 jacks.
Thank you. Huh? So, 40 and 40. It's already
Raise
taken.
80.
Ace Queen of Diamonds for Guibert.
Here we go.
Here we
Come
go.
on.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
it is.
All right.
Okay, good luck, Arthur. Again, the same. No, flip. Okay.
Martirosyan with jacks. Guibert the one on and at risk with Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Some big hands.
720K in the pot. Some big hands indeed, 3-handed.
Not look like 7 big blinds all in. Like 30 blinds all in.
King 4, 1 diamond. Backdoor draws for Guibert are ruined by potential full house for Martirosyan. So looking for an ace or a queen. Doesn't find it on the turn. Needs it on the river to stay alive. It's a deuce.
Yeah.
GG.
That'll do it
GG.
for Johan Guibert. Absolute class act. Out in third
Thank you, Christina.
for $560,000.
Extremely entertaining, likable guy. Obviously, he's laddered his way up to a top 3 finish.
We'll have some break.
Undeniable. Taking home more than $500,000. The ace-king suited fold will be talked about for quite some time, as it should.
Have a break now.
And I hope we see a lot more of Yo Viral. That is guaranteed.
You and me both. More than $1 million in earnings for him this week with Super High Roller Bowl Europe to come. We'll get set for heads up play. This is what they're playing for. It's $1.4 million up top. Martirosyan, the commanding chip lead, but he's facing off against one of the best in the world. Heads up play when we come back at Super High Roller Series Europe.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for
River.
cash game, lifestyle, and content you can't find anywhere else. Watch live or win. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Just flat, let's see, 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or unfortunate all in a call situation.
Flops a flush draw. The favorite in this hand.
With the nut flush draw, just to come along for the ride. Chan should and could certainly have.
Indeed, just call. Another king on the turn. Divorce checks. Chan checks back. 3 of hearts on the river. Divorce buries it.
And there it is. And Chan now, we assume that Divorce likely to bet the nut flush. Chan decision time on this river with ace high. What sort of bluffs can we potentially pick off? We don't suspect Divorce to be value betting a 7. Oh, look at this. He is going to check the nut flush. So this likely to let him off the hook. Ace 9 should have some showdown value. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get to fold? It would have to be exactly a 7. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get? Likely a queen would ever fold.
Yeah, he does check back.
There you have it.
Divorce was ready to spring the trap.
Oh, yeah. Chan recognizing awfully be a thin bat designed to look like a queen, betting for value. Live to fight another day. Further extending that chip lead now for Daniel Divorce. As Timothy Adams let us know, that is Mr. Toesies to us. A couple premiums here, 6 deuce and 7 deuce.
Divorce wants in with it, though. He's playing every button. comes Dvorak with just 6 high. That'll get the job done.
Yeah, a little sneeze and take.
Yeah, Chan under 20 bigs now. It's there for the taking for Daniel Dvorak. Already has the biggest cash of his career. Looking for his first major victory.
Not the biggest cash for Weilong Chan. $3.2 million, his largest score, and that was for a second place finish in a Triton Series event, 2018. The Milkman, Mikita Badzakuski, won that. Richard Young in third. The Tickler, Sam Greenwood in fourth, and Jason Kuhn in fifth place.
Nobody will take it. It's fine.
Diamonds all around here. Chan limps in with the Jack 3 of diamonds.
Mentioned this guy, Daniel Dvorak, that 29 cashes, 8% of his career total earnings. How about this stat for Chan? 25K plus buying events, good for 8.8 million. That is 98% of his career earnings. All he plays are high rollers, with the exception of his lone win on his resume. Which, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that lone win happened in an
APT event in
Manila.
And that win
good
was
for $7,000.
Yeah.
So his one win on his resume is good for $7,000. 98% of all of his cashes have happened in 25K plus events. I don't know what.
That's a wild one.
Perhaps he won a lottery of sorts, rode the crypto train all the way to Gravyland. My goodness. Just crushing poker. Immediately hopping in the 25K streets and annihilating.
Yeah, it's about a $200 buy-in that he played in Manila.
$200.
Yeah, took it down, got it.
His only title.
Started playing high rollers in 2016. Finished 7th at the Triton main event in the Philippines for $245K.
And he's been all in ever since,
yeah.
Just blasting off in these high rollers and crushing. What a hero.
Forces 10 high is good here.
This Chan just feel inclined to
Yeah,
have to bet here or
for
something. And could Dvorak consider looking him up with 10 high? He very well might. Would he value bet a 3 or a deuce? Maybe. Certainly a queen and a king.
Does indeed lay it down.
Nice little pot there for Chan.
Daniel Dvorak, Weilong Chan heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas. More than $4 million.
Oh.
Chan limps in. Divorce looks down. And an ace.
All in.
All of it. Chan will fold.
First time we have seen this dynamic. Jumping all over the limp by Chan. Divorce looks at a dusty ace, good enough, move it all in, apply pressure, continue to accumulate. Almost feels like we're just sort of moments away from an inevitable collision as this structure has caught up to these stack sizes. Chan under 20 big blinds now. Not necessarily the danger zone, but certainly alarms going off.
Divorce limps in with the queen deuce diamonds. Chan checks.
And you can see with 300,000 chips in the middle, every single pot, that big blind ante so critical.
Yeah.
When you're short, Divorce can simply just continue to lean on Chan and pick up 300K at a pop.
9-ball for Chan on this flop. Divorce with the gut shot. Goes check, check. Another king on the turn.
I see a little value bet here with nines, and Divorce unlikely to go anywhere with queen high. He knows that Chan should be stabbing with air in an attempt to pick up these all meaningful pots. Queen high can very well be the best hand, and it obviously has some equity.
Does make the call. We are heads up for the title of event number 6, Super High Roller Series Europe. Welcome back to Cyprus. Welcome back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks, and then there were two. Brent, some work to do for David Peters as we take a look at this leaderboard presented by GG Poker.
You could say that again. A lot of work to do. However, Jeff, heads up. Volatility, chaos, it's inevitable. We've seen these sorts of comebacks happen, and if anybody can get it done, it's Disco David Peters. Let's rock.
Martirosian in fantastic shape. Still, that not the man you want to be facing across the table. The trophy on the line with a $1.4 million first place prize, a difference of about 500K from second to first. Underway and heads up as it comes 10-5-5 with 2 diamonds. Peters flops the flush draw, 10s and 5s for Martirosian. We're still at the 20K, 40K level. So Peters started heads up with a little bit more than 20 bigs.
Oh.
And he turns the flush as Martirosian turns 2 pair.
Peters soaking it in. He's certainly aware that Martirosian can easily have a 10, perhaps even trips. Would expect for him to get max value out of his flush here on the turn.
Indeed, he does fire. Healthy fire to the tune of 150,000. Martirosian flicks in the call. Need to fill up on the river. And does not. River does bring another diamond. $500K in the pot. Peters will check back, show down the winner. Good start to heads up for David Peters. 3 of spades on the river. Could have been an even better start.
Here we go.
Martirosian out of Russia looking for his 3rd win of the year.
I believe this is the first time that any opponent has had more than 1 million chips at this table, aside from Martirosyan,
who has about 6.
You right?
Check 6.
with the big blind ante in play, I don't expect either one of these guys to ever fold a hand. You're simply going to call and limp in because of the price, or you're going to raise. At least I don't think you're going to fold. Even a hand as bad as 7 deuce. Great example. Peters flicks it in with 10-4 off.
Does flop a 4. Martirosyan will go for it here. He'll get looked up.
Just like that, it's a ball game. Peters just accumulating early.
David Peters looking for his 29th career tournament title. He's 28-24 heads up in his career. Artur Martirosyan looking for his 3rd career live victory. He's 2-1 heads up. Both wins coming this year.
Yeah, Martirosyan's known for his online play. The live resume just really starting to come together over the last year and a half or so.
Что? Я на большом. Я же говорил оставлять. Я поэтому смотрел.
$1.4 million guaranteed to first. A little choppy here, apologies for that, but here we go, and here we go.
Goodness.
Peters with queens. Martirosyan a pretty strong hand heads up as well. Starting the hand with 25 bigs.
All in.
And here we go. David Peters all in and at risk with 2 queens against Martirosyan's ace-9.
All in call.
Martirosyan looking to seal the deal. flop. There's a 9 in it, 975.
Пока только девятка.
Looking for an ace or a 9. Not on the turn, although some chop outs now available in the form of a 6.
Появился
But
вариант
it's
на
an ace
девятку.
or a 9 for the title, for the trophy, for $1.4 million. Oh, it's an 8. That was a 6 sweat with the choppiness.
Oh, my.
And look out, folks. Here comes David Peters.
Absolute ball game on our hands. Could we see a miraculous comeback? Martirosyan just trying to fend everything off.
Peters up to 50 bigs, just
Wow.
like that.
Yeah, we're in for, I think we're just in for a long battle at this point. And this is very choppy, guys. Bear with us.
1,000,005.
Oh, there we go.
Like this. Correct.
Martirosyan says, okay. Everything is fine. A little reset. About a 70-30 edge for Martirosyan. But now they are both deep. David Peters certainly the one with the more experience. Peters has moved into 10th on the Poker Go Tour leaderboard. Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate, passing Alex Foxen. A win would move Peters up to 6th. So he would also pass Chris Brewer, Andrew Moreno, Clayton McGuire, and Toby Lewis. Martirosyan's second cash of Super High Roller Series Europe. He finished in 8th in event number 4, the 50K for $104,000. Blinds going up, 25K, 50K, with a 50K big blind ante.
Oh, that
Clearly our connection not great with the good people in Cyprus. We are working on that. Ace king for Peters. Martirosyan has an ace.
Peters just sizzling hot to start this heads-up match.
Martirosyan did call. And did flop a 7. Peters backdoor straight and flush draws. We're in an alternate universe.
Well, we're clearly living in a sim.
Based on the last couple hours,
yeah,
I'd agree with you. The bet was 100K.
Did you slip something in my water?
No.
Or is this all happening?
This is actually happening. Spades on the river. 510K in the pot. Peters resigned to checking back. We'll see the winner. Seven for Peters.
Back and forth we go. Peters lands some early haymakers to get back into this thing, and now both players just exchanging some jabs. Martirosyan trying to reclaim chips lost. See if Peters goes for a little value here with this 7.
Will indeed. Martirosyan folds. 1.4 million up top in this. Martirosyan has 1.3 million in career live earnings.
He can more than double that here today. Take home that beautiful trophy. Peters just shows up, hops in the 100K, automatically assumes a heads-up spot, take home the title. That's what he does. Pretty nice texture for a C-bet out of Martirosyan. Gets it done. Mentioned earlier, this heads-up play began because of the great price you're being laid when you're on the button. These two players are so talented. You will not see a single fold with any two cards. You will either call or raise, never folding pre. Again, that could change as stacks begin to shallow if you fall in towards the danger zone. Very unlikely. To settle a little bet, 50K. Peters, is a pair good enough? Probably. Just in case Martirosian's doing exactly what he's trying to do with the 10 deuce.
Bluff only with 10 deuce. You call also 10-4.
Queens for Martirosian. Our guy Jamie Staples ran that Yo Viral fold.
Okay.
Through an ICM program. Looks like it's losing about $35,000 to fold that.
Okay, so losing a good amount of money.
Yeah.
But maybe not the worst fold of all time.
125.
Fair. Yeah, but we like to exaggerate for effect.
Non-believer. Gonna look him up with ace high.
$550K in the pot.
Yeah, this is a critical pot. See if Martirosian potentially sizes this thing up if he does go for it. Do you ever consider an overbet? The 6 in his hand, pretty key card on this texture.
$7.5.
Overbet it is. 750,000.
You said 7.5.
7.5, I said. 75.
Gets it done.
Beautiful. Absolutely love that. Peters likely would have been willing to call half pot, 3/4 pot. Put him to the test for much more of that. Peters just can't call with ace high. So difficult to do. Has to maintain that current stack depth. Can't afford to be wrong.
The goods there with Peters folds. Building back that chip lead is Artur Martirosian. Not going to be easy to finish this guy off, though.
No, rolls up the sleeves, time to get
says,
dirty.
let's go.
All in.
Oh my. Mixes it up with what he's willing to move it all in pre with. Queen 6. Good enough.
Doesn't change. Just 25 too.
Just trying to wither away Peters.
Peters at about 20 bigs and does flop a flush draw here. Turns that very flush.
All in.
Call.
Martirosyan rips it all in and a call, and here we go.
Oh boy.
У нас шестерки, там туз 8 разные.
Basically said I have sixes, Peters has ace-8. And if I win this, I win the tournament. Peters wins this, though. It is game on. David Peters has run pretty well in the pre-flop all-in so far today. And that continues as he flops an 8.
Восьмерка выхватывает. Играем дальше.
Turn card is a jack. No help to Martirosyan. Needs to find one of two remaining sixes to win the tournament. River card. It's the queen. Peters up to almost 2.4 million.
His second double up since heads up play resumed. Martirosyan likely feeling a little frustrated, but he's played so much poker. He's been around. He understands. This just happens. You just have to grind away, continue to fight. You're up against a guy like David Peters. Nothing is easy.
David Peters 7th on the all-time money list. With a win, he will pass Stephen Chidwick for the number 6 spot. Lead now for Martirosyan. Closest anybody has been to him this entire day. Draw for Peters, 5s for the Russian.
Oh, my.
Oh, 3-ball on the turn. The wheel comes in for Peters.
Could be the kind of card that may slow Martirosian down. If he does elect to bet, I would expect it to be on the smaller side by means of sort of a blocker sizing just to get the showdown. Yet also extrapolating value from worse 5s. A little more than half pot.
Calls.
Sets the trap here. Oh.
Kings and 5s now for Martirosian. Almost 1.4 million in the pot.
This is filthy.
Peters with 1.7 million behind.
All in.
There it is.
Call.
The all-in and the call. We have a new chip leader for the first time today.
My goodness.
Peters on fire. And now he has
Martirosian
the 2-to-1 chip lead.
Noticeably frustrated, as he should be. What a brutal sequence since heads-up play has started.
Minus 607, да?
There it is. David Peters. 2/3 of the chips in play. Wow.
Really just one of the most unlucky river cards for Martirosian.
Yeah.
Thinking kings up. He's already employed the giant overbet in various situations. This time he's got a value hand to do it with.
Perfect.
Trying to get called by an 8. Oh, wow.
We look at the Poker Go Tour leaderboard. It is presented by Guaranteed Rate. Liam Shurovich, dominant this year. Sean Perry, Sam Soverell, Sean Winter, Kerry Katz. Rounding out the top 5. Peters with a win, though, would move into 6th. He's already assured of moving into the top 10, as he'll definitely pass Alex Foxen no matter what happens. Heads up.
475.
Back to work, Martirosyan. Trying to rebound. The momentum clearly has shifted. Has to be frustrating, no doubt. But when you're an elite player, high level, you just expect these sorts of things to happen. You know it's possible. And it's not like David Peters was just terribly short to start heads-up play. He had 20 bigs. It was enough to get back into it.
Martirosyan calls with the sevens here. Queen 4 deuce, 1 heart. Backdoor draws for Peters. Sevens are good. King of hearts on the turn. Flush draw for Peters. 480K in the pot.
Peters considering using this as a 2-barrel ticket, turning that flush equity. Perhaps we can apply a ton of pressure to a 4 in his mindset.
600.
There it is. Nice overbet as well. Puts these pocket sevens that Martirosyan has in a very difficult place.
And Muxum. David Peters. Now thriving. Brent, our guy Yo Viral, Johan Guibert with a couple tweets.
Yeah.
Producer Aiden has been so kind to translate those for us. And basically starts with saying, hey, biggest career score. Had some great pictures. Got a great note from his dad. Does say, P.S. Ace King suited, not a made hand. I think he's being a little sarcastic there. But he does say, at a final table where a pro has 80% of the chips in play, your calling range does need to be tighter. The GTO mode, the numbers would say that Ace King suited is a winning call, but I prefer to make an more of an exploitative fold.
Interesting.
And sticks to it.
Hey, listen, he printed money because of
That's
it.
true.
He laddered up
That's true.
to a top 3
Yeah.
finish because of that fold.
Right. I mean,
and
that's a results-oriented way to look at it, but that is exactly what happened.
Right.
So, in his biggest spot of his career, like you mentioned.
Is it the worst fold of all time? Probably not.
No, but I think you had to say it in the moment.
Yeah.
And I had to agree in the moment. It's one of the wildest folds that we have ever seen on a broadcast.
Yeah. It'll be a hand talked about for quite some time. And it's kind of cool that it happened to a kid that's just taken off with his career.
Yeah.
Back-to-back 500K plus scores, $1 million weekend. He brought a massive audience with him to this stream. In fact, you know, we had 10,000 people watching. When he busted and was eliminated, it immediately dropped down to 3K. What's that tell you? Yeah.
Tells you they aren't here for us.
This kid is very good for the game in so many ways, and that hand will be a fun one to add to his Rolodex as his career unfolds.
Here's a fun one here at Jack 6-5. Pairs for both, backdoor straight draws and backdoor flush draws for both. Rosian, check raise, 300,000.
This is sort of an unorthodox way to play bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw. Maybe just trying to shut down the action right here.
Peters does make the call and does turn a flush draw to go along with his pair of sixes.
Yeah, we're seeing a little top shelf behavior. Peters may be very content with that pair of sixes and the newly acquired flush draw to simply want to just get to the river.
Does indeed check. River's a 9.
And all of a sudden, is that a sort of card where you may feel inclined to represent the 7-8? Would you have check raised the open-ended straight draw? Perhaps part of Martirosyan's plan. It is not just a shutdown.
Peters happy to check back. The upswing continues for David Peters. 5 of the 7 million chips in play. Break time for them. Before we go to break, let's take a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. David Peters has wrestled the chip lead away from Martirosyan. Can Martirosyan fight back? Or will Peters score his 4th Poker Go Tour title of the year? Find out. You're watching Super High Roller Series Europe.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Or watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kempe checking his king high over to the queen high of Holtz.
Holtz with a hand with very few prospects going forward as far as improvement or making a hand, so sometimes you do just try to take it down.
Check, check. Okay. Well,
I will make it a little clearer next time.
Turn as a king, pairing Kempe. That'll eventually be reflected on your screen. Like magic.
That's why you're the best.
Don't bluff the viewing public.
480,000.
Rather sloppy 480 put out there, but doesn't matter how you deliver the bet as long as it gets in there.
Sloppy, neat, or in between. 480's 480. Takes it down. Can't harp enough on the stamina, mental endurance required to play for this many days straight for this kind of money under this kind of pressure. Sure, these two are exhausted. But given that they're both about 15 years old, I think they have a lot of energy left in the tank.
Right. And at what point are they going to do their homework is the real question.
Raise to 400,000.
Right after tournament play concludes,
Call.
they'll be preparing for the
Right.
European SATs.
Actually reminds me of a story, a pro by the name of Brian Hastings,
Check.
famously winning over $4 million playing online poker the day before his last final at Cornell University. And if I remember the story correctly, he kind of said, I don't know about that final. After the $4 million gets shipped your way.
That's pretty strong. Sure we'll be seeing Brian this summer.
Guaranteed that he would finish in fourth, and all of a sudden, the minute Phil Hellmuth got down to the short stack, he was gone in fourth. And
Seidel.
$800,000 jump from fourth to third.
And Eric really making the most of not the greatest cards.
Right, and quite honestly, his discipline earned him an extra
80, right?
$800,000.
And one of those
Yes.
six. I don't
50%
remember
more
last
money
time.
than
Yes.
the 1-6 for fourth.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why he's amongst the winningest players of all time.
Absolutely.
Career earnings rapidly approaching 30 million.
Staggering.
It truly is.
But non-rainer.
Ja, 7 oder so. 4.8.
Raise 400,000.
And I don't want to say or use the word forgotten.
That's good.
Because that's a gross overstatement, but there is another man who didn't show up here and who might be making a return to the no limit high roller circuit, or could always be a force. Mr. Phil Ivey.
Sure.
Always tough. We didn't see him here in this event.
Sure.
Plays a lot of cash games, doesn't always come around for tournaments, and how fun it would have been to watch him spar with the youngsters at this final table.
Absolutely. From a table presence standpoint, I don't think you can get any more uncomfortable than when you're looking up at Phil Ivey's intense stare. Those eyes.
Call.
Never more presence at a poker table than Ivey.
You guys have played cash, I assume? Before?
We have. We've played quite a bit.
Check.
Sensational mixed game player.
Ace 8-7 on the board.
Check.
Plays all the games exceptionally well. No limit hold'em included.
Fedor checked his eights on the flop, and now on the turn, Kempe picks up an open-ended straight draw, the bad end.
Yes, he does.
Check.
Checks a second time to Fedor.
Check.
You can really feel the work they've put into the game away from the table shine through when they're at the table. It does feel like on different textures they think in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a way that goes so much deeper than
yes
you and I are accustomed to going with our cash game approaches for, you know, various reasons, but including because they're that good.
Right, but also
check.
Part of the reason is that each pot is so critical in tournament poker, especially as the tournament progresses. Often pots and cash games, it's not that they play themselves, but the weight of each pot is not magnified by your situation and other exterior factors, but it is a great
bet 450,000.
Great lesson, a great reminder to think critically about all situations. Try to improve away from the table.
Right.
And have fun. Play your game.
Yeah. I think the fun thing, I certainly remember that prior to poker being a primary source of income for a period of my life, the game was so incredibly fun, and I think that you do become a little bit jaded, and as you start to approach it with the pressure of making it one's career, and you become so aware of just how improbable certain outcomes are, you can start to lose that sense about it. But it does seem as though these two genuinely enjoy what they're doing right now. But call me in a decade, son. See if you still got that doughy-eyed, bushy-tailed vibe about you. Only teasing, of course.
I remember when I was about 17, I was playing online, and I certainly was very.
Welcome back to Cyprus. Welcome back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. We are heads up for the title of event number 6. Both players are guaranteed $910,000. Only one walks away with $1.4 million in the trophy. Will that one be David Peters or Artur Martirosyan? A look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Brent, how the tide has turned in this one.
Shift ever so quickly, as we've seen time and time again. Heads up poker, extremely chaotic. Artur Martirosyan definitely feeling the pressure, certainly frustrated, but experienced enough to be able to endure the adversity, fight the good fight against a great player like David Peters.
30K, 60K. A 60K big blind ante, so Martirosyan a little bit more than 30 bigs, still plenty deep. Starts us off with a raise. That raises with 2 9s. Peters flings in the call with the 10-8 of hearts. Queen 4-3, 1 heart.
Peters considered maybe 3-betting that hand pre. Wise decision, clearly, as we could see, not to do that. May have played out a little differently, who knows? Plenty of ammo, 36 bigs, deep enough. Both great players. I just think we're in for a long battle, barring any coolers. 9-4 off. Mentioned it again. Maybe wondering, why would you call with that hand? Well, you've got a big blind ante in play. You were just getting such a great price, 3-1 every time to flick it in.
Martirosyan looking for his 3rd tournament title of his career. All of his wins have come this year. Peters looking for tournament title number 29. His titles date back to 2008. Peter's going to go for it here.
Yeah.
And it
Beautiful.
works.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I stand corrected, by the way. I think I slipped up and said you're getting 3-to-1 to call. You're getting 5-to-1 on your money whenever you're on the button with that big blind ante. Again, blinds are 30K, 60K. The big blind posts 60K clearly, but also another 60K for that big blind ante. There's 120. Small blind automatically in for 30, 150. Only costs you another 30K, creating a pot of 180. So a little better than 5-to-1 on your money. Should never, ever fold any 2 cards for that kind of price.
What about Jack 5?
Should always call or raise some of the time, but probably a call.
Flops a jack, min bets. Peter's queen high. Full backdoor draws.
Someone? 60.
Peters will continue.
And it's more about just the power of queen high. You know, back to that point of calling with any 2. Oftentimes, because you're in position, you're going to be stabbing with very bad hands. Queen high would have that sort of holding in rough shape. Well, Peters did not have a plan to bluff. He simply just called thinking he could have the best hand. He's got some backdoor equity. Queen could be good. And now it's value time, potentially for Martirosian and his pair of jacks.
Looking for 100K worth of value. Peters correctly folds. Artur Martirosian on one side, David Peters on the other. Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino for Super High Roller Series Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. King is for Peters.
It's amazing, right? You think about how good Martirosyan has run the entire final table, except for when heads-up play started.
Right.
And just a train wreck.
Certainly has been ice cold here. Peters has won 2 bracelets in the last 13 months, winning the Lucky Sevens High Roller online event here in the States in late July. The 10K heads-up last year on GG Poker. Won 3 US Poker Open tournaments this year. 10K no limit, 25K no limit, and a 10K short deck.
And he's a bit of an enigma when it comes to how he studies and prepares. A lot of these high rollers that you see, they sort of travel in packs, you know, good friends with one another. Peter's certainly friendly with all of them, considers them friends, I'm sure. But from what I understand, he really keeps to himself as far as how he prepares, how he studies. And I think there's a lot of value to that. It's hard to know what he's thinking. All you've got on him really is just the tail of the tape. All these final tables that he's made and what he's up to, how good he really is.
Blue chips worth 5K, browns 25K, whites 100K plus.
No, it's me. It's me on this.
If I had to compare David Peters to sort of a player from the old guard that he reminds me of in a way, it's Eric Seidel.
For his kind of quiet nature.
Very humble,
reserved.
very methodical. Yeah, you have no idea who Seidel really talks with. Now, it's come out a little bit as of late that, he's good friends with Jason Kuhn, and they've clearly talked poker. But as far as the duration of his career, when Seidel was and is, but really, sort of crushing and was on the scene, I don't think there were a lot of, study groups and sitting around the round table talking poker.
Both Peters and Seidel, you can tell, never let their emotions get the best of them.
Absolutely not.
Pretty much a hard reset before every hand. Well done, David Peters. Peters, the pride of Toledo, Ohio. First on Ohio's all-time money list. 7th on the all-time money list. Moves into 6th with a win today.
When you say Toledo, that's where born and raised?
I think so.
You're not talking college. I thought he went to Bowling Green.
No, yeah, no, I was not.
Or maybe it's
college.
I forget. Maybe it's Miami of Ohio. I don't remember.
It's a good one here.
But I didn't think he was a Toledo Rocket.
No. Rosie and a suited king.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many 3-bet spree, and Suited king is a candidate. Yeah, we're gonna play defense. I think it's just a little too strong to fold.
King 8-6, 1 diamond, top pair for Martirosian.
Not ideal texture. When you're holding ace queen of diamonds, clearly we can go back door. Have to be worried about obviously the king X's that could be calling us pre, as well as various suited connectors.
Betting 150,000. Like quarter pot.
The down bet is just so commonplace these days. Whether you've just simply raised pre-flop or you've 3-bet, very rarely are you going to get raised when this happens, even by top pair.
Another 6 on the turn.
$4.5.
Half pot. Martirosian.
Bit of a tricky spot for Peters. I mean, you think about the sorts of hands, let alone just stone floats that Martirosian could have.
Peters does find the fold.
The issue is we could actually be up against a 6. We likely know that whether he's bluffing or not, another barrel could be incoming on all rivers.
Martirosian, quite the player in his own right. Known more from the online scene. Was just entering the live high roller scene as the world shut down in 2020.
Yeah.
So we expect to see him plenty throughout our various high roller series across the world. You were right on David Peters. Bowling Green.
Yeah, I thought so.
Right outside of Toledo.
Also a little known fact, and I just remember it from my online days back before the internet was invented, but David Peters has a brother who used to play a great deal of online poker as well. Yeah.
Older or younger brother, do you know?
I don't remember. I think it was D. Peets and I want to say it was M. Peets.
Was his brother good? Did his brother have
Yeah,
success?
yeah, he was good. I remember meeting the two of them years ago. I mean, you're talking 15 years ago when we all first, you know, sort of stepped away from the computers and into the live realm and at various stops across the country, and I met them. Just great guys.
He's king for Peters.
$475.
It's funny that Jack 5 resurfaced, Jeff. Before we were limping, this time he mixed it up, and he actually came in with a raise, right? You're never folding. I'm just going to be on repeat with that.
But what about the 9-7?
I don't care. Just don't fold. As this hand begins, I expect Martirosian to shoot it up a lot. Going to raise, but I've actually been corrected about the worst fold in the history of the game. And,
You have?
and I agree. I'm wrong for once.
For once.
Doesn't happen often.
Okay. Get to that subject later.
Yeah. I'm gonna get back to the worst fold of all time momentarily. I think Pete's is probably just going to see 3 here in position with a fine hand to do it with 9-7.
He will flop a 7. Just down bet to 135K. Peter Skulls. Turn is a 6. No help to the Russian.
And a total Badoogie dry board. Peter's likely try and get a little value and deny whatever equity could be out there.
400.
As he does reach for chips, about a half pot size bet.
Yeah, and it's not a very fun nor easy spot for Martirosian. The power of ace-10 high is certainly real.
And does check call. And does river a 10.
Peters may be content with just getting a showdown here. Yeah, there it is. And
We'll see
just
the bad
very
news.
unlucky. Certainly don't fault either player for that.
And Martirosian was due some luck.
He certainly was. Yeah, that's got to feel good. A pivotal pot for him. And as I get back to the worst fold of all time, I'm curious, chat, you're with us here on YouTube, if anything comes to your mind. But let me throw this one at you.
Okay.
Lee Childs, Queen Queen, Jerry Yang, Jack Jack.
Oh, yeah.
And this was presented to me by Slay Dog on Twitter.
Slay the legend.
And I think he's right. I have a hard time coming up with a worse one than that. WSOP main event years and years ago, Jerry Yang took home the title. But if Lee Childs made that call, one would think that history would be slightly different.
Played craps with Jerry Yang once, the People's Champ.
Yeah, I believe it. You are an absolute degenerate.
Well,
Where was that at?
Is that the Rio one
Yeah,
year?
of course. Instead of playing poker, you're out there
Yeah,
shooting craps with Jerry
I
Yang.
probably have a better chance at craps.
Right.
People's Champ was betting the don't pass line.
What?
He was betting the don't pass.
No one wants to play craps with anyone that
I know.
does that. Is that what brought you
Especially
to the
somebody who's the
table? You were
people's
just
champ.
angry
No,
out
no.
of spite, or? Oh, that's a shame. I didn't want to hear that.
Very disappointing.
Kind of spoiled my morning.
Sorry.
Can you give me some 25
100K
please?
short deck is is underway. Excuse me. Event number 7. Kerry Katz, Phil Ivey, Seth Davies, Kita Batikuski in the mix. Both Chris Brewer and Santi Zhang have final tabled every short deck event. Zhang won the 50K short deck.
Brewer obviously tremendous at that game, but it was really Santi Zhang I know that stuck out with you and I. That kid is tremendous at short deck. He was on a whole nother planet.
So no surprise to you, he is our chip leader in the early goings of
Yeah.
the 100K. Brewer maybe needs a day off after busting on the bubble.
80.
Ugly fashion. To that man right there, Artur Martirosyan. $30K, $60K with a $60K big blind ante. Martirosyan has clawed back to about a 45 big blind stack. He's outflopped here by Peters.
Indeed he is. However, as you would say, will not go quietly into the night. I don't think he's going to be done with King 7 with the King of Clubs in his hand.
He does check call. Tries a 6. Peters adds a gutter to his pair of 3s.
I think Peters can probably consider checking back, keep this pot small, has that additional smidgen of equity, and just buries it, just in case.
River is the 4 clubs. The straight comes home.
It may have opened a door, too, for Martirosyan to consider running some sort of bluff, which could have worked. Here he comes. It could have worked had Peters not made a straight. I don't know if D. Peets was even going to fold a 3, depending on the texture of most rivers.
Pot size bet, the quick call. Martirosyan down about 40 bigs.
I wouldn't expect to see very many pre-flop all-ins, Jeff. Not at this not how deep these guys are. It would take, you know, again, a pre-flop cooler situation.
That are fairly rare in heads up.
Right. Post-flop, yeah. Certainly. I think we're just here to see a bit of a slugfest until the structure catches up to these stacks, or one of them, you know, pulls away based on distribution, and who's going to win the most outright pots. Things have seemingly evened out for the most part. Martirosyan started heads-up play as a 6-1 chip leader. At 1.3-handed, he had just shy of 90% of the chips in play, which is ridiculous. And then chaos. D. Peters now essentially a 2-1 chip lead, a little less.
$180.
Check raise at the 10-7. There's the trick. Both players assured of a $910,000 payout. Up top in this one, $1.4 million. Playing for about $500,000 here in heads up.
$130.
Ball for Peters.
$260.
Sizable bet by Martirosyan here. The backdoor draws. Check call. Some good turn cards for Martirosyan. That is not necessarily one of them.
Yeah, that's a sight for sore eyes. Would take some serious, dialed up, raw aggression. To try and win this pot. My goodness, he's not done. Another sizable bet, 600,000. If Peters does in fact call with an 8, we'll have a more than 2 million chip pot. And you can see that Martirosyan only has 1.6 million behind.
Martirosyan sizing up on flop, sizing up on turn. We can see that he's dead. Peters does make the call. Not the dream for Martirosyan. River's a 4.
Another
quick check.
Substantial blank. Considering is Martirosyan just going to go for it here. Oh, my goodness.
He is indeed going to go for it.
How much?
Peters asked for a count.
He calls this thing is over. And what a difficult spot it is for David Peters. Martirosyan dials up ultimate aggression. Barrels it off all three streets with nothing but jack high.
How much? I think it's more. Can you stop the clock? 11, 14, 15. You said how much?
1.1645. 1645.
Has a 6 in his hand. Martirosyan going for it. All of it with just jack high. Can Peters find the call? If he does, he's our champ.
What a tense moment. Peters certainly knows that Martirosyan is so capable of this.
And lays it down.
Wow.
The bluff gets through to regain the chip lead.
You want hard.
Martirosyan.
More like Harderosian. No?
Nice.
Yeah. That was incredible.
Just about all square now. Just about 60 bigs apiece.
That is the first really just massive bluff that's been run at this entire final table.
Maybe throughout all of the final tables.
Yeah, you're probably right. That was filthy. Game on.
That's one way to regain the chip lead.
Yeah, high, low, high, all over the place.
9 for Martirosyan. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for Peters. Backdoor straight flush draw.
$330.
Peters using a bigger flop sizing this time. These two have certainly proven they can vary their ways. Keep the other guy guessing. And now it's Martirosyan with the mid pair. Similar scene to what we just saw, at least so far. Martirosyan. Does make the call. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Peters turns the pair of jacks. Martirosyan picks up a gutter.
It's one of those similar spots that we keep seeing where Peters could bet there to sort of deny equity from draws. He's going to opt to try and control this pot from really getting any bigger. Controls his own destiny.
Well, perhaps being able to eke out a little value here.
Right.
Chooses check
9.
back, show down the winner. Back and forth we go. Bet number 6 of Super High Roller Series Europe, $100,000 buy-in. Blinds are at 40K, 80K with an 80K big blind ante. $910,000 to second, 1.4 million to first.
Every pot now, oh, so critical with that blind level increasing. 200,000 in the middle already.
Now less than 100 bigs on the table.
Yeah.
1-8.
Peters flops top 2 here. Ace high in the gutter for Martirosian. Check 5 on the turn.
Undeterred by the one-liner to a straight, Peters gonna bet anyway with top 2. Martirosian with that gutter. May think his ace could be good. Oh my, wait a minute.
Oh.
Says
Well
I would,
then.
yeah, says I would have checked back a 7. Maybe a hand like 6-7 or even 7, no, not 7-5, 7-8.
Does make it 440,000. Fascinating heads-up battle. Peters does make the call. More than 1.3 million in this pot. River brings another 6.
Now what? Just ace high. Have to be worried. Not only about the 7, but could Peters have had 2 pair and now filled up? Can we really get a 9 or an 8 or 9s and 8s? Oh my gosh, he's going to go for it again.
Reaching and firing. 540,000.
Just telling a believable story, saying, yeah, I've got it straight.
Looking for a little value. Betting less than half pot. Peters find the call here. Or will the chip lead swing in another direction once again?
There's not a world in which Peters would ever consider some sort of crazy all-in, right?
That'd be sick.
No.
Does
Wow.
lay it down.
Martirosyan again.
Wow. Gets it through to regain the chip lead. Now, these guys can play ball, huh?
Oh, my goodness. I've never seen Peters taken to the cleaners like this, just getting bluffed left and right. Fearless Martirosyan, top shelf play.
And top of the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Up to almost 3.8 million. We are relatively even. Johan Guibert, so Hadim Badir, Vyacheslav Boldigan. Rounding out our final table payouts. 910K guaranteed to second. Which means we're playing for an extra $490,000 for the win and that trophy. Martirosyan, the online wizard who's entering the live ranks. Where he joins that man, David Peters, who can be considered both a live and online wizard. As Unlimit says in the chat, what a beautiful game. Certainly agree with that, especially
Spot
after
on.
what we've seen. So many possibilities, so many moves to make. We've seen a ton of them on display.
This whole final table has been nothing short of awesome on so many levels.
Terrific entertainment value. At Super High Roller Series Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. And Rare Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Gorgeous location, top shelf poker, great staff. Terrific production by our crews in Cyprus and in Vegas. And subpar commentary. But overall, still a really good combination.
Absolutely horrific.
Wondering.
Peters flops top pair. Checks back and finds a queen on the turn.
You have to wonder if Peters is going to be informed by someone else, a friend watching the stream, about what Martirosyan has been up to in those big bluff moments. Certainly would imagine that's the case.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously,
Russian has it here.
Yeah, sure does. And Peters just on the defense, not folding king 7. That is for certain.
Almost 1.2 million in the pot. Peters with 2.5 behind. Queens and 8s now for Martirosyan. Uses a time bank, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act.
$900.
900,000 is the bet. Putting Peters in another tricky spot.
He has been wrong twice, folding incorrectly. If he calls here, wrong again in another substantial pot for Martirosyan. Wow.
Finds the correct laydown here.
Well, he'll feel very good about that one when he gets those updates.
$40K, $80K with an $80K big blind ante.
Sorry. No. I'm 40 right.
$120.
Oh, just pouncing now, Jeff.
Ставь сразу. Поменять надо.
Oh.
Martirosyan small blind here, but has the big blind and the ante out.
Oh.
Yeah, he just raised it out of the big.
Peters made the exact same mistake just the hand before.
Well, they've been playing a long
He
time.
gets hit. A little confused. Mentally drained. It's mental warfare here. Quite the battle. Heads up.
Oh, just 5%.
Peters sixes and the flush draw. Three sixes for Peters.
That's tasty. Would imagine this is a very difficult card for Martirosyan. Peters just gonna fire 100. Yeah, that's over.
David Peters, 28 and 24 lifetime.
So that
Heads up
means
in
he's
live
played
tournament.
62 heads-up matches?
No, means he's played 52.
Or 52, I mean, sorry. But 52 heads-up matches?
52 times heads up for the title. It's a lot of it's a lot.
52.
52.
Can you ask the stats guy?
Yeah.
How many top 3 finishes David Peters has?
Yeah, I'll have stats to look into it.
We'll get back on that
Always running
tomorrow,
in the corner
maybe.
Of the office.
Yeah. 52 times heads up for a title. I don't even know if Helmuth has 52 heads up matches.
Probably does.
I'd bet the under.
On Helmuth?
I'd bet the under.
Okay, I'll bet that.
Oh, but only, not like the 9 table sit and goes for poker.
Well,
none of those.
Oh, yeah, no.
I'm
poker
talking
after dark
just
sit and goes.
MTTs.
Yeah. Yeah.
190.
I mean, 52 times heads up is crazy.
Stats department just got back to me. They're working hard today. They're on it today. 20 third-place finishes
20?
for
Wow.
David Peters. So
Wow.
72 top
threes. Wow. That's a lot of podium finishes. Gold, silver, bronze. Wow. I think that this Peters heads up versus Helmuth heads up, it's going to be closer than you think because of the presence of these smaller field high rollers over the last 3 years.
Sure. But Helmuth had a lot of small fields in the 90s to go through also,
Okay.
Are you sure you even want me to count? Or, I mean, stats department?
Yeah, I mean, just run it. I mean, let's at least,
we'll have
let's
stats
figure it
running.
out. Have
Okay,
stats
yeah.
run it. You're never accurate.
330.
And meanwhile, Peters coming with it. 8 in his hand is sort of a beautiful ticket. Able to rep 7-8 while also blocking. And as we can see, Martirosian top pair, top kick going. No, we're just going to stuff.
So it's just all of it. Peters down under 2 million.
Just gives him the full turkey. Little stuffing on the side, Jeff. Gravy on top. Bring in that pot. Oh, that is delicious.
Big here.
Helmuth has 24 wins before the year 2000. Do you want our stats department to keep going?
24 wins before the year 2000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we give them a break, or you want them to keep working at it? They can keep going. That's what they're here for.
Well, I mean, I don't want to keep them busy if obviously this is just going to be nothing even
I don't
close.
think we're going to be close here.
I would say it became remarkably more difficult post 2008.
Sure, I agree with that. Most certainly.
Would you go over under 75?
Over.
You go over 75 heads up
Heads
matches
up matches,
in his
yeah,
career.
in Helmuth's career, yeah.
Wow. And they're not counting the sit and goes,
No,
right?
no.
Stats?
Yeah.
Okay.
$400.
Oh boy. Let's dial it up. A fun hand to do it with again, sort of similar to the last one.
Rosian calls with the sevens. River is an ace, 1.2 million in this pot.
Perhaps doesn't change too much for Martirosyan. Yeah, the backdoor spades got there, but would Peters really have played a flush draw quite like this, given sizing? This could be a potentially hard sell, representing obviously a straight, maybe kings up. Bluff after bluff, both opponents just playing with so much heart. So clever.
So,
Peters, to your point, just didn't think he could pull that one off.
I don't know.
Didn't think he could tell that story.
Yeah, it would have been a pretty tough one to sell. It may or may not have worked. We'll never know. Peters just thought otherwise. Maybe a little gun shy. Martirosyan ran some huge bluffs early. Got max value in another spot. You have to wonder if Peters now has the news as well. What's been happening in some of these moments. It's frustrating. You start to hear that sort of stuff mid-stride while you're in a match for a title.
Down to 15 bigs, looks down at a couple jacks. Those blue chips are worth 5K a piece, white chips worth 100K. Martirosyan has all the brown 25Ks.
240.
Even that little moment can eat you up a little bit. Get Delta Premium.
Oh, yeah.
Kick it up just to 240. Only 3x. Nobody home. The fact that the stats department has taken so long, Jeff, has me concerned about the Helmuth number of heads-up battles. But anyway, take a look at the leaderboard. Martirosyan has reclaimed the throne on top, 5.6 million. Peters, 1.3 million. I believe we got a break. We're coming back,
let's
Jeff.
send them off to break that look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Heads up for the title of the 100K at Super High Roller Series Europe. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river to heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Or watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Over to Scott Seaver in the small blind with Queen 9 offsuit, and it's his turn to limp. Drinan in the big blind with King Jack. He just checks.
This is a very big hand to be checking.
4-8 Jack gives Drinan top pair and Seaver yet another gut shot. Scott bets 185,000.
And Connor will probably just call here. It's the type of board that he doesn't really have many hands that he wants to be raising with. And while this would be a pretty cool hand to raise, he does want to stay consistent with all the other stuff he's continuing with.
And as Jesse correctly surmised, Drinan does just call. Deuce on the turn is a blank. The applause meter checks.
And now Connor can start betting for value.
Drinan bets 275,000.
And Scott could play this a few different ways. His hand is still reasonably strong. He usually has an overcard and a gut shot. And he might think that he's winning sometimes as well. Connor does have some hands like 9-10 or 7-9 that he's beating.
The river is the ace of hearts, and Scott has missed his draw. He checks again. Drinan bets $500,000.
And this seems like a very good value bet by Connor. Both players are less likely to have an ace based on how pre-flop went.
Well, Seaver is still thinking with his queen high. What's he thinking about?
I think that Scott thinks that Connor can have something like 9-10 or 7-9 that peeled the flop and then tried to win it on the turn and is continuing to try to win it on a scary river card. He also knows that Connor doesn't have that many aces. So he has to be value betting something like a jack or an 8, which a lot of players don't actually do.
I'm gonna look very stupid here. I'm gonna look very, very stupid, but that's okay. Looked stupid before. I'll look stupid again.
10 seconds.
I think I'm just gonna have to see it though.
Wow. Queen high call.
Same.
When you're right, you look like a genius.
Yeah, but when you're wrong, either way, it's a bold call. And he's definitely going to be right some of the time.
Mm-hmm. So Connor Drinan wins the maximum, and Scott Seaver reevaluates the allure. The crowd gathers on the rail for the 3 players left at the final table. And here's a look at how the chip counts stand. Rast now back in front with over 10 million. Seaver comfortably in second, and Drinan holding steady with over 30 big blinds. The players have all locked up over $3 million, but the pay jumps are steep now with over $4 million between third and first. Brian Rast with kings in the small blind. And he just limps into Scott Seaver. We've seen him limp with marginal hands in this spot, which helps him disguise this monster.
Yeah, and his timing could not be more perfect. Seaver has a pretty big hand, 3-handed.
Seaver with 8s raises it to 420,000.
And now it's back to Brian, and it's between limp re-raising or just calling here and continuing to trap. And we know Seaver's hand, so we know re-raising would be a better option.
Rast thinks so too. He 3-bets to over 1.1 million.
And if you're Seaver, this is exactly the sort of spot that you don't want to be in. On the one hand, just calling isn't that much fun. You have to make decisions after the flop where you're really unsure of the strength of your opponent's hand.
Scott isn't really looking at Rast like he usually does. It looks more like he's running numbers in his head. Scott throws in one of his time bank cards.
Yeah, and Rast could probably rule out aces now. And for Scott, this is really tricky. Re-raising and getting your chips in might normally be a good option, but with Connor being so short-stacked, you don't want to risk going out when you could have waited Connor out and made the pay jump.
I'm all in.
All in.
Wow.
Scott shoves with his 8s, and it's a fast call by Rast.
And this is a disaster for Seaver. He's now a 4-1 dog with all of his chips in the middle.
It's not over.
And sitting next to him is a guy who has half of his chips and might now get a $2 million pay jump.
This is the first time we've really seen Scott looking rattled. An 8 on the flop.
Wow.
Wow. And look at Brian's face. He is not happy.
That's so brutal. He had the tournament all but clinched.
The 4 of spades on the turn gives Rast some more outs. A king or any spade but the queen, and he'll knock out Scott Seaver and go heads up for the title. And the deuce on the river means a huge pot going to Scott Seaver, and once again he is in the chip lead. Brian Rast was knocked out of the chip lead all the way to the cellar.
6.97, 7.1, 7.15, 7.175, 7.18.
Brian's going to have to find a way to shake this off. It really requires nerves of steel to take a beat like that and keep thinking at peak performance and playing your A game. Brian's not the only person disappointed right now. Connor Drynan is probably cursing his luck.
Yeah, for Connor Drynan, that was about a $2 million bad beat.
I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Nice hand, you know. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Even if you call, you win all the money. So.
Yeah,
there's just
there
no way
was no
anyone's.
fold. I was just tanking the whole time between call and jam.
A lot of interested people on the rail watching, including a lot of the high-stakes poker community.
And this is tough for Rast. He has to just clear his mind and get right back into the mix. He can't be thinking about the last hand.
Well, the eights have shown up again, and this time they're in Brian Rast's hand. He's raised, and Drynan has queens in the big blind.
All in.
All in.
Drynan moves all in.
It's like 3.
And unfortunately for Rast, this is a snap call. And in back-to-back hands, Rast might lose almost all of his chips.
I have 8s. He has queens.
It's a bad spot for Rast. He's going to need to get just as lucky as Scott did with his eights. Rast isn't the shorter stack, so he's not at risk, but if he does lose this, he'll be down to fewer than 6 big blinds. 3, 3, 4 on the flop.
And that is no help to Rast. He needs an 8 and an 8 only.
Boom. Eights are not lucky for Connor Drynan.
And 8s are the hand. Maybe, just maybe.
Only a queen will save Connor, or he is out in third. And he is out.
Oof. And that is just devastating for Connor. He just had back-to-back moments where he was essentially an 80-20 to move up in the payouts $2 million.
It's not full reparations.
A dramatic end to three-handed play brings us to heads up. Let's hear from Connor Drynan on those heartbreaking 2 pocket 8s hands.
I mean, they were both pretty expensive 8s for me, but I ran well to get there. I got really lucky in it all in against David Peters earlier, so.
I like how they put the money on the table in these situations. If you'd managed to ignore the massive amounts at stake before, now it's impossible.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of piles of money.
Queen Jack for Scott Seaver. He raises it to $320,000. Brian Rast with Ace King offsuit.
Looks like he's cutting out a re-raise here.
What a battle it's been. Heads up for the title of event number 6 of Super High Roller Series Europe. Welcome back to Cyprus and the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. Come join us inside, everyone. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Artur Martirosyan alongside David Peters. Taking a look at our leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Martirosyan about 5.6 million. Peters about 1.4. And Brent, we're basically back to where we started for this heads-up match.
All credit to Martirosyan.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gotten it done with some critical bluffs. And I think Peters at this point has received the intel that slightly getting outplayed post-flop. I knew Martirosyan was good. I didn't know he was great. And he is a fantastic poker player. Let's see if Peters can adjust. It might be a little too late. He's somewhat short.
And the blinds have gone up 50K, 100K with a 100K big blind ante. Peters less than 15 bigs. Oh, Martirosyan.
Just already.
Just all over
Look at
it.
this. Just relentless.
The A game on full display for the Russian.
Peters doing all he can. And remember, he got that price on the button, limps in, a friendly little stab. Okay, I'll try to win the pot. And Martirosyan, the Dikembe, waves the finger. No, no, not on my watch. Nothing.
This is Martirosyan's second cash of the series. Finished in 8th in event number 4 for 104K. Looking for his 3rd win of his career, which just so happens to be what would be his 3rd win of 2021.
We have covered a ton of streams with David Peters. We've captured many of his victories. Never once did I think he was being outplayed. Today, he is being clearly outplayed by Martirosyan.
All in.
Really think about that. Brent saying one of the best in the world in David Peters is being outplayed today. Shows you the potential, what lies ahead for Artur Martirosyan. The online wizard entering the live high roller ranks as of last year.
Peters sort of setting a bit of a trap in a way with King Jack. This is designed now, I imagine, to just simply grip and rip and put the money in the middle. He would have certainly called an all-in pre-flop.
All in.
There it is. Nice pickup for Peters. David Peters looking for his 29th career tournament title. Brent, we said it. This is the 53rd time he's heads up for a tournament win.
Right.
Thought that Phil Hellmuth might have a similar number of heads-up appearances.
Certainly did. Jeff, did stats get back to us on that? All right.
72 total heads-up appearances.
Okay, so
Phil Hellmuth.
under 75, which you happily took the over on Hellmuth.
But I also took Hellmuth against Peters.
Well,
so
yeah, that's
I broke
fine.
even on the day.
You broke even on
which
the
is
day.
a huge day for me.
I would say I also broke even.
Which is a huge day for you.
Right.
It was Martirosyan trying to set the trap this time. Instead, Peters checks and then flops a 6. Couple backdoor draws for both.
Now, considering that Hellmuth has played about roughly 20 more years longer than David Peters when it comes to live poker, I would say Peters is obviously going to surpass that 72.
Absolutely.
Unless Hellmuth decides he actually does want to play with the best on the Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. But he's yet to show up in the arena.
That one Poker Go Cup tournament, though.
Played one. Played one event.
Poker Masters on the way. Starts September 7th. Coverage starts September 8th. Martirosyan firing 375,000. Just ace high here.
Again, just impressive, recognizing how this hand is played out, rather than just, oh, let me get the showdown with ace queen high. See, let me see, is this any good? No, he is clearly bluffing and targeting.
Doesn't work this time, though. Peters looks him up with the 6. David Peters scratching, clawing, fighting his way back.
It sure is. He was down to just 11 big blinds a moment ago. Now all of a sudden with plenty of life, 23 big blinds after that pot. Great call.
70 bigs on the table. $35 entries. Prize pool of $3.5 million. First place 1.4 million. Second place 910K. Turns the jack. Wasn't going anywhere after that flop bet by Peters.
Might be another one of those give-up spots for Deep Heats. Unless he thinks an overbet could potentially get a hand like Queen High to fold. Have to be very concerned about Martirosian having a king.
Yeah,
or
it does give it up.
Jack, yeah, there we go.
$100K short deck is underway. We'll have final table coverage of that one tomorrow. Stephen Chidwick, Phil Ivey, Gary Katz, Seth Davies in the field. Ivan Leah's in the field. Brentford 3 bullets so far.
Well,
cool 300.
He is the early accumulator. Ivan can run up a stack like no other. He's done that in plenty of events thus far at the series. And short deck, it is just easy to go broke in that game.
Get the chips in.
Right.
Let's go. Top pair for Peters. Gutter for Martirosian.
See what Peters does. This is obviously top pair Jack-9 on this sort of dryish texture. I could see it going either way. 750,000 out there. He could elect to just move it in, shut it down, deny equity entirely. Maybe even a smaller raise, call some of the time.
Let's just call here. Jacks and 9s now for Peters.
Yeah, certainly don't blame him for calling when you know you're going to make top 2. Martirosian sort of soaking it in. Would he call with a lot of 9s? Maybe 6s, some sort of draw. A 3 certainly. 9s could be a little bit unexpected. He's going to try and bluff and rep. Love this. Just let him barrel it off, Jeff. Let's call. Trap, top 2.
king, 1.9 million in the pot. Peters with 1.1 million behind. Does Martirosian go for it again?
And if he pulls the trigger, yeah,
There it is.
There it goes.
And the call. David Peters back into the chip lead. This bluff gets picked off.
New life for D. Peters. Perhaps a misstep by Martirosian, but it was Peters really by just calling with that top pair of nines on the flop that set that whole thing up. Martirosian thought he could move him off just a single pair, perhaps of sixes.
Perhaps Peters more inclined to play it that way, knowing now what some of these hands have been.
You're exactly
over the
right.
last hour or so. Knows that Martirosian can go for it in certain spots, that being one of them. Brilliantly played by David Peters. About 4 million for Peters, 3 million for Martirosian.
And it's Peters' turn with the chip lead to lean and just try and chip away at Martirosian. He's got about 27, 28 big blinds. One hand at a time. You just try and drain, get him down under 20 bigs. The dynamic shifts dramatically.
On.
Peters just goes Rip City, 27 bigs effective with the ace-7. $50K, $100K with a $100K big blind ante. Heads up for the title of event number 6. Super High Roller Series Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. Jeff Pott alongside Brent Hanks. We're at our studios in Las Vegas. Appreciate you all joining us live and free on PokerGo throughout the duration of the series. That includes Super High Roller Bowl Europe, which starts tomorrow. Pick up coverage at the very least for day 2. Check, Martirosian turns an ace.
See if Peters is just content. Maybe to check this thing with Jack High again. Could certainly be the best hand. Maybe doesn't give Martirosian very many aces.
Pretty big. deuce on the river.
Sort of a difficult card, Jeff. If we're concerned, we're up against an 8-7, clearly an ace. Can we possibly get this through?
Think so.
780.
And we'll fire a pot-sized bet. Martirosyan flings in a call to regain the chip lead. I've said back and forth we go plenty, but it still applies.
Sure does. And I think maybe because he went for that, he doesn't bet there all the time, but he saw some of the hands that Martirosyan called him down with earlier, the 7-deuce offsuit. I believe King 7 was another one for top pair. Thinking, okay, well, if he's played it very similar, maybe this one will work. So Peters, thus far, as that information has come in, probably to both players, he's called more, and there he is essentially bet more. So he has adjusted. Just ran into sort of the top of it for Martirosyan, an unlucky ace in Peters' mind.
Peters defends with the 9-4, does flop a 9. Gutter, backdoor flush draw. Martirosyan. Check, check. 9s and 4s now for Peters.
It's a lot easier to make comebacks. You consistently make 2 pair.
650.
Hard to do in this game.
Overbets the turn.
I love this.
Yeah.
Just
Quick
a
fold.
very difficult 2 pair to spot.
That was the time.
I have 6. А там сколько? Это же все его тайм-банки. Сколько? Могу знать это? А?
Battle. 1.4 million up top.
Thank you guys all for tuning in. As this heads-up match determines its victor. Reminder, tomorrow we are back again with the 100K short deck final table coverage. Santi Zhang, who is
short deck wizard,
absolute phenom, as well as Robert Flink now atop the chip counts with Paul Poix, Phil Ivey top 5, and Seth Davies. Smaller field, 17 entries, 12 remain, which is pretty normal for short deck.
Registration's still open.
Yeah. People have a tendency to come in and sort of fire towards the end as the game is awfully volatile. We'll be back same time tomorrow. 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific. pot. So critical. Queen high now for Peters. Option to just show it down. Maybe considering turning it into a bluff.
Oh.
Now there it is.
Original. Shut on the winner.
Arnie on Twitter. This is pretty good. Maybe a little harsh, Arnie, but he says, hearing short deck excites me less than when my mom used to say we're having fried liver for dinner. Well, hey, listen, Arnie, we're going to make it fun. I guarantee
yeah, it'll be a fun show.
You got to tune in. There's always going to be great players there.
Yeah.
It is an interesting game. There's a lot of gamble. And I will say, maybe fried liver, underrated. You ever had fried liver, Jeff?
No.
Me either, but maybe it's underrated. Maybe it just sounds horrific, but it could taste great.
Fair.
Yeah.
I think our plan is today to show you a bit of day one coverage from the 100K short deck. They're on a dinner break right now.
I think you're right, Jeff. After heads-up play
We'll have a better idea of times.
concludes, we should have a pretty good idea. Get a little day one coverage. Just a taste.
David Peters won a short deck event at the U.S. Poker Open this year, beating Ali Amshurovich heads up.
No surprise that those two made it heads up, battled it out. They're just good at every game. Although I don't think D. Pete's as good at like horse.
You don't? Not a
No,
mixed games guy?
I don't think so. He rarely
I don't think
plays
Ali
those.
is either.
Yeah, no, Ali, no shot. Give them time, though. I'm sure they will be.
Yeah, if they wanted to be good at those games, they would be. Peters reaching, firing, winning, chip leading.
I'm sure the mixed game community would welcome Peters and Ali with open arms.
For about a month or two, and then look out.
It's probably going to take a little while
That's
to
true, that's true.
get good at those games. There's a lot of them.
Sevens for Peters. Grateful Mouse on Twitter. I disagree with that last person. I'd love to watch short deck, but hate playing it. So that's perfect that you'll be able to watch today and tomorrow. Follow us on Twitter. He's at Buffalo Hanks. I'm at Jeff Platt.
I don't know. Have I ever played? I think I played one short deck event in my life.
How'd you do?
Probably won it. No, I don't. I don't think I fared well. I'm trying to pinpoint when
what
and
would
what
it
it
have been?
was. Maybe I haven't played. Back before we, put it in the grave in the United States.
Yeah, you buried it pretty good.
Maybe I played one of the early U.S. Poker Open short decks when it was first introduced.
Damn, how rich.
Used to be, Jeff. That's why I'm in the booth.
Martirosian not done yet with King 9.
Yeah, I don't fault him. King high, Queen 7-4 sort of texture. He definitely has plans on later streets.
1.5 million in this pod. He could just turn a 9.
That's not a bad part of the plan. Just make the best hand, be a considerable favorite. No longer now required to bluff, just looking to bluff catch, extrapolate maximum value from this 9. King 9 was certainly ahead of various draws that were present. And as you can see, he was also in position of the hand. Perhaps this 600,000 chip bet was coming no matter what, whether he made a 9 or not. Peters now in a horrific spot. Just a guessing game. Assuming Peters does continue with just a call.
He does.
The question now becomes, what do we do on unimproved rivers with a 9 if we're Martirosian? Are we at all concerned about a queen?
How about 3
Oh
9s?
my gosh.
How about 3 9s?
And all of a sudden, this thing has changed dramatically, where Martirosian can easily value shove, and Peters will have a remarkably difficult decision to make. Straight draws missed. If we don't believe our opponent has a queen, that would certainly make a 7 good. As relentless as Martirosian has been, bluff after bluff after bluff, now he's got the goods. Critical moment now for D. Peters, the biggest decision thus far.
All in.
And it is all of it.
How much?
He's asked for a count. Don't get too many emotional expressions from David Peters, but you could tell right away that he was in for a tricky spot and a tough decision.
How much? 2,015,000.
Just a touch over 2 million.
I think more. 4 or 5.
This is like fun. One or 5, 1 9, 2 million.
2 million even, 2 million flat. Peters calls, it's not over, but he'd be severely short stacked. Does find the fold.
Wow.
Nice lay down, especially all things considered.
Absolutely. Great fold. He is going to be thrilled to know that he made the right decision there.
Take a look at our leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Martirosyan a little more than a 2-to-1 edge. Just very difficult to put David Peters away.
Well, no surprise there, Jeff. He's one of the best to ever play. Cementing his legacy, continuing to do so, but it's Martirosyan who's been so impressive, showing us just how great he is as a player. You hear about him, you know, you just don't see much of him because he's been so good online. Much of his volume consists, and you mentioned he was just starting his live career prior to the pandemic. Well, folks, meet Artur Martirosyan.
56 bigs now on the table as the blinds have gone up. $75K, $125K with a $125K big blind ante. Peters flops top pair, bottom pair for the Russian. Check, check, jack on the turn.
Oh.
The deuce on the river, 8s and deuces for Martirosyan with $375K in the pot.
We'll happily value bet 2 pair. There's just no shot Peters would have checked behind on the turn with 2 pair, let alone a straight.
Betting $300K.
Have to imagine that the queen is just a little too good to consider folding.
Yeah, Peters does fling in the call, does pay him off.
Rakas in the YouTube chat, will there be a cash game after this? No, very unlikely, but it sounds like we're going to have day one coverage from today's 100K short deck event. Take a look at that leaderboard. Poker Go Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate.
And we know that we've seen Kerry Katz in the 100K short deck.
Got to imagine Ali's out there firing too, Jeff, although I haven't seen his name.
I don't think so.
It's sort of a quiet series for both of those guys,
Yeah.
the only 2 in the top 5 that made this trip.
Call.
Oh,
All
here we
in
go.
a call, just like that. Peters with the 7s, Martirosyan with ace-4. Peters the one at risk. We'd be neck and neck if Peters' 7s hold. Martirosyan on his feet. Ace in the window. Peters on the ropes. Some nodding, some quiet nodding from Martirosyan. Feels oh so close to his biggest tournament score. It's a 9 on the turn. 2 outs for David Peters to stay alive. Card. It's the 8. It was oh so close. A well-deserved round of applause for our champion, Artur Martirosyan. He wins event number 6 of Super High Roller Series Europe. His 3rd career tournament title comes with a $1.4 million score. David Peters out in 2nd for $910K. Brent, what a battle heads up and what a win for Martirosyan.
Fearless ferocious and oh so talented Artur Martirosyan. I don't dare say he deserved to win, Jeff, but he dominated this entire final table with the exception of some heads-up play back and forth, and he took down a great opponent in David Peters.
Man, such an impressive run, such a fun, entertaining battle, especially heads-up. Martirosyan, your winner, wins $1.4 million. We sum it all up with a look at the payouts presented by GG. David Peters, Johan Guibert, Selahattin Badir, and Vyacheslav Boldigan round out our final table. So here's what we will do. We will take a quick break, and when we come back, it is day one, featured table coverage of the 100K short deck from Cyprus. We'll see you at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. Be right back.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Or watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. A shout out to those of you all over the world joining us on Poker Go. From Germany to Sweden
shout out
to Nigeria.
Love the Germans, love the Swedes, love the Nigerians.
Is there a country I might mention that you would just be like not so sure about the Tanzanians, but
there's no country, Ali, that
you're a love bucket
that I view lesser than another. What is country?
Oh boy.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Come on, guys.
Is
Everybody
it that
relax.
late already?
Producers freak out every time we, Come on, guys.
We need this DVD extras.
Really fishing with dynamite to just mess around with the team,
10-9 offsuit for Schindler, raised it to 300,000. Vogelsang defends, and well, I believe they call that the nuts
Check.
for Jake Schindler. Queen Jack 8.
Schindler wondering how can this one go wrong?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have two fours over there, Vogelsang.
400,000.
4 Jack coming.
That's a check fold from Christoph.
Yes, it is.
Some people pointing out that Schindler found himself in that massive chip lead courtesy of a set of 8s against pocket aces. So perhaps this was some karmic realignment with the set of 8s not.
Well, perhaps it was some karmic realignment, Ali. I don't know. That's a little out of my pay grade.
The 8s were a bad beat for the aces, but for the ace-5, it was not a bad beat.
The theme of pocket
His
eights
hand was best.
this tournament, as we'll discuss over that wonderful, very expensive dinner we'll be having on you, of course, courtesy of that bet you lost. For anybody who's lost sight of that one, please remind Ali on his social media about how that dinner will go. But, 8s have been just an incredibly relevant hand this tournament to the bizarrest of proportions.
Yeah. 8-6-4 on the board. Check. 2 7s picking up a gut shot straight draw to go with what is the best hand.
$250,000.
Little post hand stare down from Schindler, a long stare down. Might be a little annoyed, Ali.
Looks it.
A little delayed sort of reaction to that incredibly brutal hand, and wants to get this guy out of here.
Good in. Probably. If we fold it.
Kind of a sporting reply there.
Yeah, I don't think Vogelsang really knew even how to respond to that.
Call.
Define good. Schindler limping here with the bottom of his range, close to at least.
Check.
Christoph. Little pause before he says run it with the 7 tray, and King 9 hit the board.
Yeah, maybe if Christoph had a little more, you know, straightiness, he would have shot that one up, although I don't think that he's simply raising all limps with 3-4 off, 7-5 off, etc. So I think this might have been an okay time to take that off, but it's hard to say how Christoph exactly constructs his ranges and how he applicates that construction to this particular situation.
At what point do you suspect you and I will simply run out of things to talk about?
About 18 hours ago? No. As long as there's top-notch poker to be played, we're not just going to completely run out. As the game sells itself, this is a beautiful thing. 2 players, dead even in chips, heads up for the Super High Roller Bowl title. This is very exciting, and it might be par for the course for a lot of the more experienced players. And at this point, we've seen numerous high rollers, but we shouldn't lose sight of the magic. We shouldn't just forget how incredible an event like this really is.
Ace 10-8 rainbow, bottom pair for Jake Schindler, and the 2-way straight draw for Christoph.
Seconds. 225,000.
Christoph
yeah.
does what he generally does. Takes a long time before making a relatively standard bet. Part of the reason he does that is because he is such a analytical player.
Turns of 5.
Check.
He's thinking about hands in a way that I think a lot of players at home would not be used to. Not just ranges deeper, blocker effects on a very deep level, and certainly takes his time to balance out the times where he really needs to take his time, I believe.
$1,200,000.
Barrel number 2 to the tune of 1.2 million certainly makes 8-6 look a bit less sexy. And Schindler,
yes, it does. Vogelsang picking an excellent hand to do this with. Takes down, forces those 8s to go back home.
where's Sam Farha when we need him? You know what I mean? Just in here, cigar dangling, dinner jacket, leisure vibe.
It's funny, I was thinking about him the other day, yeah.
I haven't seen him for a while.
I haven't seen him for a while either. But we all love to see an old school player wearing a suit with a cigarette hanging out in one of these things and punish the kids, Ollie.
That Brat Pack vibe as we look at our 5-4 tournament overview, the leading menswear brand that provides a fashionable way to expand your wardrobe. And back and forth it's been, heads up. Stefan Schalabel, a reminder, finished in third for $2.4 million. And since we brought up wardrobe expansion, I just feel like 5-4 is drawn dead to Christoph as a customer. I mean, he is your steady.
I feel more comfortable with this, but thank you for 5-4. The leading men's wardrobe, you know, are they the leading?
I mean, are we gonna?
I guess they
get
are.
An independent commission together to sort of determine who is the leading wardrobe expansionist out there? I mean,
wardrobe expansion. Ah. Oh, I need a wardrobe expansion.
Do you?
Yeah, well, yeah. Why not? Who doesn't?
All right, might be time to get our man Shulman set up with a little 5-4 account.
Actually, some people don't. Like the Queen of England probably doesn't need a wardrobe expansion. I think she's fine. And it's menswear anyway, but.
Right, you just want her out there with the 5-4 ensemble.
I feel like, George Clooney's probably okay.
Yeah, that's a good read. You know who else is a little bit narrow in their range? Gus Hansen. I mean, the number of times I walk in and find him in a white or a black T-shirt is
Hook Hansen
shocking.
up with 5-4. You know,
there it is. See, right behind you. That's Christoph.
Maybe me and Gus can expand together.
Not touching that one. Vogel saying,
why'd you have to make it weird?
I didn't.
You say you're not touching it, and you make it weird. You can touch that one, Ollie.
Jack 5 tray with 2 clubs on the flop. And Schindler with the always sexy 9 high. High for Vogelsang.
That's right.
A little more straighty, of course.
As Crush going to throw something out there with some nice turn cards to barrel. Take this one
fold
right down.
there from Schindler. You said before the chips even hit the felt.
That's right, and that's the kind of thing that Vogelsang doesn't do. Those are the sorts of things that Christoph stays a little more composed revolving around and might be a little more, I don't want to say irritating, but it's insidious. It's when the guy you're playing is just always fighting for every single spot, taking time. It can get under your skin.
Schindler now with Jack 8 suited.
Call.
Limp right in there.
Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time, regardless of his range, and then making his decision, which is a check. And 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. First, this smallish bet might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was
10 seconds.
With which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. Onto a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ollie.
Yep.
Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in, as Christoph is check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
10 seconds.
He calls, perhaps has some river bluffs in mind if he misses, but
call.
Let's see what this river brings. Schindler finds himself as a 3-to-1 dog.
Don't look now, there's 3.5 million in the middle. This is a big one. And the river pairs the board with a deuce, and not necessarily your favorite if you're Vogelsang, as any overpair now has 10s and 7s beat, but it was a limp pot pre-flop.
That's right, and I think Vogelsang feels quite confident with these 10s and 7s. You're absolutely right. Of course, overpairs now do counterfeit the 10s and 7s, but you still certainly bet for value here.
2.3 million.
2,300,000.
2.3 million from Christoph Vogelsang.
That's mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yes, it is. And the deuce of clubs, of course, not the river Jake Schindler was looking for.
10 seconds. All in.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Ollie.
All in.
Wow. Christoph with only 30 seconds to decide here. I think 10s and 7s is good enough, but man, it's a lot easier from up here. I did not see that coming, Ali. Schindler, all in.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Call.
And Vogelsang makes the call.
Schindler's bluff does not get through. And that's it.
Good game.
And we have our champion, Ali. Wow, Schindler.
I think I have more, right? I'm pretty sure.
Christoph has him covered and is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Schindler just took one too many brutal beats in that heads-up match and just had to take matters into his own hands. He was not about to let the deck screw him out of another one, so to speak. I think we've all been there when you take beat after beat. And Vogelsang is a very dynamic and tough player and hard to play against. And Schindler took a stand. And man, we have our champion. I think they're counting it up very close in chips, but what a performance by Christoph.
Yeah, I think it is official. And Jake Schindler's going to take home $3.6 million, but something tells me he may be on the Budiga side of things as far as how he sleeps tonight. Valiant, though.
We'll have $3.6 million to make that rest come a little easier.
But like a $2.4 million bluff on the end, essentially, in real-world differential between second and first place prize money.
Hey,
I have no idea.
he certainly showed hard, Ali.
That and he shouts.
Take nothing away from that man, Jake Schindler, whatsoever. And let's send it down to Maria Ho, who's with our first and second place finishers.
Congratulations, Jake Schindler, on your second place finish. I know it must be difficult, but how does $3.6 million feel as a consolation prize?
Yeah, I'm pretty speechless right now, but yeah, it feels good getting this far, getting second.
How do you think you played heads up? You know, you were up against a very tough opponent, and you really did try your best.
I feel like the hands spoke for themselves. You can let the audience decide.
Thank you, and congratulations again. I'd like to introduce Sean McCormick. He's the Director of Poker Operations here at ARIA, and he's going to present the ring to Christoph.
Christoph, so you came into this final table, obviously second in chips, only to Jake, and obviously it was a really tough table. How does it feel to win $6 million?
It feels so amazing. I mean, I've actually never won a relevant live tournament in my life, so to win this is, yeah, it just feels great.
Well, awesome. On behalf of Aria Resort and Casino, I'd like to present you with the Super High Rollerball ring, and of course, again, $6 million.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. On which finger here?
Any finger you want now.
Good job, buddy. Thanks for everything. Thanks for the organization. Thank you.
Christoph, congratulations on being the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion. A lot of people consider you one of the best in the world. How does it feel to have this title under your belt now?
It feels really great, and yeah, it was such a tough final table, and I was behind in the heads up, so it all comes really sudden right now, as you can imagine.
You know, in the heads-up battle, you guys traded the chip lead back and forth several times. Can you just talk a little bit about that pivotal hand where you rivered a straight against Jake's set of eights?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in that hand, I'm calling the turn with ace high and hoping for him to give up on the bluff on the river, but I mean, I could have just folded the turn because it was like close whether I even should call the turn, and then I get lucky and he has a monster. So I think that's how poker quite often is. So yeah, that hand was absolutely important, of course.
Congratulations on winning this huge title. This is a very prestigious event, and you are so deserving of it.
Thank you, Maria.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. 10-8 off for Daniel on the button.
150.
$150 to go. A defend with the less than choice cut 9-4.
But again, that gigantic big blind Annie sitting out there. Those odds. Less than choice cut, absolutely. Playability, not really. Pot odds, yes. One of the best players in the world deeming this a call, yes.
100.
And I know a lot of players at home would never play a hand like this to a raise, so.
But listen, this is more along the type of holding that you'll end up with playing heads up than not. You can't expect
a lot of players
group one,
a
group
lot of
two
people
holdings.
really don't have experience playing heads up, especially some of our, you know, newer players or players that play in home games that have no experience playing shorthanded. It's a vastly different game.
Certainly.
Heads up, of course, the most shorthanded you can be. You need to get in there with all sorts of hands.
Right.
You need to have a deep understanding of the way the cards come off the deck, how ranges interact with the cards. Of course, that's what poker is, but heads up, it's really on display as you need to really have some deeper knowledge, especially when you play great players who will be in there attacking. It's Bonomo limps with the 6 deuce. Daniel, 10-9.
Check.
Checks it. Daniel is absolutely right in this thing, in contention, of course. 2-1 deficit, but very much alive.
King Jack 5 with a couple of hearts. Got shot straight draw for Negreanu, whose 10 high is best. He checks it over to Bonomo on the button with that disrobed 6 deuce offsuit. 7 on the turn. Two-way straight draw now for Daniel.
Daniel can consider a pretty big sizing here with his 2-way. Goes for 100. Can also consider check raising with that one. He likes to lead. Looks like the players are going on break, and I assume we'll be doing the same, Ali. Talk to me.
It's usually how it works, my friend. I think that this was possibly an unscheduled break, though I'm not certain.
They both agreed on it.
$5 million in cash and the ring, the prestige, and an opportunity to climb the all-time money list if you're Justin Bonomo, or double down at the top of that list if you're Daniel Negreanu.
You see that beautiful ring sitting in the center of that cool $5 million first prize, Ali. Man, that ring would go along well with those shoes Daniel's rocking.
Right.
The sparkly reds. The blinds are up to 35-70. This tournament structure is just unbelievable. Look at this blind level that we have here. You don't see that one every day.
A couple of different perspectives on that. Unbelievably good if you're a player, and can be unbelievably long if you're out there just chomping at the bit.
Or if you're one of our many Poker Go subscribers around the world who stuck with this event start to finish. We appreciate it
No doubt about it. Queen 8-5 with a couple of clubs was the flop. Both players checked. Third club on the turn. It's a king, and Negreanu has the smaller of the two flush draws, but position bets 100K.
Also that pesky little pair.
Yep.
Bonomo calls with Jack high and the club draw, and the bigger club draw does come in. And given that it's the ace of clubs, the king, queen are accounted for. Clubs that do beat Justin are the Jack 10 and 9. However, I do think he could go for some small value here. He's reaching 125, and of course Daniel has to call this one, given that he has a flush.
Call. 7 of clubs.
Negreanu went for a little $125 on the end.
5 of clubs.
His pair goes down. Jack 9 for Bonomo.
Call. Check.
Ace 5-4, 2 clubs as
Check.
Negreanu has the pair. Checks it.
I don't mind a check raise here from Daniel. Of course, calling is good. Looks like he's going with the call.
Call.
As is often the case in short-handed and heads-up play, multiple options are afforded to the players often, and sometimes it's a matter of preference, and sometimes I might see it one way and another pro sees it another way. This is just the nature of heads-up poker, as we see Daniel now leading with his 4s club draw.
Not every aspect of the game is cut and dry or black and white, as we see Negreanu betting 150K after check calling on the flop, and Bonomo simply releases the 9 high
Nice
flush
bet
draw.
by Daniel, as Bonomo could have hit a Jack 9 or club or a deuce to chop, possibly even bluff. So
I know we've alluded to it on a couple of occasions already, but Daniel wins this thing and he breaks the $40 million barrier
that
over
number,
his career.
that has a bit of pop to it. I mean, it really does. 40 and closing in on 50.
And by the way, somebody out there pointed out, and my apologies for not having the tweet up in front of me, that 40 million would represent 8 of those massive bundles of cash that you see in front of you right there. 8 of
Pretty
them.
sick when you really stop to think about it. And these are outlandish sums of money, and the thing that's sort of, I don't know, ironic or whatever it is that a lot of these players aren't really even in it for the money. It kind of is a weird part of it. If you're playing No Limit Hold'em on this level, it's about more than just the money. Believe me, you don't get there if you're just chasing the dollar. And maybe some have who are more motivated by money, and that's cool. I mean, I don't judge it whatsoever, but most of these players have a deep love, respect, and appreciation for the game, and we're fortunate enough in our community that these prizes just seem to be there. Of course, these buy-ins are there as well to complement the prizes, and there are enough people that'll put them up, but nonetheless, a lot of us poker players are pretty lucky about that whole aspect of it, because we didn't get into it for that reason. We got into it because we love to play the game, and all of a sudden, obviously everybody has to make a living. We all go different roads, but these two players, it's about more than the money for them. It's about glory, legacy. It's about challenging themselves and trying to be among the elite players in the world, as Bonomo makes
it's about
jacks and 5s here on the end.
Hitting the turn and then getting sucked out on the river there. 7s and 5s for Negreanu were good. Now it's jacks and 5s for Bonomo, the best hand.
We've seen none of these go check raise very often when players have enough value to call, but I do think that there is a place for it. Not that gets through, but we've seen very little
ambition when players have enough value to simply check call. They've used very few of those combos to kind of go for a sort of bluff slash equity versus range. And
Daniel pays off the 120,000,
which was standard.
Limp from Daniel with the Queen 4 offsuit on the button.
Check.
Two sevens and a deuce on the flop. Queen high still best.
Check.
Goes check, check. Daniel improves to sevens and fours on the turn.
Check.
Daniel throws 100 dimes out there, and Bonomo releases.
Dilly dilly. $4.5 million to roughly 10 million. The current chip disparity of about 5 million for D-Nags.
I didn't put it in my bleep line, yeah?
Pocket nines for Bonomo on the button.
$200,000. Call.
Daniel defending with the two unders. This will be a tough proposition.
Oh.
Top set against second pair with an open ender.
Check.
Certainly does lay the groundwork for some additional chips to be deposited into this pot. Daniel checks it over to Justin.
As we've seen from the heads-up match thus far, how hard it is for both players to make a continue-worthy sort of holding. It's kind of our first one on any sort of big way. Middle pair, open-ended straight draws, rather big hand. Playing heads-up, no limit, and top set speaks for itself. Daniel could go a couple of ways. He'll probably go with the smooth call. He does.
500,000.
No, no.
Oh, excuse
a
me.
Smooth $500,000.
Smooth $500,000, and on a board as wet as this, Bonomo might be very well served to raise, and based on sizing considerations, we'll see how Daniel continues.
What a dream, by the way, when you're holding top set.
Top
Granted,
set,
it's
I mean,
not the nuts,
obviously
but
it's straight, and there's a couple of hearts out there, but it's the essential nuts. I thought Daniel maybe could have just check called here. We're not doing that great
1.25 million.
versus the range that inflates the pot here. Nonetheless, his play is certainly understandable with middle pair in this open ender. What does Daniel go with here? If you think you have some fold equity, I guess you can just mash it in. You're kind of in a flippy situation versus a lot of hands, but of course you're drawing to a chop versus straight and in poor shape versus set.
he has 3.9 million back.
A lot of chips.
Going to use a time extension.
Tough, tough, tough. Don't think Justin is doing that with all that many flush draws. I think what we see a lot here from Justin is very, very good hands. Not to state the obvious, but 7-8 now is not doing that well versus range. I think it's a continue. I don't really want to jam. I wouldn't have check raised flop, so I'm a bit uncomfortable and kind of have to recalibrate. Maybe there is just too much out there to get away. I don't see Justin doing this with 6-8. Looks like Daniel's going with it. He does shove it in. He gets it all in on the flop. Justin calls, and here we go, Ali.
I got the other stuff.
Justin Bonomo is a 3-1 favorite to win this year's Super High Roller Bowl.
Good flop. We need a 5 or a 10. Any 5, any 10.
Neither player holds a heart, so flush is not an issue.
And Justin has the crusher turn cards. If any full house or quads variety would end this thing.
No back doors.
Board pairs and it's over.
Will Daniel get there? Or will Justin Bonomo be our 2018 Super High Roller Bowl champion?
Was it a hasty stuffing?
I think it might have been a little hasty, but after the check raise, things get a bit complicated. The play is reasonable, and honestly, heads up when you flop middle pair open ender. Everything's reasonable to get it in. Let's see what happens.
Here comes the turn. A king.
Isn't it? All right, one more card. 5 or a 10.
Daniel Negreanu.
Otherwise, Justin Bonomo will be your Super High Roller Bowl champion.
You said it, Daniel.
5 or 10. That's what we need.
See if he'll get it, Ali. You hunching, buddy? No hunch.
No, 8 outs once. Feels like a 7 nines holds.
One time.
But wouldn't it be exciting?
Let me squeeze it.
The river. Pairs the board.
Good match, bud.
Justin Bonomo.
Well done.
What a player.
Full of 6s.
Yeah.
And as Daniel said moments ago, Justin Bonomo is your 2018 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Absolutely incredible performance, start to finish, without a doubt. Genuine relief
I thought
there.
there was a couple. Nah, you probably didn't have like overs and flush draws.
Man, it's definitely gotten a lot tougher to play against you.
Well, you know.
I used to think you were kind of easy to play against.
Well, no, I understand. Many people do.
Studying has, it's improved you a lot.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
been fun.
Good job.
Results have been good. You know, lot left to be learned. You know, it's
Always
a journey
for
that,
everyone.
Yeah, this game gets tougher every year.
Kind words there being exchanged as Bonomo compliments the runner-up who picks up $3 million.
Justin, congratulations on winning the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl. Daniel, we talked extensively about how hard you trained for this event specifically. Is it any consolation to know that you left everything you had on the table today?
Yeah, and I got $3 million too, which is pretty good, right? Yeah. So, listen, you know, when you play against a tough field like this, it's never going to be easy, and obviously you get heads up with a tough player like Justin Bonomo. Took a shot. 5 or 10 we're in business. Otherwise, you know, we got a champ and a well-deserving champ.
Thank you. Now, Justin, not only do you get to take home the cool $5 million first place prize, but our friends at Rockstar would like to present you with the Super High Roller Champion ring. We don't need that. Wait, there's more. On behalf of Hennessy, I would like to present you with this one-of-a-kind bottle. Try not to drink it all in one sitting.
No promises.
Yeah.
Justin, earlier you had said that this was the culmination of 17 years of hard work. Can you tell me a little bit about what those 17 years were like?
One thing I'm super proud of over my career is I've just watched the game change. Like the ways I studied. First, I read books to learn the game, and they're just like all outdated now. You can't learn that way. I've used all the methods. I've played all the games, and I really feel like I'm at the top for the first time in my career.
Well, actually, you are now third in career earnings. Where do you place yourself among the game's greats, such as Daniel Negreanu?
Daniel's still a great mixed game player all around. On top of like recently, he's always been like kind of at the top of No Limit, but like his recent studying has made him like really at the top again. Kudos to him for being around so long and being able to stay at the top. Like there's 2-3 people in the world that can say that. Over the past 3 years, I've kind of eschewed mixed games and become a No Limit specialist, and I do think I'm at the top of No Limit.
All right, well, congratulations again, our winner of the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker.
Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Card game in progress. Heads
True.
up for
Thank you, Ollie.
3.6
Appreciate
million
it.
and
See?
change. No,
Now you're learning.
Hands are okay. Just shy of 4 million to 7 million.
150.
150 declared, yeah. Haxton with a nice one, king six suited in there fighting, of course.
And unlike three-handed and up, one really doesn't have the luxury of exercising too much patience in heads-up poker.
That's exactly right, Ollie. The expression, the blinds are coming around really on full display. Heads up, every hand, throwing chips in.
Haxton flops himself a king-high flush draw here.
He certainly does. A nice flop for Ike, to say the least.
Checks the best hand. And looks up at a C-bet.
Locks him with queen high, queen of diamonds. C-betting indeed. Why not? And Haxton, I believe, will call, but let's see. Raising is possible. I think Ike will be sprinkling in probably a little more of the fringe raising in the cash game variety of heads up where we can rebuy when disaster strikes, and that sweet three of diamonds will do it for this hand. Does Foxen have a plan, or will a diamond roll off on the end, which would really spell trouble for him?
Well,
let's see.
Really no equity on the flop. He suddenly has what he perceives to be some value to this queen deuce with the prospects of a queen high diamond.
True, and we do bully the straight draws and some of the 8x no diamonds sometimes, but Ike did come along on the 8-10 ace, 2 diamonds facing a c-bet, so we have to be concerned. He does fire again, Ali, and well, a welcome sight for Mr. Haxton, to say the least. Let's see if he goes with the slow play or tries to boost it up and win this thing right now. As we see, the queen Dewey won't
Misses so
be
much hand
cooperating,
heads
but
up.
right.
Nick. I favor the flat, and then maybe we lead the river.
You're a very sneaky player, Ali. You're always favoring the flat and the slow play.
That's just
Haxton agrees with you, though, so great
my
minds
devious
think alike.
nature, you know
right,
me.
right.
And the 6 on the end.
Foxen stone cold empty, and if Haxton checks it over to him, which would be very standard given the way this one is played, will Alex go for it? We shall see. Just queen high.
Remember, Foxen raised the button, barreled 235 on the flop, and then 515 on the turn after successive checks from Haxton.
He's definitely told a story. He may continue to tell, but
10 seconds.
as we see, it's not going to go his way if he does.
1.4 million.
1.4 million announced, and
incinerated.
Haxton internally salivating. Yes, 1.4 million announced and incinerated, and poor timing for Mr. Foxen happens. A world of hurt coming his way shortly.
There's that burning smell in your living room.
Right. Haxton may balance things and go time bank. But let's see.
All in.
Yeah.
All in.
And Alex doesn't get cute. Just
no,
pitches it.
Just insta-mucks. And you're going to have to bluff if you want to play heads up, no limit. Foxen tried, and not this time. Great
By the
run
way,
out for Haxton, and he's running away with this thing right now, Ollie.
At 1.4 million on the river, almost half of Alex's remaining stack.
Yeah. Finds himself in the spin zone just like that. A pretty quick ascent for Haxton to start things off.
Runaway
just like
train.
that, primed and ready. With the win, look at that. Moves into 13th on the all-time money list, and we touched on it before, but doesn't even really focus on tournaments. Not to say that he hasn't played tournaments for quite a long time. I've seen him at the World Series over the last 10 some odd years, high rollers, what have you. But he doesn't focus on them as much as some others. Very impressive stuff. I know the high roller community does breed these gigantic prizes, and there's some great players out there not playing these stakes. But 13th all-time is 13th all-time, and he's only 33. Makes no qualms about being a professional poker player. Never announced his retirement. Never moved on. He's here. Does some other things, but, you know, he's Ike Axton. Limps in with the king-3, fox in with the queen-6 of diamonds. Asking himself why he didn't have that last hand. Would have been no good, but checks.
And for Foxen, going to be important. Not that it's something he's incapable of, but to just take a breath. It's all right.
I think he is, Ali. And you're absolutely right. You must keep it together emotionally. And I just find it hard-pressed to believe he's had the results he's had without doing that.
Certainly.
Have to take that breath and shrug it off, for sure.
But one wonders, with respect to those results, how many of them have involved a start to heads-up play like the one he's experiencing here and now? How many of them have involved this buy-in, this first-place prize? Fewer
I think
and further
none.
between.
Yeah, I think it's his first super high roller bowl. And if he falls to Axton, as we see, turns best hand here with the sixes, sometimes we don't have too much of a chance to discuss it when the play ends because we cut down interviews, and that's all she wrote. But what a year for Mr. Alex Foxen, and he just burst onto the scene in a major way. An understatement. But he's really here, Ali. One of the best no-limit tournament players in the world. He announced that this year to everybody who's paying attention, and it's a pretty big community globally.
Check, check on the flop. Check, check on the
hunt for
turn.
a little
board
value
pairs.
from Jackson 5s, Jackson 4s, King High that's stubborn, I don't know, a little dicey. This queen kicker does not play. Let's see what Foxen comes with.
And heads-up play in particular, Nick,
bluff catch with this one.
calls upon the art of thin value.
It does, and Foxen agrees with you, Ali.
130.
And you look at Ike instantly asking
Absolutely,
how much with King
a
High.
heads-up player fully aware of the thin value kind of situation and why those pursuits are justified, because quite hard to make a hand.
Love the
Heads-up, Ali.
sizing, by the way.
Yeah.
This is really on the upper boundary of what one might expect gets paid off. But to Ike with the discipline laydown.
Yes. Discipline lay down in a post hand kind of read pursuit by glaring over at Fox and wondering what's what. A lot of people don't realize with Haxton, good guy, nice guy, integrity, and also just a stone cold killer. Can be a little bit deceptive sometimes. You can sort of come sneakily as we see the year of the Fox and 5 wins, Ali. That's unreal. 24th recorded live tournament cash, 4.4 million in earnings, and #1 on the Global Poker Index. So bravo, salute. Incredible stuff from Foxen. Year of the Foxen indeed.
Yep.
And what a feather in the cap of a tremendous year, this 2018 Super High Roller Bowl. 5 heads up. Strong.
I don't know if they make a stocking big enough to stuff all that cash in.
Right. Does limp in. Again with that gigantic Annie sitting out there. Players will VPIP an awful high amount from the button, and Haxton
Rags on
knuckles with
rags.
Queen 3.
Flops himself middle pair on the ace-high board. Dust for Alex.
Checks. Foxen does the same.
Turn card. Jack. Now Alex drawing dead.
Some stuff we wouldn't mind building a pot against for an Ike seat with the queens. Checks, though, the ever sneaky Ike Haxton, and will he extract a little drawing dead money from Foxen? See in a second. Ike Axton is a sneaky player, Ali.
Checking again, looking to induce the bet from Foxen, and has succeeded in extracting 75,000 in draw
Glass
dead money.
half full approach by me, wanting to just lead and charge stuff. Haxton not losing sight of the grand scope of things, beautifully inducing this 75 dimes. And as we see, he has his opponent drawing dead, something he's very familiar with in heads-up poker. Sometimes on a 9, Queen, Ace, Jack, even just with middle pair, your opponent has no paths to victory in the form of the 6 deuce, 4 5s of the world, etc. Haxton knows it, and see if Foxen goes bombs away on this river. Just waves a white flag, flicks the button over to Ike, and tries to make something happen next hand.
Alex is a guy that wants to contest for every pot when given the opportunity, but perhaps he'll be relieved of that duty.
Not too much to do with the 6 deuce here, yeah. Rough start for him, obviously.
So Haxton, heck of a 2018 he's had, by the way.
We got to watch him win the Super High Roller Bowl, the 1 drop.
And remember the Macau Super High
Pretty
Roller
sure
Bowl as well.
Went out to Asia, won another Super High Roller Bowl. I believe he won the heads up, the 10K heads up at the World Series too. I think he just went ahead and took that one down. It's either this year or last year because they can sort of blend into each other. But yeah, just a kind of
All in.
as we see Fox and Jamma with the suited ace will do it. Just a kind of year that you don't really see, but a kind of year we need in poker because it creates that magic that it's possible to be so skilled you can just dominate in this fashion. And the thing about the creation of that magic is it might very well be the case to a certain extent, as we see Foxen's girlfriend, Kristen Bicknell, nervously peering on. She's a great player, Holly. It's known.
And you just can sense that every bit of the pressure that Alex is feeling out there on the felt, Kristen has a deep appreciation for, having been in that hot seat herself.
Of course.
And certainly dismayed to see the way that this heads-up battle has taken shape thus far, but channeling every bit of her energy.
Dismayed, but we're still celebrating tonight if we're Team Fox, and if he doesn't wind up making the comeback. He still very well might. If you have chips, you're always in the hunt to win the tournament. That goes without saying. It's Haxton flops, middle pair, Fox and bottom pair. And
medium-sized piece versus small piece here.
Right.
Ike again with the better of it.
Foxen with an understandable stab and a continue forthright.
Haxton check calling 60 dimes. Pot up to 300K. Fourth heart on the turn will be a freezer. No flush for either player.
Wow.
Foxen checks back. Now, I
Foxen
thought
hit one of his possible outs on the turn, in a sense, to have a road to this one, but does knuckle it back. Understandable.
Got shot straight draw, right?
And the 4 hearts to represent, and all of a sudden, the 7s would have had a hard time continuing, but it's so easy to do whatever you want from the booth when you see all the cards. And with kings and 7s, let's see after Foxen checks back. Is Haxton considering value pursuits? No. And Alex might be very well served to do the same. Hope these kings and 3s are good. They can be sometimes, but not this time. Let's see. Does check it, he'll see the bad news, and Haxton continually trending upwards in this heads-up match, Holly, for the title so far.
And even if it's small pot after small pot, which it hasn't been.
Right.
There is something demoralizing about seeing chips perpetually move away from you.
Sure, of course. Such a small sample size, only a dozen some odd hands. But indeed, the chips have vacuumed over from Foxen towards Haxton, and It goes without saying, he's primed and ready to be our Super High Roller Bowl 5 champion. There it is, 88% of the chips in play. All tournament players have lost tournaments, heads up, where they've had this situation. Very painful. I've been on the wrong end of that.
It's like you're an empty chair.
I know. I know. I had the big chip lead on Galfond in one of the World Series events, the No Limit Deuce, and yeah, he made his charge. And to the showers I went. Foxen hoping to do the same. King Jack for Haxton, Ace 8 for Foxen. A lot of hand heads up at this stack depth. Might it be going in, Ali? Haxton with the slippery limp, and if Foxen shoots it up, which he almost for sure will, an application of aggression from Haxton seems utterly standard. And it could be going in right here, Ali, because Ace 8 suited is a hell of a hand as well. 20 some odd bigs heads up.
Some of it's going in. 225,000 to be specific.
A limp jam from Mike would make a lot of sense with this hand. Again, heads up. King Jack. Very under-repped. He'll be limping in with a lot of trash, especially with that big blind hand. He does go all in, Ali, and I think Foxen will be calling.
He did indeed.
And here it is, Foxen with the best hand. 60-40 to retain life in this Super High Roller Bowl, Ali. Here we go.
Can he get a spin? Taking the best of it. 3-2 favorite. Ace 8 of diamonds against King Jack off as Haxton limped the button. Foxen raised it, and then Haxton shoved. A snapper from Alex, who is ready.
Of course. Here we go.
Here comes the flop. Ace, Queen, 6, looking good for Alex Foxen. All clubs, neither player with a flush draw. Haxton does, however, have a Broadway draw.
That's right. 10 hunting. Backdoor trippies. 2 pair, but Foxen comfortably in the lead. About 4-1.
See the percentages. An overwhelming favorite.
Outs, Ali.
Oh, yeah.
Outs
the King of Hearts on the turn.
Still 4-1. Haxton 10, Jack King hunt him for the title, and Foxen hoping to keep it clean. Here we go, Ali.
Only 9 whammies in the deck, everything else, and Foxen will double. 2.6 million in the middle. If Ike improves, he wins it.
Nice split screen there, both watching on intently. Here it is, Ali.
So
River
much
coming.
riding on this card. The river.
Bang,
it's a
there
jack.
it is.
Runner, runner, 2 pair.
A little
for Ike
anticlimactic to win it with the worst hand pre, but
Thanks.
what a deserving victor. Ike Haxton, bravo. One of the best ever.
There he is. Your Super High Roller Bowl 5 champion.
Take
Isaac
that swig of the
Haxton.
panna, buddy. You've earned it. We see the graphic right there.
Alex Foxen, somewhat shell-shocked.
Well done. Applause from the booth here.
3.672 million. And you see Alex.
And a tremendous run for Mr. Fox, and we've touched on it a million times thus far. What a year, what a tournament. And 2.16 million, Ali, not too bad.
Not at all, but when
At
you're
all.
as competitive and driven as a guy
You're
like
right.
Alex Foxen is, you can
You are
just
not
feel
wrong.
the disappointment.
Indeed. Ike texting the good news to the boys right now.
Congratulations, Ike. You are the Super High Roller Bowl 5 champion. Now, Alex, for the first time playing in the Super High Roller, this is a great showing, and you've had such an incredible year. So how does this finish stack up against your other accomplishments?
I mean, this tournament's definitely special. Really excited to get the chance to play at this final table, and really fortunate to make it this deep. Obviously, it always hurts to lose heads up, but couldn't be happier. Well, could. But.
Good run. Thank you. Now, Ike, I know you probably brought a wheelbarrow for that over $3.6 million first place prize you're going to take home, but how about you try this custom-made Super High Roller Bowl Championship ring on?
Which finger does
And
it go on? Is it
whichever one
maybe
fits.
Pinky?
There it is, Ike. Yeah. Got it sized for the
Now,
pinky,
Ike,
baby.
you've been competing at the top levels for over a decade. So tell me, does this feel like maybe a legacy-defining win since this is your biggest career win to date?
Oh yeah, I mean this feels great. This is by a lot my biggest score ever, and especially my biggest win ever. I've kind of had a career with a lot of second place finishes, so it definitely feels good to finally close one out in a big one like this.
Well, what do you think it's going to take for you to continue to stay at the top for another decade?
I don't know. Let's hope I find out over the next decade. I don't know.
Congratulations again. Thanks to you both, and thanks to you guys for tuning in to Super High Roller Bowl 5.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Dvoris just flat. Let's see 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or get yourself in a rather unfortunate all-in a call situation.
Flops a flush draw here. Chan's ace-9 is best for now, but Dvoris the favorite in this hand.
Again, I expect Dvoris with the nut flush draw just to come along for the ride. Chan should and could certainly have a king, a queen, value betting. At best, you're flipping.
He does indeed just call. Another king on the turn. Dvoris checks. Chan checks back. 3 of hearts on the river. Dvoris buries it.
And there it is. And Chan now, we assume that Dvoris likely to bet the nut flush. Chan decision time on this river with ace high. What sort of bluffs can we potentially pick off? We don't suspect Dvoris to be value betting a 7. Oh, look at this. He is going to check the nut flush. So this likely to let him off the hook. Ace 9 should have some showdown value. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get to fold? It would have to be exactly a 7. Unlikely a queen would ever fold.
Yeah, he does check back.
There you have it.
Dvoris was ready to spring the trap.
Oh, yeah. And Chan recognizing awfully thin, right? I mean, what are we repping? Maybe a thin bet designed to look like a queen, betting for value. Live to fight another day, see another hand. Further extending that chip lead now for Daniel Dvoris. As Timothy Adams let us know, that is Mr. Toesies to us. A couple premiums here, 6 deuce and 7 deuce.
Dvoris wants in with it, though. He's playing every button. comes Dvoris with just 6 high. That'll get the job done.
Yeah, a little sneeze and take.
Yeah, Chan under 20 bigs now. It's there for the taking for Daniel Dvoris. Already has the biggest cash of his career. Looking for his first major victory.
And not the biggest cash for Weilong Chan.
Not yet.
$3.2 million, his largest score, and that was for a second place finish in a Triton Series event, 2018. The Milkman, Mikita Badzakuski, won that. Richard Young in third. The Tickler, Sam Greenwood in fourth, and Jason Kuhn in fifth place.
Nobody will take it. It's fine.
Diamonds all around here. Chan limps in with the Jack-3 of diamonds.
Mentioned this guy, Daniel Dvoris, that 29 cashes have occurred in 25K plus buy-in events. That's 88% of his career total earnings. How about this stat for Chan? 16 cashes in 25K plus buy-in events. Good for $8.8 million. That is 98% of his career earnings. All he plays are high rollers, with the exception of his lone win on his resume, which, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that lone win happened in an
APT event in
Manila.
And that win
good
was
for $7,000?
Yeah.
So his one win on his resume is good for $7,000. 98% of all of his cashes have happened in 25K plus events. I don't know what.
That's a wild one.
Perhaps he won a lottery of sorts, rode the crypto train all the way to Gravyland. My goodness. Just crushing poker. Immediately hopping in the 25K streets and annihilating.
Yeah, it's about a $200 buy-in that he played in Manila.
$200.
Yeah, took it down, got his
2011 for $7,300 bucks, his only title.
Started playing high rollers in 2016. Finished 7th at the Triton main event in the Philippines for $245K.
And he's been all in ever since, just blasting off in these high rollers and crushing. What a hero.
Forces 10 high is good here.
This Chan just feel inclined to have to bet here or something. And could Dvoris consider looking him up with 10 high? He very well might. Would he value bet a 3 or a deuce? Maybe. Certainly a queen and a king.
Does indeed lay it down.
Nice little pot there for Chan.
Daniel Dvoris, Weilong Chan heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas. More than $4 million.
Oh.
Chan limps in. Divorce looks down at an ace.
All in?
All of it. Chan will fold.
First time we have seen this dynamic. Jumping all over the limp by Chan. Divorce looks at a dusty ace, good enough, move it all in, apply pressure, continue to accumulate. Almost feels like we're just sort of moments away from an inevitable collision as this structure has caught up to these stack sizes. Chan under 20 big blinds now. Not necessarily the danger zone, but certainly alarms going off.
Divorce limps in with the queen deuce diamonds. Chan checks.
And you can see with 300,000 chips in the middle, every single pot, that big blind ante so critical.
Yeah.
When you're short, Divorce can simply just continue to lean on Chan and pick up 300K at a pop.
9 ball for Chan on this flop. Divorce with the gut shot. Goes check, check. Another king on the turn.
I see a little value bet here with nines, and Divorce unlikely to go anywhere with queen high. He knows that Chan should be stabbing with air in an attempt to pick up these all meaningful pots. Queen high can very well be the best hand, and it obviously has some equity.
Does make the call.
How about that?
Does river a queen.
I don't think Chan really has any choice, really, but to check. Maybe a blocker bet, throw out the minimum. He looks very uneasy. His whole disposition has changed, shifted ever so slightly, and Divorce could consider value betting a queen, getting called by a 10, a 9. 660,000 chips in the middle. Would be happy to just pull that back and continue to just lean and lean and lean on your opponent.
I'll check down and show the winner. Daniel Divorce.
All right, gentlemen, one more hand. It's a color up, and then I won't start the break till the race off's done, so you'll get it.
You heard the voice of tournament director Paul Campbell. He says one more hand. Then we're going to take a color up break.
There we go.
We'll get rid of those purple 5K chips. Our players will go off on about a 10-minute break. Take a look at the chip counts. Daniel Divorce, a commanding chip lead. Can he get the job done? Weilong Chan, the short stack, about 1.7 million in chips.
Anything can happen, Jeff.
That
The
much
tournament
is true.
situation, we've seen it so many times.
The blinds have gone up. 75K, 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. See Divorce approaching a 9-to-1 chip advantage.
I mentioned before break that Chan wasn't quite in the danger zone. Well, we have reached that level.
This qualifies.
Roughly 10 big blinds. It is time to spin it up, and he needs to make it happen fast. You can see how much money is in the middle. Every single hand.
Divorce limping in with the 8-4. Both players looking for their first major title. Divorce flops top pair. Chan has the queen of clubs, backdoor flush draw. Chan will check.
Happy to bet here with top pair. Certainly would play for stacks if it came to that. I suspect it is just one and done. Chan likely looking to move on to the next hand. If deeper, maybe consider peeling, but not with this sort of hand.
He will throw his queen deuce into the muck. It's even more chips for Daniel Divorce. Chan down to 10 big blinds. He's pulled off quite the comeback before. 51 entries, created a $12.75 million prize pool. 8 players made the money. They came back for day 3 today. Justin Bonomo out in 8th. Jason Kuhn eliminated in 7th. Steve O'Dwyer out in 6th. Seth Davies out in 5th. Eric Seidel busted in 4th. Kathy Laney, the first woman to cash a super high roller bowl event, busted in 3rd. Got her aces in against Chan's 6s. A star-studded final table, and we are down to these two. Divorce and Chan. Chan is all in with the Jack-7. Divorce calls quickly with the Ace-9 of diamonds. Chan all in and at risk. Can Divorce cap off his run? This would get Chan back to about 20 bigs. He's been on the ropes before and has been able to fight his way back. Can he get a little lucky to double? Divorce about a 2-to-1 favorite. Comes 8-7-3. And Chan takes the lead, flopping a pair of 7s.
This is how it starts, how the spin up begins. And my goodness, we're whipping through this.
Yeah, 10 on the turn. It's an open ender now for Divorce, but Chan has the 7 of hearts.
Okay.
So you see Divorce has 7 outs. You see it on the top of your screen. He's an ace, jack, or 6. That's not a heart. River card. It's the 6 of spades.
GG.
And Daniel Divorce has his first major title. He wins more than $4 million. He is the super high roller bowl Bahamas champion.
Yeah, my hat is off to Daniel Divorce, looking for that first breakout win. You got it, my man, in the super high roller bowl. Woo! What a well-deserved champion. What a fist pump right there, huh? This guy's excited, all emotion. And my hat's off to this guy, too, our second place finisher, Mr. Chan. Amazing showing. All the heart, all the fight.
Wylon Chan was terrific throughout, taking home almost $2.7 million. But it is Daniel Divorce, the winner of the ring, the winner of more than $4 million. Thanks to our crew in Nassau, Zach Ralston leading the way there. Thanks to George Maxwell and Hayes Chestnut here. Thanks to you all for tuning in. You have been watching coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kerry Katz and Aliyam Shurovich. Heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl London, presented by Party Poker Live. Jeff Platter with Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth.
There's my favorite hand.
Deuces.
Yeah, a couple mallards. Let them fly. Ducks on the pond. He knows. Kerry's going to do this for me.
All in.
That's letting him fly.
Wow.
All of it with deuces. About 1.5 million.
That is a duck of a different color. Just has to fold
lays
ace.
it down,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, you
Gotta
can
wait
know
for a
what you
better
have.
spot.
Huge overbet shove.
Kerry Katz
I had a
takes
big
the
hand.
chip lead.
Yeah, but
I mean, he's
with
50
your
big
big
blinds
advantage
deep.
heads up, you can't be gambling like that.
I might have had you dominated. I had a pretty hand.
Ace Jack?
Not ace jack.
Okay, not that big.
Ace 9. That's a big hand. What are you talking about?
Not even. If it was suited, you probably would have called.
What'd you have?
Huh?
You have 5s?
Deuces.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
It's exactly what it looked like, a small pair. I was just hoping that 1 in 17 chance that you didn't have a pair, and I'd be okay. I was sick. You look kind of irritated, like you're going to raise me up.
Probably.
Yeah,
Katz
all right.
with the king deuce.
Is that even 30?
Sorry. I'm living in.
Katz flops a king. Gut shot for Ali. Katz turns 2 pair.
Now you're just spewing.
Just spewing.
Oh.
Check.
River another deuce. Katz will not be checking this one back.
Thought you were trapping?
But now he's just showing off for me, Jeff. He knows I love deuces.
All the mallards for you.
Yeah.
I guess you were trapping.
Another pot for Kerry Katz to now increase his chip lead. Back and forth we go. 2.1 million pounds to first. There is that chip lead for Kerry Katz. 57% of the chips in play. Both players assured of 900K. So a 1.2 million pound difference between first and second place. The next super high rollerball stop will be in the Bahamas in November as part of Party Poker Alive's Millions Tour stop.
Yeah, you can bet that that's going to be a
That'll be huge.
much larger field. Again, we mentioned the regulations, the compliance issues here in England. Bahamas, not so much. Part of a wonderful series being put on down there by Party Poker.
At the Bahamar. Lovely resort.
That's supposed to be awesome. I've never been, and I probably never
I
will,
don't think
Jeff,
you'll-
but
yeah.
you can let me know.
You
how.
and planes, you know, or any kind of travel. Ali.
And this is just a
with
stunning
another
call.
correct
Queen
high
high.
call.
That was a hell of a call.
Done this twice in heads
Big
up
hand,
play.
man.
Huh?
Big hand.
Yeah. Wow, what a call. That was incredible.
Great call by Ali.
Awesome stuff.
Mental note. No more floating. No more floating on Ollie.
Yeah, that's pretty
Are you actually going to
spectacular.
listen to it?
I had that clear shot at a running straight.
I mean, yeah, your hand can't fold.
We keep saying this, but we've seen just such unbelievable play throughout these last 2 days.
Yeah, how about Kerry? You know, he's kind of given us
Oh, what a sick
a
call.
little insight as to how he
That's a really good
plays,
call. Nice
floating in and out of position regularly throughout this event. Extremely creative.
And he is extremely impressed
Doing my little annoying raises.
with Ali Mshurovich. And that call with the queen high.
Okay.
Little min raise for you.
I can't fold to that.
I know.
Queen 8 deuce 2 spades. Just Jack high for Kerry Katz.
Yeah, I don't think Ali's
Fires
going anywhere either
100K.
here. King Jack, Jack of spades in his hand.
Oh, he does check call. Does turn that flush draw. Goes check, check. The river is a jack.
This is painful for Kerry. Ali can bet for value here.
115.
That's what he'll do. He'll fire 115,000.
He may listen to those instincts again, Jeff, and find a fold, which would be pretty heroic.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
It's the only river that could have cost him. He'll use that time bank, giving him an additional 60 seconds to act.
That's a great
Yeah,
laydown.
lays it down.
Wow. Wow.
We just saw a terrific call from Aliam Shurovich. Terrific fold there by Kerry Katz.
And as many bluffs that these guys have been showing one another throughout the course of this heads-up battle, to run into a pair of jacks there on the river and to find a fold, that is just excellence by El Jefe.
Anything good?
Yeah.
Queen?
No. King clubs jack, or king of spade jack clubs. So it's not, I had a spade with a club. It was king jack. I don't know exactly what this is. What'd you have?
Jack.
Huh?
Jack 5.
Yeah, jack too.
Yeah.
Big laydown.
Third time in heads up that they've had the same hand.
Yeah, boy, and you were right about Ali's opening sizes. He has really changed things up. Rather than the min raise, he goes for more than 3x.
Yeah. With plenty of limping in on the button.
How much do you have now?
Ali has a ton of heads-up experience, both online and live.
Just under 1.6.
Huh?
Just under 1.6.
Oh, okay. So it's still pretty close.
Yeah.
It is still pretty close. An absolute battle. Same hand again. The 9 deuce suited for Kerry Katz.
Oh, Montana bananas everywhere.
Yeah.
$240.
Oh my.
Oh, Ali with the 3-bet. He sure has balanced those 3-bets.
Yeah,
sometimes with it, sometimes without it.
Dynamic.
Wow. With so many players, that's just a snap fold onto the next one.
Snap fold onto the next one, even undisciplined, just a call, C3, but 9 deuce. One of the worst hands you can be dealt. How do we turn it into a winner? We 3-bet. We take that thing down,
3-bet
4x
big.
over the min, knowing we get so many folds. Well executed by this young man.
Goes back to limping in on the button, this time with the 10-6 of clubs. Katz looks down to 10-9.
Cat says, it's my turn, buddy. Here we go,
Makes it
155 to go.
155K. He's capable of some big raises. Ali not going anywhere.
Yeah, 10-6 suited. I mean, we got a C3.
340,000 in the pot. Club in the window. It comes 10-8-4 with one club, top pair for both. Backdoor straight draws for both.
Yeah, Kerry, you can see 73% of the time he's going to win this thing with that kicker.
I'll leave the one with the backdoor flush draw.
Will he size this up? He is.
Looks like it. Looks like 300,000 with 750K behind. He makes the call. 940K in this pot. Turn, ace of hearts.
This favors Carey, remember, pre-flop. He was the one that made it 155,000 to go out of the big blind.
Oh, he limped in on the button pre. Called that raise from Carey. Called Katz's flop bet. Comes a time bank.
I'll tell you what, a shove here would be absolutely filthy by Carey, and Ali would have an extremely painful decision to make.
Mullen.
There is that shove.
Such a
Got an
great
8.
all-in. Think about the draws that have now come into play. Queen Jack, and look at this. Yeah, he's going to reluctantly give it up. That's a great fold by Ali.
Absolutely. The full-on display of top-level poker throughout this tournament. It has been a treat just to sit back and watch.
Hefe, man, just goes with his gut there. He felt he had the best hand. He knew that ace favored his range, had the advantage, and he put
If a
Ali
blank
to
comes on the turn, are
test.
you calling it all in?
I had 10.
10 what?
10, 6 of clubs.
Oh, that card saved you. I had a 10.
Oh.
Better kicker. Let's see what I got here.
Katz limps in on the button. Oh, sorry, he fired off his small blind. Now he'll look at his cards and fold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hit him with the button.
Sorry, I'm sorry about that.
Nah, you're good. I did hurt a little bit.
Maybe you gotta have like a workers' comp claim. Sorry about that.
Nah, you're fine.
They've been tossing the button and chips back
Every time
and
I've
forth.
thrown it too short.
Yeah.
I give it a little more.
Guess the button just
Got a
drilled
little too
Ali.
much momentum going on that one.
Takes all his chip. Now he tries to take his right arm.
Steal your chips and then break your hand.
It's fucked up.
There's that big raise again from Ali.
I can't play this.
Katz folds
That's
to
your
10-6.
hand. 10-6. You must have
Suited?
been. You must have been suited.
Clubs.
Oh, the backdoor stuff too, huh?
Yeah, I know.
15K, 30K, 30K.
Yeah, Carey's got to be feeling good, man. He's got Ali on the ropes.
Yeah.
All the momentum. He is this close from his first major career title. The house that Hefe built. All these majors. Super high roller. This design.
Moves with the 8 deuce of hearts. Ali looks down at the ace king, raises it up, takes down the pot.
Works every time.
Huh?
That works every time.
It does work every time.
Like literally every time.
You should mix it up.
You're raising the raises too.
Who will be crowned
I
super
had ace
high
king.
roller bowl
Did you
London
really?
champion?
Yeah.
Who will take home that ring? And who will take home 2.1
Glad
million
I wasn't trapping on that
pounds?
one. Don't think you're folding it.
It's a good read.
About 20 minutes left in this level.
Check.
Oh, he limps in with the 5-4 of hearts. Flops a 4.
I don't think so. Is it my ante?
Yeah. 30?
No more floating. Learn my lesson. Queen, Mr. Queen High.
And Brent again, dead even.
Yeah, just back and forth.
Quite the heads-up battle between Kerry Katz and Ali Mshurovich.
You heard the comment about floating. I mean, Kerry just, throughout the entire event, day 1, day 2, mixes in these floats from everywhere, in and out of position, giving himself a chance to win every single pot. He fights for it all.
Queen 3 of spades here on the button. Just limps in. Another raise from Ali, this time with 10s. He's had it the last 2 times.
Kerry in position here.
With the suited queen will come along.
Yeah, he's gonna, looks like he's gonna peel.
330K in the pot. Comes ace king 6 with 2 spades.
35.
Look at this down bet. 35,000 into 330. Kerry says, okay, thank you.
After making it 150K
I like flush draws.
The turn is a 10.
My goodness.
Ali turns a set. Katz adds a gut shot to his hand.
250.
It's a much bigger bet.
He's got too much of a hand here. Flush draw, straight draw. At this point, I think he reads Ali as having some strength. Let's see. Maybe he just goes with it.
He makes the call.
What a huge river card this is.
Yeah, 900,000 in the pot. Katz with the slight chip lead, and rivers the flush.
Unbelievable. El Jefe finds it.
Action on Ali. This shove, the call, that's it. It's Kerry's crown. The biggest score of Kerry Katz's career.
I'm not sure if you have me covered. It's got to be close.
They will count it out to be sure.
How much do you have?
4, 8.
Actually, count his and I'll count mine. Okay, here you can count mine.
The one and only El Jefe gets it done. Super high rollerball London.
He wins 2.1 million pounds. Again, just counting it out to be official. But we know we have this one. The Phenom, Ali Mshurovich, out in second place, taking home 900K. Brent, quite the effort from the Phenom throughout the course of the day, and a cooler spot at the end.
Yeah, 24 years old. I mean, this guy plays with his heart on his sleeve. Tremendous heads up, back and forth.
And Kerry Katz is our Super High Rollerball London 2019 champion.
They wanted you for
Kerry's crown.
Got to put an asterisk by this one since the field was so small.
No asterisk here.
Absolutely
he beat the
not.
best of the best.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Pound for pound. Adds a little
Put it on?
royalty to that resume.
Put it on.
Hall of Famer.
Put a ring on.
No doubt. Kerry
Which
Katz,
hand? Left
champion.
hand? No, I didn't ring. All right, cool.
There is his first ring. He earns it with a win in London at Super High Rollerball London. He also earns 2.1 million pounds, and that is a wrap.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle and content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker.
Welcome back to our coverage of Super High Roller Series Europe. We are here in Cyprus for day one coverage of event number 7. It's a $100,000 buy-in, and we're playing short deck. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. And here we go as we take a look at the feature table chip counts. It is presented by GG Poker, Paul Pois, Robert Flink, Santi Zhang, short deck stud, Makita, the milkman's here, Ivan Liao, Timofey Kuznetsov. I'm joined by short deck expert Brent Hanks. Brent, your thoughts?
Well, we've got the chip leader of the entire event, Paul Pois, here at our feature. Robert Flink, we know he's an expert. Zhang, you already mentioned. Who doesn't love the milkman? I'm ready, Jeff.
I love the milkman.
Yeah.
Registration and re-entry still open at this point.
Robert.
Kuznetsov still rocking the headband. True Teller has just joined us for a starting stack of 100K. Remember, you get those 100K lammers also. Yellow chips worth 1K. Blue chips worth 5K. Green chips 25,000 apiece. Ivan Liao, 224,000 in chips. He finished in 5th in the 50K short deck, $168,000.
He knows how to build a pile in a hurry.
Yeah.
Hurry? In a hurry, Jeff.
There is Robert Flink. Growing a bit of a stash since the last time we've seen him.
Might have a beard under that paw as well, Jeff. I think it's just the whole face is coming in.
Whole beard?
Yeah.
Nice. Santi Zhang has final tabled every one of the short deck events this series. He won the 50K short deck for $756,000. Perhaps the best short deck player in this field.
Yeah, I think I could agree with that. Everything we've seen, everything we've been told. This guy might have something to say about it. Paul Pois, chip leader. He's got more cashes in short deck events than anybody.
And whenever he's ready, we'll get started. When you're wearing that cool of a t-shirt, we can wait on you. Co-founder, Triton. Limson.
Get used to lots of limping. Some of these folks, Makita, Kuznetsov, that have 40, 30, 20 antes, oftentimes they just move it all in pre-flop. Equities run so close in this game. There it is.
Ace-Jack suited. One to count.
215, 228. Double it?
Does Paul want to do here? He'll pass.
Yeah, this checks for the. This checks for the floor. Danger.
That's the hardest to get through the first one. What do you
Huh? Yeah.
Party poker ambassador for Belarus shows theirs.
There you go. Get up now.
Makita up to almost
Yeah, had
270K. He finished 3rd in the first event of this whole series, 25K short deck.
Just an all-around great player.
Big stack, no good. Extra pressure.
But how much you have?
500 something. Yeah.
$100,000, the price of admission. Have an outer table going on as well. Stephen Chidwick, Danny Tang, Kerry Katz, Seth Davies, Phil Ivey is here. Ivey has a first and a second.
It's one heck of an outer table.
Really is. Did I mention Ivey?
You did.
Okay, just checking.
Great player. Liao with 15. Makita, call, 15. Gonna be heads up. Same hand. Free roll for the Milkman Betsakuski.
Free roll denied. Another 8 pops up.
MVL81 says, why does everybody call? Well, limping is a very important part of the game. You just want to see flops, give yourself a chance to connect. Everybody essentially in short deck is going to be dealt a relatively good hand. Coolers are just so frequent in order to remove the variance. Often optimal strategy is just to limp in.
And if you are brand new to short deck in this game, we take the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s out of the deck. Other rules similar to Hold'em, except a flush beats a full house. No blinds. Preflop is an ante-only structure, double ante on the button.
Is a royal flush still the best hand, Jeff?
I do believe so, yes. We have yet to see one.
We might today.
You're feeling it
I'm
today?
feeling a royal. It's our short stack all in. Kuznetsov
has 2 of those reload lammers behind, each worth 100K.
How much?
100.
90. 90?
Oh. Santi makes the call with Jack 10.
You would think that Queen Jack is a substantial favorite, and it certainly is a favorite. But the equities run very close. It's probably more like a 65-35 situation pre.
Oh,
king ball on the turn. Kuznetsov dead to a chop. I'll fire off one of those reload lammers. Chang will drag more chips.
Kuznetsov, he'll buy more chips with that lammer. 100,000 more coming into his stack. Crying MG, is this live? It is. On a slight delay. Thank you guys for tuning in the chat.
Look at the my God. Respect.
On
Need
the
to
right
look
side.
from
40
there.
minute
You can
Yes.
lower.
Yes.
Starting stack is 100,000 in chips, but you also get 2 of those Lammers or reload cards, each worth 100K. And when registration closes, all of those Lammers will be put into play.
We cannot lock. Oh, okay.
Not much of a hand for Santi. It looks to me like he says, you know what? Maybe it's a great hand to bluff with. 40K, let's go.
Wow. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I sort of wonder what he's got alongside that 8. Jack 8
Can't
maybe.
be that great.
Right. Could it be 8-9? Even if it were ace 8 of hearts, aces swing low, meaning it could essentially represent a 5, which would be open-ended. Certainly has some sort of draw.
Well, there is an 8.
I don't see how it could have, unless he has Jack 8. I don't really know how this could have helped him too much. 8-8 unlikely. Probably would have just shut it down.
But Santi is shut down here.
We'll never know. No.
We do know we're here at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Our Super High Roller Series Europe presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay. This is event number 7, one of 3 remaining events. Tomorrow, it's day 1 of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. That's a $250,000 buy-in. Tomorrow, we'll show you final table coverage of the short deck event, perhaps mix in some day 1 Super High Roller Bowl coverage, and we'll definitely have day 2 and day 3 covered for you of the $250K.
Yeah, I'm excited for early coverage, potentially day 1, Super High Roller Bowl tomorrow, and then all day, day 2. Some deep stacks, the best players in the world. How do they navigate? We're in for a treat. Mindaugas Vitakaskis, the YouTube chat. What's the buy-in? It's $100,000 buy-in for this event. How about this flop?
Yeah, flop 6 is full.
Yeah. Oh.
All of the sixes. Every single six in the deck.
Potentially a bad card, clearly, for this man. Robert Flink with 2 queens, giving him a worthless full house.
And leading for almost pot. That's what Leal loves.
Definitely interesting nonetheless. Badzikuski, 2 9s, not much, but if we think that Flink could ever be betting some sort of flush draw, maybe a 7, and now Santi with a flush draw. Remember, flushes beat full houses in this game. You certainly have to be worried about quads. Good lay down. That might make everybody else's decision easier, yeah. Flink certainly to show down, will slow down on this river.
River is an ace. 155K in the pot. There's that slowdown. How much will Leal look for?
You don't love the spot, but you have to imagine that a bet is coming from, it's never coming from a 7. Ivan would just be happy to check that down. It's got to be quads. I think he finds a fold here. Potentially be a missed flush draw.
I thought he was going to fling the chips in.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I mean, again, it could only be a missed flush draw.
Does find the call. Leal gets paid off. Pretty quick call with the queens.
Nice on.
Perhaps Ivan's reputation helped him out a bit there.
All right, let me cross quads off on the bucket list of items we're hoping to see today. Next up, straight flush.
Okay.
And
What's
then we've got
after
the
that?
royal.
Oh.
Yeah.
A royal flush.
That's right.
We're due. $5K ante with a $10K button ante. Kuznetsov will run into it here. All in and at risk with the 10-8.
Can't be in that bad a shape.
Right against Robert Flink's ace-king of spades.
Even now.
It's a 10, an 8, or a jack. 10 outs in short deck is the world. It's a flip.
How about a 7?
6 on the turn. 14 outs, a pure flip on the river.
Too many outs.
50-50. Outs, but that's
14
one
outs.
of them.
Tough stretch for
Paul
Flink.
said it, yeah.
Easy
Like
come,
you said,
easy
you're just
go.
never
Yeah.
in terrible shape, really. Here.
No, equities just run
Well, the 6 come low.
extremely close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Timofey Kuznetsov, true teller.
Flop is almost 50-50 to us.
An absolute legend of the game. Has changed his look a little bit. Used to be this kind of nerdy kid. Now he's rocking the headband. He's getting ripped.
Oh, yeah.
So we look at our feature table chip counts presented by GG Poker.
You should do the same thing, Jeff.
Wear the headband?
Get the headband going. You know, used to be some nerdy commentator. Now
That's true.
getting
I still
ripped
am
and
one.
wearing a headband.
The headband's a cool look. I don't know if I could pull that one off, though.
Sure you could.
Kuznetsov has 190K in
Be
chips.
great for your dating life.
Just show up, headband, first date.
Right.
I'll
Could be
think
your
about
image
it.
on
Back to you.
Tinder.
Oh, you think just putting on the profile pic?
Well, I mean, go to dinner, profile pic.
What is
Very
What do you
rare
mean?
times.
Wear it
does
going
that,
to dinner or wearing it on the profile pic. Two very different
everywhere,
things.
Jeff.
I would
Everywhere.
just go 100%.
Take it off when you get home.
Okay.
It's business time.
I might get off Tinder, by the way. Talk about that later. King 10 for Makina.
You don't want to talk about it now?
Good now.
Do you have a bad experience?
No bad experiences. I just kind of feel like it's an inefficient use of time compared to the results.
Not a great ROI?
Depends how you look at it, I would say.
All right.
I think I'll just settle on being alone. Anyway, Jack on the turn.
Well, you've always got your dog.
That's true.
The nuts for the milkman. Certainly don't fault Ivan for betting. He's got a 10 in his hand. Double gutted. Presence of 2 flush draws, potentially. If you were up against that, if somehow you were up against the set, you probably need to be putting in a raise, I would imagine, with a straight in this game. You could also be up against the worst straight with 9-10.
Nikita will put in that raise to 50K.
I have a tendency to fast play these sorts of holdings. One statistical note, if you flop a straight and your opponent flops a set, the set is actually a favorite in short deck.
Yeah, we'll fold. Nikita Badzikuski out of Belarus. With almost $29 million in career live tournament earnings, he's 14th on the all-time money list. Next up is Daniel Coleman, and he could pass him if he made the final table.
Yeah, we haven't seen Coleman in quite some time, so I would have a inclination that he'll be falling off that list quite fast as these high rollers pop up. International and domestic in the United States. Maybe we'll have a return, Daniel Coleman.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
One of the OG high rollers, if you think about it. Winning the one drop. For a decent amount of money.
Who'd he beat heads up?
Daniel Negreanu.
That's right.
Just ruined his career.
Yeah, he's
Haven't heard from him since.
No, that's never recovered. Hard times.
A couple people have asked in the chat, where is Negreanu? He is playing some World Series of Poker Online international events on GG Poker, one of the presenting sponsors of Super High Roller Series Europe.
Now, let me ask you this. GG is a presenting sponsor here for this series. Can you play on GG Poker in Cyprus, Jeff?
I do believe so.
Well, then why wouldn't he just do both?
That's a good question. Oh, they got a spot in Cabo, he and Amanda.
What's wrong with the spot here on the Mediterranean Sea that's
huh?
absolutely stunning?
Yeah.
I mean, we hear about it. You and I, of course, aren't there, but...
Not until next year, I guess.
Right.
We're working on accommodations as we speak.
Could have done both. The ultimate GG ambassador. He could be playing online while playing live. GG everywhere.
That's what he did at the Poker Go studio.
That's right.
For Poker Go Cup.
Kind of think he blew it.
WSOP Online. Should let him know.
I will.
Okay.
Just did.
Did you?
Well, I mean, we're here. It's on record.
Oh, that's right. You think he's watching?
Nope.
Case 10 rolls out on the flop, along with 2 queens.
Despite what many of us have heard in the past, everybody hates a chopped pot.
I thought everybody loves it.
No, it's all false. It's false.
Oh.
Everybody hates it.
Do some people love it?
No, nobody loves it.
Does
They
anybody
say
like
it, they're
it?
lying about it. I'm afraid that's exactly what we're going to get here, Jeff.
And we're supposed to hate it? I feel like I've been told to love it for years. I can't remember by who, though.
Let's be bad advice.
Hey, champ. You're not playing?
Flink thinking maybe he'd rip
Registration
it.
gonna close soon.
Maybe ace jack you want to do it with.
Tony?
Still have to be concerned about a full house.
See, actually you guys are good.
I can't fathom he's thinking about folding.
Three more plays.
It's either all in or call. If he did move it all in, potentially we wouldn't have a chop pot.
Just a call, chop it up.
Great.
Everyone, oh, sorry.
Whoop.
Ace King, DJ. Pumps it up, wins. Santi finished 6th in event number 1, the 25K short deck for $72,000. Finished 4th in event number 3, a 25K short deck for about $124K, and won event number 5, the 50K short deck for $756,000. Building, winner. He and Chris Brewer final tabled all 3 short deck events.
Door might be open here. Jack 10 suited. Wow, that's up. I thought maybe get a shove through there with that hand. 50K dead in the middle.
Queen Jack 8 and Pua and Santi fought the nuts.
Yeah, like a living room.
Just a call by Zhang. Remember, a flop set is a favorite over a flop straight. Perhaps the rationale behind just calling here, what is currently the flop nuts, would have been a great example as to why. Card should slow both players down. There's a world in which Paul thinks, okay, I can get called by queen, jack, king, queen, which means perhaps we can extract value from trips. Looks like that's the road he'd like to travel on. Neither player loves this card.
This is the last level when registration is open as the board pairs again.
Paul Pois seemingly disgusted with this run out. I expect this to just quickly go check, check. I can't fathom Santi betting on the river unless he just recognizes, bless you, Jeff, unless he just recognizes that maybe, just maybe, they have the same hand as played, which would be filthy. Look at this.
And he does fire 200,000.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's cool.
Can we rest?
This is so good. How does he know?
Make no flush.
What you got for?
Straight.
Straight?
9-10. What cannot be anything.
Yeah, no.
Showing us why he's final table with every one of
Holy
these.
cow. Like, how do you just...
Tell you later.
How do you know? I suppose Paul just never bets a queen on the flop.
Nope.
Would have to have been two pair. Then he would have bet a boat. And he would never check on that river. I mean, yeah, I can't pick it apart, Jeff.
No, you can.
Check.
It's on the turn for Flink.
Yeah, a little bank for Flink. Straight value. A7.
Robert Flink finished in third. In event number 3, the 25K short deck. That score good for more than $168,000. $10-9-8 all clubs. Pair in the straight flush draw for Flink. Straight flush draw for Makita as well. 2 pair for Pois.
This must be the one, Jeff, where we get the
Oh, right.
straight flush.
Right. Working our way up.
Over straight flush, yeah.
Had the quads earlier. It's a straight flush next.
Flushes do beat full houses. Top 2 may just elect to fold. Could already be drawing dead.
No straight flush yet.
It's always on the river, Jeff.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that. Duh. Makita flings out a green 25K chip. Another 10 on the river.
Well, I'm wrong again. Let's see if Makita continues to tell an interesting little story. Betting 25K on the turn with just 7s. Obviously, semi-bluffing turn now, fully would be bluffing river. Wow.
8s.
Oh, Makita's going to be pained to see that.
Yeah. I have the best head. 10-8.
It's something.
Jesus. What's best head for? Let's go.
rips it.
Hold on.
True Tower on and at risk again against Flink. Again with the worst of it. But again, the worst of it really never too bad in this game.
Good luck.
Thank you.
When I say that, I win every time. I had to say it.
Ace King 9, 1 heart. Couple ways to get there for Kuznetsov.
Ace King.
Five outs. See him on the top of your screen looking for a 10 or a 9. Does not come. Set of queens for Robert Flink.
Yeah,
it's a reload card for another 100K in chips.
Okay. There's one more. This level still can buy it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Reload.
All right, all the reload cards have to be
reload.
used.
Oh, we do it now, right?
Registration is closing.
I have 500K, 400K.
Where is your reloads?
Robert, change?
No?
Ivan Liao sent to our outer table. So we go 6K ante with the 12K button ante.
And you gave me 200. Okay. I'm not taking anyone's. Where's reign champion Tony G?
Yeah, never reply.
Here, Tony G's on the way.
No, yeah, it's gonna come.
Coming. It's coming.
Jack of clubs for flop. Flink calls with the ace-9. Flop pops the open ender.
The champ is here.
Two
One
short
bullet.
deck final tables.
Maximum.
Ball. Fourth place in the 25K, event 3 for $90,000. Fourth place in the 50K for $231,000 on his way to another final table appearance with more than $730,000 in chips.
It looks like we do have a new chip leader. Danny Tang.
Danny Tang.
Who's been on fire. Short deck events, multiple final tables thus far throughout the series. 1.4 million for Tang, and right on his heels.
That's about 100, right?
Phil Ivey.
Oh, baby.
All in.
All in and a call. Kuznetsov with ace 10. So slightly ahead of Santi Zheng's king 9.
No good luck.
How can you win this one?
Oh,
Yo.
queen jack
Nice
10.
Wow.
Santi flops the straight.
Nice flop.
Nice flop indeed.
King or 10?
10. For jack.
Not too bad.
Jack, all right. Opens up plenty of outs.
Get out.
7 of them, in fact.
Jack?
Looking for a king, a jack, or a 10. Doesn't find it.
Huh? What's that?
Oh.
We play till the money today, that's okay.
I don't know. You ask them. No, my tournament.
Anyone object?
No objection.
No objection. No objection.
So our original plan was to play down to the final table.
Okay, play until money. Play until money. Tell the tournament director.
The captain speaks.
Captain speaks.
We don't know how
Everybody
many
agrees.
pay yet. The registration not closed.
So registration is still open. You had to turn in your
Hey,
reload
we still
cards.
rebuy.
Your registration's still open for another level. As of right now, 21 entries. That would pay 3 spots. And Tony G saying he doesn't want to come back tomorrow with 6 players left.
It's safe to say they're only going to pay 3 or 4
Yeah.
spots max, considering.
So it seems like they're discussing playing down to the money tonight.
So they'd play down to 3 or 4.
Right.
Which means we would cover that final table tomorrow.
Yes, we would.
Final 3 or 4. And then we would jump to day 1 coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Yes, we would.
250K no limit event. At least I would assume,
I would
Jeff.
assume too. And so planned start
It's
time
actually
for
good
now.
for
so-
everyone to play longer because like tomorrow is 250K.
Yeah.
So we actually want to extend the day in general.
– 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific planned. We'll see.
That's it, huh? Just
It makes sense when it's
4 a.m.?
few players to play until
Yeah,
the
4
money.
a.m. Vegas time.
That's not bad.
Knowing coming down here, short stack.
I think good idea also because tomorrow we have the 250K. If we are out, we want to play 250K. No one object.
No one object. No.
Okay.
Bring us Tony. It's much better.
Play until in the money. Can play longer.
Flake saying.
Yeah, tomorrow if we bust today, we can play the 250K. This table, no objection.
They just want Tony to play.
That's what Flink said. He said whatever gets Tony
Just whatever it takes to get Tony in this field. Don't they know he won an event?
in. He's the champ.
Don't
He's
they
the
want to
best.
keep the champ out? You know, he's too good. Maybe the captain will show up at this table.
Good. Aces. Bats.
Cannot see clock.
Move the clock, you can't see. Yes. Chop.
No.
No shot.
That's up.
Yeah, should bet.
How bad? King? Bluff?
Full house.
Try to represent full house?
Yes, S10. It's good.
No belief. I raise. Try to
Fold,
represent
fold,
flesh.
fold.
Four-handed here at our feature table, Robert Flink, Nikita Badziakuski, Paul Poit, Santi Zhang.
Johnny Hunt in the chat, how many players are left? Well, Johnny,
A little hard to tell.
Can't quite determine that. We know we have an outer table. If I had to guess, probably about 13, 14 with people hopping in last minute.
3 tables right now.
Speaking of the chat, thank you guys so much for joining us for this extended bonus coverage. Day 1, event number 7, 100K short deck. And I'm curious, where is everybody? Where are you from in this world? We know we have an international, worldwide audience. Let us know. Jeff and I are located in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes, we are.
It's about 163 degrees outside. Just beautiful.
And also give our friends at Merit Poker a like. Before comes over and explains plans for today, as we take a look at the leaderboard for the Poker Go Tour, which is brought to you by Guaranteed Rate. Liam Shurovich sat this one out. Terry Katz is still in the mix.
What do you think Ali's doing?
I swear I was just thinking
I
that.
mean,
like,
he's not playing
Ali
poker.
and Schindler have a day off.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Sunday. They're just playing online.
Ah, big online day. That's right. That's right.
That is definitely
That's obviously what they're doing.
Yep. David Peters moved up to 10th on the Poker Go Tour leaderboard after a second place finish earlier today in the 100K. Trails Arter, or lost to Arter Martirosyan. Just passed Alex Foxen for that 10th spot.
All right. Johnny Hunt from the UK, Fabian Gonzalez from El Paso, Texas. Damon from Saskatchewan, Canada.
Saskatoon, eh?
Life Project, Ethiopia. By the way, Life Project Jungle did never arrive last night. Not here today.
Still not here.
Paulie says, go Cats. That's right, man. El Jefe. He's our guy.
Yes, sir. It's had a rough series, but if you're going to turn it around, the time is now in the 100K and with Super High Roller Bowl Europe coming up.
He always shows up for the big one.
That's right.
Just finds a way.
Brent, we got 4 to the Royal.
Yep. Told you. And a straight flush. Both would come home in one shot here. Put the Jack of Spades up there, dealer. Let's go.
see it. Nope, not on the turn. Johnny, good question. How long until we find payouts for this tournament? We have to wait until registration closes in order to have the payout information, and registration is still open through the end of this level. Most likely, we're going to have to refer you to Poker News for those payouts. Shirley doing a great job with the live updates today, pokernews.com.
Wow, Flick just finds a way.
Jack of Spades didn't show up, but how about the 10 of Hearts for 10's full?
On the flop, he was just dead.
Crushed. Little smirk.
Sorry.
Show one, show off.
Infectious laugh from
Straight.
Paul.
Straight.
Every time straight, flash, 2 pay on board.
Sounds like Ivan Liao has joined the field, Jeff, which brings the total up to 22 players.
I scared.
I was kind of both. I want to say 4 bullets.
Yeah.
That's a cool $400,000 if my math serves me correctly.
Well, it happens to the best of us, and that also means that we believe 4 players will be paid.
So we would come back with 4 tomorrow.
Right.
7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific is our current plan. And then we'll show you some day 1 coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Sorry.
And Dalgas, what about Tony G? Ah, the captain is in the field. He's here at one of our outer tables. Looking to go 4 for 4 as far as making final tables and short deck tournaments are concerned at Super High Roller Series Europe.
He's kind of good when you remove a bunch of cards from the deck, isn't he?
I would say so. Queens, twice, 10 of diamonds for Santi. King Queen suited for Makita on the button.
Yeah, and with that stack, as far as antes are concerned, I think this is almost always going to be an all-in. Or not.
How much you blame, you know?
I'm a little surprised by that.
420.
Oh, he's got 420. It's off by quite a bit. The graphics have him down at 309. He's got 420,000. That certainly changes things.
399, right, or no?
I don't know, Jeff. My eyes. That's definitely a zero that I'm seeing.
I thought, no. 389?
No, that's a zero, Jeff.
Huh.
So the stacks may be off on what we're seeing on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see Makita's 2 white 100Ks and greens. Cool. Check calls again with the queens. 218K now in the pot. Another check from Pois.
Makita might shut it down. I have to be a little concerned about.
I check.
Paul having a jack, yeah.
Bad call. Good.
Seem good.
Pretty good.
I would call as well.
Yeah, good at stake.
You could fold so many gotchas or like, different hands. And it's not like I'm only betting, not only value, but bluff as well.
For Makita. Straight comes in. Well. Tomorrow, final table coverage of this 100K short jack. And they'll be down to the money. And most likely will feature day one coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe, a $250,000 buy-in.
Got about 20 minutes left. Today's coverage.
Feels like I've been sitting next to you for about 12 hours.
Well, it's only been 10, but maybe we ought to just do the whole event today. You all right?
Yeah, I was just contemplating your question.
The question, or you were contemplating? What were you thinking about?
Just thinking about your question and how I wanted to answer it. Let me just say I lean no on going through the whole tournament today.
Huh.
I've got a lot to do, as you can imagine. Very busy.
No,
outside the poker landscape.
I realize you have a very, very busy life.
I'm a pussy player.
I got to do this and this and this. I won't fill you in on the details. It'd be very boring.
Queen, queen. Pocket jacks, black. It's true. It's true.
No.
Yeah.
Hearts for Bond, 7 clubs for Jake.
I'm gonna see soon.
Jack of clubs for Flink on the button. And checks. A lot of limping, a lot of checking. And an ace pops up for Pawn J. Flink with the Broadway draw. Broadway dropper. Fall as well. Check. How about aces full?
I just wanted you to know, Jeff. Flink's Broadway draw, no good.
Why?
Well, it didn't happen.
Oh, okay. So after the river, it was no good. Like, it didn't come in.
Exactly right.
Got it. That's what you were trying to say. Thank you for that. So Flink did not river Broadway. That was your only point there. Had nothing to do with you thinking it'd be a full house for Paul. I gotta pounce on you. Your errors have been so few and far between.
How exactly was that an error?
Like 6 times a day.
Just pointing out the obvious.
Right.
Paul made a full house.
Right.
Lively little flop here. Wow. Broadway. Looking to draw. Santi. Smaller end of that straight. And the milkman. Absolutely nothing.
takes it down.
Nothing better than winning with queen high, Jeff.
He had kings. King high, I mean.
That's what I said. What did I say,
Gotcha.
queen high?
Yeah, I think so.
King high.
I got you.
We really haven't seen many pre-flop raises. You don't expect to. Also of note, we've yet to see anyone in this game have aces pre, which is a bit of a rarity considering how many hands we have seen thus far. I think we have about 15 minutes left of coverage.
Feels like I've been sitting next to you for 12 hours.
Yeah, just went through that one. Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's been about 10. And we'll be back tomorrow to finish this sucker off. Likely going to be four-handed, as all players would be in the money. Tentative plan would be to cover final table of this event tomorrow, and then followed by day one coverage, extended bonus coverage of the Super High Roller Bowl Europe edition, $250,000 buy-in.
Nice bluff. Shang there.
Santi is just awesome at this game.
So the planned start time, 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific time. We'll let you know if that changes. At Poker Go on Twitter. He's at Buffalo Hanks. I'm at Jeff Platt.
Cái mà kìa. Mua bài hả bà?
All in?
There's a pre-flop raise for you. Let's dance every single chip. Let's go. Event number 7 of Super High Roller Series Europe. It is presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. It's a $100,000 buy-in short deck event. Entries. Registration still open until the end of this level. So prize pool more than $2 million. We awarded the biggest first place prize of the series so far earlier today. Artur
How much you have?
Winning event number 6, the 100K no limit. 1.4 million. And Brent, there you go. There are a couple aces.
Finally, we're going to see aces and a royal flush, all in the same hand.
60. Yeah.
Key, that's a good one. ace jack
Oh,
10.
boy. Now here's a prime example, folks. A flopped set in short deck is a statistical favorite. You can see it on the screen right now. The edge is small, but it's definitely something worth noting. If the money were to go in, Flink is the favorite. He recognizes that as well. Sets often will try and play fast and big.
45.
Would imagine that Makita also knows the math in this game, certainly much more than Jeff and I do.
$135.
Here's the check raise for 175,000. Keto with 330K behind.
All in.
All of it. And here we go. More than 1 million in the pot.
I was hoping for something better.
Keto with the best
What can
hand,
be
but the
better?
slight
Check.
underdog.
Yeah. Good luck. It's a big one.
Big one indeed. Flink for now looking for an ace, jack, or a 10. 8 on the turn, which of course opens up some more outs. Makita now the favorite. Regard. It's a queen, and it's a clean
Similar
run
spots,
out for
too.
that king queen.
Probably by a little.
Flink's gonna have a little bit left, it looks like.
Break.
That seems like a great one to end on, Jeff.
Yeah, really, what a way to close out the day.
I think just close and bring it with us. Close it.
75.
Huh?
20. 445. 462.
Seth Davies, Stephen Chidwick, Timofey Kuznetsov, and Michael Zhang also jumping in the mix, which means we have a 26 entry field, $2.6 million in the prize pool. We will pay out the top 4 spots tomorrow. And Brent, we see Makita now in prime position as we look at this feature table chip counts list presented by GG.
Long ways to go, especially in short deck. Let's see how the rest of the day transpires for these guys. Bring back the Final Four tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Best in the world still in the mix in Cyprus. Thank you all so much. Thanks to our crews in Cyprus and in Las Vegas. For Brent Hanks, I'm Jeff Platt. We'll see you tomorrow for final table coverage of the $100,000 short deck event, 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific time, and also tomorrow, the debut of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.